Good Tuesday morning, America. So good to see you. We are in Racine, Wisconsin. I'm Vanessa Broussard along with Jessica Rivera. Beautiful day for a Trump rally, MAGA rally, and the MAGA Patriots are here today ready to see President Trump.
Yes, actually, it is so crowded already, considering that the Midwest is under heat wave today. I know that it's going to be very hot here. Right now, we are taking advantage of the cloud cover and the nice breeze that we have, but we'll see how long that lasts throughout the day. Next to Lake Michigan here. It's very nice weather, Vanessa, and it's nice being here with you and Right Side Broadcasting.
Yes, good to have you with us. And like she just mentioned, we are on the water, so we're getting that cool breeze. Thank goodness, because we are expecting temperatures in the 90s today. So we do have cloud coverage. I'm feeling some raindrops as well, so we may have a little bit of rain. We'll see. Hopefully the rain holds off, but we're thankful for the clouds today. I know all of these Patriots are thankful for that as well, to keep them cool, and that breeze coming off the water to cool us down a little bit. So we are so glad to see you. Thanks for joining us. President Trump will be here this afternoon for a MAGA rally, and we hope that you stick around for that. We want to remind you that whenever you are planning for your future and planning for your finances for the future, make sure you contact and get involved with the Birch Gold Group. They can help you with your IRAs and your 401ks and roll that on over to precious gold. So if you don't know where to begin, that's okay. That's why the experts are there. If you don't have that much money to invest, that's okay too. They're there to help you and help that money grow. So if you can just give a little bit, they can help you turn that into a lot. So invest with the Birch Gold Group. Text the word Trump to 989898.
Yes, and I know Birch Gold is, in the beginning, a lot of people would think, well, why would I need to do anything with gold or silver? But nowadays, with the economy and how unstable it is, I think Birch Gold is probably pretty busy, because a lot of people are trying to figure out what they can do to make that stability and give them that peace of mind with the money that they're making, considering we're in inflation right now, which I know we're going to talk to some people a little bit later on in regards to how that is affecting Wisconsin. It is affecting the whole United States, Vanessa, and I know we'll get some very how should we say it, very honest opinions on how they feel about Biden's administration and how the economy is doing.
Yes, and so we know that the economy is not doing well. So again, this is the time to invest with the Birch Gold Group. Again, text the word Trump to 989898. A representative will contact you and send you a free information kit. I think, Jessica, these people are ready to rock and roll today. They have been a little rowdy. They've been chanting. They've been here since the early morning hours. So we're going to do what we do best and start talking to the crowd of people. If you look right here, we're at the front of the line. So these people got here very early to reserve their seats, and right around this crane is more the front of the line. We're going to continue to walk toward the front. You can see right here people are registering people to vote. They're also registering people to volunteer, get involved, not just with the presidential campaign, but for some of these local races as well, Jessica.
Yes, absolutely. And I was just talking to somebody a little while ago. One thing about Trump rallies, for people who haven't ever experienced them, you don't really have to go looking for people. They are so friendly, and they come up to you and they kind of give you their peace of mind and kind of let you know what's going on in the local area. For instance, here today in Racine, Wisconsin, I was told by one lady that they weren't allowed to camp out as usual, like some people do for these Trump rallies, in order to be able to get a better seating and make sure that they're able to get in and see President Trump speak. And that Racine, considering they said it's a very Democrat run area, and that they had lots and lots of rules. So they're just trying to abide by them today, and it looks like everybody's doing very good when it comes to that. But yeah, it's early. He's not going to be here until 3 p.m. local time, and yet we see long lines already, and they just keep coming.
Yes, and they will be here all throughout the day. Just to give you an idea of where we are just outside of Milwaukee, a suburb of Milwaukee, and we're also about an hour away from Chicago as well. So that gives you a little bit of where we are, and just to let you know we're kind of on the state line as well. Hi, how are you all? Good. Ocean State of Mind. What's your name and where are you from?
Mike Johnson from Minnesota.
Oh, Minnesota. So what brings you? I know you're coming here to see Trump, but why Wisconsin?
He hasn't been to Minnesota yet.
He hasn't been to Minnesota, so you have to come to Wisconsin to see him. How far was that drive to make it here today?
About 9 hours.
9 hours. Wow. Okay, and so is this your first Trump rally?
No, I was at several in 16, 15.
Okay. What time did you get here this morning?
About 6.
Too bad.
6, yep.
Thank goodness for the weather, right?
Yes, yep, it's not too sunny, so.
We hope for this cloud coverage to stay over us throughout the day as it is expected to get warmer. If you had one message for President Trump during these troubling times for him, facing all of these court cases and facing a sentencing date come July 11th, what would you tell him?
Well, he's got a lot of support. A lot of people stand behind him, and, we need him, so keep going.
And what is it about the Biden administration? One thing about the Biden administration. I know there's a lot, but if there was one thing, what would it be? What's your top priority?
Economy, 100% economy. I'm a business owner, so the economy is very important, and it's failing right now, very soft, and margins aren't there, and people depend on me, so
Let's talk about that as a business owner. I know I have a lot of friends who are business owners and small business owners, and they're struggling right now.
Yes, yep, we're struggling, definitely struggling. It's very hard. It seems like we're working twice as hard for half the pay. So.
And the employees, it's hard to keep employees too, I'm sure, right now, because if you don't have the customers, it's hard to pay them as well.
That's correct, yep. Like I said, there's people that depend on me, so we need to make sure that, we keep our margins up. And I guess we, as a company, make less, but we have to keep paying our employees, so it's tough. It is.
Well, we wish you the best. Thanks for being here. Good luck to you. And not too much longer before these doors open so you can get inside. Camping out here. I like what I see. Hi, how are you all?
Good, how are you?
You brought your snacks.
I did.
Okay. And so what's your name and where are you from?
I'm Jen from Chicago.
You're from Chicago. Okay. And what's your name?
Ella.
And where are you from?
Starved Rock area.
So how long have you been out here today?
We got here at like 6 this morning.
And so what is it about President Trump you love the most?
The way he wants to help us people.
He's the people's president, right?
Yep. Okay. Yeah, he doesn't mess around. You know what he thinks.
He tells whatever's on his mind is on his lips. That's why we love him, right?
You got it.
So, camping out, what all did you bring here? I see snacks.
Yeah, snacks, water. We thought it was going to be really hot, so I kind of prepared for that, but it's actually reasonable.
Well, you look very comfy. I might come sit with y'all in a little bit, if that's okay. All right, have a good time. Jessica.
All right, Vanessa, I'm here with Libby, another one of the many people in line to see President Trump today. Libby, what brings you out today?
Just trying to support something that's going to be great for our country, and I'm excited to be here.
Are you from Racine or from Wisconsin?
No, I'm actually from Chicago suburb area, so, saw he was coming close, and we had to come here. So.
Yeah, and I don't think a lot of people geographically understand that Chicago is quite close to Racine, Wisconsin. And how do you think that factors in for you in Illinois and Wisconsin? Do you see that making an impact?
I hope so, just because I feel like a lot of the Chicago area is probably against Trump, and I think coming here and supporting him not too far from Chicago is hopefully going to be a help. But I don't know. You never know.
Yeah, so how early did you make this trip?
So we left at about 5 in the morning, got here around 6:20-ish, like an hour 15 drive, something like that. So
not too bad. And obviously, love the get up. You're definitely a Trump supporter. But I was going to ask you, you're in Chicago, and you just made the statement in regards to it being not so much for Trump. How is that, living in an area that's like that?
Yeah, luckily I don't live in the city, so it's not as crazy, but definitely the area is, it feels hard to share your opinion when you have people kind of slandering you back, but you got to stay strong. And So being here surrounded by people that I know believe in most of the same things I do is a great feeling.
And we know Chicago is home to Obama, so that wouldn't be any surprise, excuse me, as to why the support is there for a Democrat-leaning Democrat, just the laws there and things of that nature. What do you see in Chicago right now that is really something that voters are looking at, and maybe some of their top issues?
To be honest, in the youth community, I feel like a lot of I'm in college, and a lot of college students are looking at things, like abortion and rights for gays and things like that, and that's definitely a strong thing in that area. So it's definitely an interesting feel when you're in the city, especially.
Well, thank you so much. And I know you were just saying you're in college, and it seems as if a lot of young people are really, really tuning in and really trying to listen, especially this round of this presidential campaign and this presidential election, really kind of opening their ears and getting a little more interested in politics. Do you see that?
Oh, yeah, me especially. I would say I used to not be super interested in it, and now with this election being such a huge thing, I've really gotten to know the facts, and that's what I like about Trump, is he is facts. He's just going to say what he means, and he is going to be for the people, and so I've definitely appreciated getting to see the right type of media, and yeah, in college there's a lot of media that's going to be totally swayed one way and whatever, so it's good to see the real truth.
Well, thank you so much, Libby, and I know you will enjoy yourself. Stay cool as long as you can, and make sure to hydrate. It's going to be hot today. Thank you so much. So, Vanessa, speaking of young people in college, President Trump did that amazing interview with Logan Paul the other day.
Right.
And he has such a huge impact, whether people like it or not, but he has such a huge impact on younger voters. And I think the left was a little worried after that he really kind of showed President Trump another side of him, of how we know how genuine President Trump is, but a lot of people don't look at him as very friendly. But he came across in that interview just as he is, very welcoming, very understanding of the youth of America. So I'm wondering if that's going to be one of the major issues that the Democrats are going to try to battle, or they're worried about battling this election.
Absolutely. And you talked about that interview, and then this is also this rally coming off the heels of Turning Point Action, which Charlie Kirk puts on every year, this big summit that was just a couple of days ago this weekend in Detroit. And Turning Point Action focuses on the younger generation, like you were just mentioning, and the kids in college and high school. And so there was a crowd, thousands of kids there and their parents there, college students there, and they're really getting involved, and they're really wanting to know more of how they can help. And so, again, we will reiterate this. We talk about it all the time. If you don't know much about Turning Point Action and what Charlie Kirk does, just look them up online. It's tpaction, I believe, tpaction.com, Turning Point Action. You can Google that. And if there's not a chapter on your kid's campus, or if you're watching right now and you're in college and you don't have a chapter on your campus, that's okay. You can get one, you can form one, and you can do all of that on the website. They have field reps all over America with Turning Point, and so they're really targeting the younger generation.
Yeah, and it's really grassroots for younger Republicans, which is a great way to get involved. We all know that grassroots is kind of where things get started. I know in the past, grassroots has gotten kind of a bad rap in regards to how it's been used, but it's a very positive for the right side. Like you were saying, Charlie Kirk, Turning Point USA, and it's so great to see colleges really allowing other voices to be heard, because I know that when I went to college in California, San Diego and Orange County, and I remember being one of the very few who really, I don't know if I was necessarily very involved politically as I would say some of these young people are now today. But I do remember it being a little bit hush-hush. You didn't really want to let your political views known, just because it was so, people would condemn you for it, for almost having a different view. Whereas I'm glad to see that colleges are allowing more voices to be heard and accepted. It's very nice.
Yes, absolutely. And so again, Turning Point is very good at getting out there on all campuses. So again, we will encourage you to start a chapter at your local campus if one has not been started already. We've got to get those younger voters in because they are the next generation. And I've actually been hearing a lot, Jessica, from people whose loved ones, whether it's a son or a niece or a nephew, is turning of age, and they'll message me and say, how do I get them registered to vote? I've never had that before. So the tide's turning. People are saying, you know what, this is your birthday present this year. You're getting registered to vote. That is our right, and the more the merrier.
And last night I was just, kind of looking forward to today. I read a quick article in regards to voters who they're called the uninterested voters. And they're usually not interested in politics. They're people who they're not going to necessarily pay attention to the news. They rarely come out for elections, let alone their state elections. But this year, these polls are seeing that they're really coming out of the woodworks and really interested. And they are using, of course, pocketbook issues, the economy, their, local economy, and also healthcare are major issues for them, but that they're looking at it they're voting as to who they can depend on, who's going to really go through with what they're saying, truthfulness. So I thought that was very interesting, and they're seeing a lot of that this year. So I think that's going to be a huge area of people coming out of the woodworks and just kind of figuring it out, voting for the first time, maybe as an older adult, maybe never doing it before, and they're really realizing that, there is something that needs to change, and we need to be able to depend on people and, depend on what they're saying from these candidates, and Trump's that person.
Yes, and we are seeing a lot of that. First-time voters, and they're ready to get out and vote in November. I want to look over here. We're near some condos right here on the water, and you can see people watching from their balconies, but if you go all the way up to the very top, you can see they are patriotic and showing their support with Trump flags hanging from their balcony.
That looks like a very fun watch party to be part of.
Yes. We may have to go make some friends later, Jessica.
And what a great view they have. Absolutely. They get to see everything. They get to see everything from, way up there. And they have a beautiful view of the water, which is very nice.
So we're starting to see people come out on their balconies. We're seeing a patriotic group at the very top up there. Look at that palapis. Very nice. So they're going to have a great little watch party, like Jessica just mentioned, come here in just a little bit. Okay, we're going to continue to go to the crowd here as we wait for President Trump to come in. I like this shirt. Maybe a little inappropriate, but that's okay. Oh, come on. Yes. Yes.
Well, yeah.
Can you?
What's your name and where are you from?
My name's Don. I'm from Oak Creek, Wisconsin.
Okay. Let's talk about Wisconsin. President Trump won Wisconsin in 2016. It was close in 2020. How are we feeling about 2024?
Very hopeful. Very hopeful. I think he should do it.
You think so? You think he's going to take Wisconsin? Yes. 10 electoral votes are up for grabs. What are people on the ground saying? What's your neighbors saying about President Trump?
All good things. I only have one next door to me that's...
We have some time to work on them, right?
On the other side. Yeah. But no, I think he's going to do it. I think he's going to do it. I think he's going to save the country. I think we're going to all do much better once we get the yo-yos out of there.
The yo-yos. Okay. That was the first time I've heard yo-yos on air. I like that.
I could have said something else, but...
Oh, we could from time to time. It's okay.
Yo-yos is better.
Yeah, yo-yos. We'll stick with yo-yos. So let's talk about getting those yo-yos out of office. What is the main thing that you... don't like about the Biden administration? Is it immigration? Is it the economy? What is it?
All of the above. Everything. Yeah. Security. They've sold us down the river, I think. We need to get our country back. We need to be in a better standing in the world. They've kind of given us away, sold us out, and people can't afford their food. They can't afford their gas. They can't afford anything anymore. Who can buy a house? Where's the American dream? It's gone.
We talk about that a lot, the American dream. What is the American dream anymore? You know, this is the land of opportunity, and now, you know, you work hard and it doesn't pay off.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. And that's a shame because we were supposed to leave the country in a better place than we found it. And this is the first generation that's not going to happen to, and that's sad. It's very, very sad. And we need to turn that around. We need to get our youth to understand our history and how this country became what it is today.
They're trying to delete our history.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. And that's not good. That's how countries fall. We need to go back to what we were founded on. We truly do. We need to learn why we're here. We need to get God back in our society. I think it's a big mistake.
First and foremost, God.
Yes.
You know, I feel like there was a big decline in the country when we started taking God out of our schools and public buildings and public.
Started in 1963. No more prayer in school. So.
And you know, there's a fight. I say it all the time. You've heard me say it here on Right Side, that the moms are going to save this country. The mama bears out there. There's Moms for America, Moms for Liberty, and they fight hard to make sure that prayer is brought back. So the moms are out there fighting for it.
Yep, that's good.
And there are schools, I know Louisiana is one, where they are starting to put prayer back in school. So the fight's there. People are fighting for it, and it's starting to take a turn.
And I hope we win. I hope our side wins, because if we don't, it's all done.
Yes. What's your name and where are you from?
My name is Dennis Walker. I'm from Racine here, local.
From Racine. Tell me about Racine. First time here. Beautiful place.
Yes, Racine is an awesome place. It really is. We have a lot to offer.
Okay. And so were you excited when you found out President Trump was coming to your own backyard?
Oh, hell yeah. It's the first rally I've been doing. I wasn't going to miss it. No way.
It's your first rally?
Yeah. So I'm a little embarrassed about that.
No, don't be embarrassed. That's awesome.
Skilled tradesman for 39 years, just retired, so now I got time. But yeah, we definitely need to get our country back on track, and he's the man. You know, you were talking about prayers. I worked for the school district for 39 years. That was one of the saddest things when they took that away. We need respect back, and not only third world countries, but from citizens, from everybody. And the only way we're going to get that is with Trump. And a good point on that is for the youth. Is this man right here? We're missing the youth to step up. Because what college is teaching these people and the media is, a lot of the media is that they're brainwashing these young people. So I give this guy credit for being here today.
I give you credit too. What's your name and where are you from?
My name is John Carla. I'm from Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Milwaukee. How old are you?
I just turned 18.
18. Are you registered to vote?
Yes, I am. Yes,
Very
I am.
good. Love to hear it. Congratulations. High five.
Yeah,
Happy birthday. Great present. So you're ready to vote. First time voter.
Of course.
Yes. So your generation, 18-year-olds, are they as involved as you are? What are you seeing?
I see they're not. Most of my friends, I surround my people with my same values, so most of my friends, you know, they're on the same page as me, but a lot of people, they honestly do not care.
Are your friends registered?
Of course.
Good.
Yep.
That's a start. Love to hear it.
But yeah, it's sad to see that, you know, my generation honestly doesn't see how their vote can change the state of the United States, and I hope then people seeing me out here at 18 years old, you know, politics isn't just boring, you know, it isn't, you know, for old people, you know. Yeah, anybody can do it. Everybody should do it. You know, your vote always counts, you know.
Absolutely it does. You said it's not just for old people. Are you calling us old?
No. That's just the thought. That's just the thought. My bad. I apologize. I'm about to get cut
I'm joking. You're not going to get cut off. So did you go to college?
I'm currently trying to get into the Army National Guard.
Very good.
So first I'll go ahead and see the benefits, then I'll probably apply for college.
Love it. Okay, good. Well, so when your friends are talking, because I'm trying to get a grasp of 18-year-olds and how you all think, because us old people don't remember being 18. So when you are talking to your friends, what's the main concern for you when you look at the Biden administration and what's going on in our country?
Man, it's hard to pinpoint on one thing. You know, there's many things. You know, I like what you were talking about, or what they both were talking about how Christianity has basically fallen in many ways, and now the biggest fall for me, in my opinion, is the fall in religion. 100%. The Biden administration specifically is abortion. You know, I believe that's a big issue that takes a big a big shot at our morality, you know, and I believe that connects to our faith and our Christian values.
Absolutely, and it's sad and disgusting to know that a mother can be near 9 months pregnant, 40 weeks, and they say it's okay to abort the baby. That's murder.
Yeah, even though it has moved to the state rules, I still don't believe, you know, it's okay.
Well, that's your Christian values, and that's wonderful to hear. Thank you for everything that you do.
Yeah.
Glad you're registered to vote. I think that made my day.
Yeah.
Love to hear that an 18-year-old, it made my day that 18-year-olds, as soon as they turn of age, they go out and they get registered. So great job, and keep up the good fight. Keep working on your generation and the friends. It's the people like you who are going to save our country and the next generation.
Hope so. Hopefully we'll make everybody proud.
You are making us proud. Thank you. All right, Jessica.
Yes, I'm over here with Todd. Todd, where are you originally from?
Originally here. I was adopted at birth and raised here and relocated into central Wisconsin.
And when you say here, Racine specifically?
Wisconsin, yes.
Wisconsin. When I was speaking with you a little earlier, you have a very interesting story. Can you kind of tell our viewers about it, you being a candidate locally here?
Oh, absolutely. I ran for office for state senate during the Milwaukee Brewer tax fiasco, and I ran as a third party. I was raised in a Democrat household, and as I became an adult, I started to see principles over personalities, that the core principles, God, family, and country, are priority. And I started to see the division in a local taxation for a private business. And the machine at that time, even, I was running against over $1 million in finance from outside interests, and I ran on my own money. And we're seeing that happen in our politics today, whether it be Republican or Democrat. Special interest dictates a lot, and the machine manipulates a lot of our politicians. They're not going to Washington or Madison representing our personal interests versus the machine. And so I made my stand, decided to relocate, worked in human services for 25 years. As a conservative, tough place. Wonderful money, but I walked away after a 25-year career because I just saw that the healthcare industry was failing the citizens. Here in Wisconsin, the impact I hopefully had was it woke some people up to actually believe what you're seeing versus what you're told. And I remember one of our campaigns and one of our debates, I asked people, and I won't use the whole word, I'll just say, did you want your BS fed to you or do you want to hear the truth? That's what Donald Trump is today. He's telling the truth. Whether you like him as an individual, his policies, that's America. We're all together. Race, color, creed, sexual choice, whether it's by birth or choice, we're all Americans no matter what. I'm personally half Cherokee, so I have Native heritage. With the Native heritage, we look at a lot of the atrocities that took place, but we're several generations removed, whether it be slavery, what have you. We're all Americans today. We're in this together, and this division is on purpose. It's divide and conquer. And we're seeing I was raised in a Democrat household, and the division is by design, to keep us fighting with each other and to stay off. We're not focusing on the ball of what's really happening. We're not a democracy. We're a republic. We're a constitutional republic. And we keep hearing, even Donald Trump uses democracy. We are not a democracy. There's a significant difference a lot of people don't know between democracy and republic. And where we've lost that in the way, I can't quite figure out where people have been programmed, as well as our educational institutions have become indoctrination camps to where the true history of America is not presented. And anyone that's immigrated here, we're all immigrants if we go back through our history. Even Native Americans, they came across the land bridge. We're all here together. So I also say, as an American citizen and as a Native American, Native Americans for Trump, Americans for Trump. I don't know what else to say. There's a lot there.
Well, Todd, you said a lot, and thank you for explaining that, because it kind of gives our viewers who aren't here a little bit of a better picture of exactly where we're at. I know I was speaking earlier to a lady in line, and she was saying that this is pretty much a Democrat stronghold, and they had lots of rules for them. They weren't really fond of Trump coming into town, but he's coming, and they're abiding by the rules. But I wanted to ask you, so you're familiar with being here. What made you want to come back to see President Trump today, and what are you looking forward to him talking about?
Number one is to show the support. And living rural where I live now in a town of about 400 people, when I'm home and I see everything on the news, I feel like I'm on an island by myself because of this deliberate division. And to be amongst people that feel the same way is invigorating. To see the young people here tells us there's hope, because we're an older generation. And when we look at a World War II event, our athletes, our movie stars, they gave up their careers to fight for our freedom. Do we have a generation? Will the athletes, will the musicians, will they give up that career to fight for our rights? The answer is not today. Not today. They're very self-absorbed. And that's what we're seeing with a lot of the Democrat Party, is there's a lot of self-absorption. And once I grew up and was able to see the reality for myself, I just had coffee with my mom, 81 years old, still a Democrat, but she told me she's voting for Trump this year because she realizes principles over personalities.
And I know Biden's kind of riding on the whole conviction thing. Last question, does that really have an impact, do you think, on voters?
If anything, I think what the Democrat Party and what the machine is doing, and it's not just Democrats, it's the Rhino Republicans, there are establishment politicians. What they're doing is they're trying to break a person down. And any of us that have real income couldn't afford it. We'd be in prison by now. Fortunately, Trump has the money to be able to fight this, okay? But this is a part of the machine. I ran into this when I ran for office here. I ran for a city council. My grandfather was a councilman here on the 5th District up on the north side. When I ran for city council, the person I was running against requested my criminal record just on a city council plane. And it got sent to me by accident, and I put that out 20 years ago to people that this is the direction we're going, is political assassination. If anything, it's strengthening people to realize our American civil rights are at risk, that every last one of us, and Donald Trump is 100% right, he is standing in their way because every last one of us is in jeopardy. Whether you're Democrat, Republican, Independent, we're in jeopardy, because if it can happen to him, it'll happen to every one of us.
Well, thank you so much for your time today, Todd. You had plenty to say, and we really appreciate it.
Well,
so thank you. And we'll
have a blessed day. And remember, you guys, when you go, principles before personalities.
Absolutely. Principles before personality. Vanessa, I know, you were just speaking with that young man, and Todd was talking about, what do the older generations really have to look forward in the younger generation as far as voting? And he really gave me some hope, that young man.
Yes, absolutely. They're out there. They're outspoken. Unfortunately, Jessica, we see a lot of what's going on social media. But in the real world, the younger generation is really fired up and really getting involved. And again, we saw that a lot this weekend at Turning Point Action. They're out there, and they are getting involved, and they want to do more. Then you also have organizations like Run Gen Z. Run Gen Z is a newer organization, and they are getting the younger generation involved in running for office, whether that is on a school board, a city council, and they're doing really well. So they train the younger generation for these positions, and they meet with them, and they train them, and they get them ready for public service. And so they run for office, and they're winning.
Sounds great. I know that's interesting because I didn't really know too much about them, so it's great to hear. But, another thing that a lot of people were talking about a little earlier, and especially Todd, was when he goes out, obviously he's a talker, so he's a very, very much a people person, so he likes to go out and talk, he said, to people who he doesn't necessarily agree with or knows that has different views. And I find the same thing. If you sit down and really talk, person to person, whether you are voting for the same person, whether you are rich, poor, in between, it really is the fact that Americans are much more alike than we are different. But I know mainstream media likes to really pin us, put us against each other, and
Divide.
we kind of divide, and we really fall for it. And it's really too bad because in the end, I think we're much more united than I think the left would like to say that we are.
Yes.
I think we're all humans. We all are affected by very much the same issues: economy, healthcare, crime right now, especially right now in Milwaukee. Milwaukee has one of the highest crime rates, which I know President Trump was talking about the other day. And he's going to be here, and so is the RNC next month for, the Republican National Convention. They're going to still hold it in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. But yeah, much of the issues are very much the same for everybody across the country.
Yes, at the end of the day, we are, like you mentioned, more alike than we are different. The Democrats try to divide us and try to make us against each other, but we're all Americans and we all love this country and we want the best for America and its future. Take a look at this line as we head into the marina is right behind us. We have some patriotic Americans here ready to see President Trump. Love it. Let's see, what time is it? It is 9:30 in the morning and we're dancing and having a great time.
Oh, hello.
Hi, what's your name and where are you from?
My name's Kathy and I'm from Racine.
Racine, okay, right here in your own backyard.
Just eating. Yes, well, we're very blessed to have him here.
Are you excited to see he was coming here?
Very excited.
And also, Jessica just mentioned that the Republican National Convention will be right there in Milwaukee.
Yes, I'm volunteering up there, so I'm very excited about that too. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun.
Talk about that. When you're volunteering there, how did you get involved with the RNC?
I'm in Republican Women of Southeast Wisconsin, which we have an amazing group of women. If anyone wants to join, we are always looking for members, and that's how I got involved. So, yeah, met some fun ladies and having a great time.
Lifelong friends, right?
Yes.
I'm part of a Republican women's group back home in Texas, and we all just love each other and become
each other. I'm also a military mom. I have 3 children serving in the military. So, yeah.
Good. Tell them thank you for their service. What is that like? Do they talk about the change? I know you probably can't say much, but the change in the military?
Yes. Unfortunately, it is making us unsafe. And I'm very scared about that for my children and for our country. Yeah.
As a mama, it has to worry you to know that their commander-in-chief can barely walk a straight line.
Yes. I just pray a lot. That's all we can do, and just everyone needs to vote. We need to vote. Everybody, go vote for Trump.
How many times have you seen President Trump?
This will be my first time.
First time to see President. No wonder you're dancing at 9:30 in the morning.
Yes.
I would be too. Yes. Okay, good. So first time to see President Trump. What are you expecting to hear today?
Oh, gosh. Help us at the border. The border is a hot mess. So we just need to be safe in our country and feel safe when we're out running and doing fun things.
And it's interesting you say that because we talk about that here on Right Side Broadcasting, that back in the day, it used to be the southern states who really were concerned about the border. But now we're up north, and you hear it for yourself. We tell you all the time, the people on the ground tell us all over the country they're concerned. So it's affecting you here up north as well.
Oh, definitely is. Yeah. So you just have to be aware of your surroundings at every moment of the time. And that didn't used to be like that. So, yeah.
All right. Well, President Trump promises he'll send them back where they came from.
Yes. I mean, there's some good people, of course, coming, but there's a lot of bad people, too, and that's the scary part.
We just want them to come here legally, the right way.
Correct. It has to be legal, and that's only fair for everybody that came legally ahead of them. I mean, it's not fair to them. There's other people that have come, and they're here legally, and these people aren't. So, yeah.
So let's talk about the women's group real quick. You asked for people. Yes, you asked for people to become a member. How can they do so?
Just look us up, Republican Women of Southeast Wisconsin, and we have a website, and we have meetings once a month, and we have a lot of fun. We have one actually tomorrow night in Kenosha at the Italian American Club. So come on in. Yeah.
Love your earrings, too.
Thank you.
She is very patriotic today. So good seeing you. Enjoy seeing President Trump for the first time.
I'm excited. So excited, yes.
Okay, keep dancing. You're giving us all a lot of energy. Jessica.
But down here a little bit on the line, I found this lovely group of people, which I'm just going to get in the middle real quick to make it easier. I'm going to get everyone's name.
Okay, I'm Patty.
Michelle.
Chrissy.
Warren.
All right. Well, nice to meet you. And obviously a beautiful day here. The cloud cover is really nice. So I'm going to ask you, where do you guys come from, and why was it so important to come to the this Trump event today?
We are from Racine, and we love Trump. We love his policies, and we want him to make America great again.
All right. And you?
Also from Racine. We own a small business. I was in education, but just lost my job. Let's see, what else did we talk about?
Now, I wanted to ask, so I'm hearing that Racine is it's a Democrat stronghold. Is that the case? Okay.
Unfortunately.
So how do you guys stay strong in your conservative or right-leaning support for Trump in a Democrat stronghold? I'm going to ask you.
Okay, well, actually, I'm a good person to ask this question to. I'm on the executive board for the Teachers Union in Racine Unified, so I'm actually a strong supporter of Trump, but I also have a lot of Democrats that I talk with on a daily basis. So kind of in the middle of everyone, so I hear it all. So it's important to stand firm and make the right choices and focus on the truth.
And as I was kind of researching Wisconsin a little bit, I know that one of the top issues, and let me know if this is correct, is public funding for the schools, fully funding that. Can you talk a little bit on that?
Absolutely. So school choice is a big issue in Racine Unified. Right now, I'm a public school literacy coach, and we have just recently displaced, which is really lay off, many people in our field. So we're really under the gun with money right now. So the funding isn't there, and the management of the funds isn't happening appropriately. So that's difficult when we're in that position.
Absolutely. And so I'm going to ask you, what brings you out today? Obviously, we know President Trump, but why come out and support him?
I'm out of Chicago. I've been following this guy since he came down the escalator. He's the only guy that can take America to where we belong. No matter what they do to this guy, he comes back stronger. I can't believe his strength. It's inspiring.
It really, really is. Because if you have to, I was talking to somebody the other day and they were saying, oh, he has all this money, he can do it. He has support, he has this, he has that. But if you really think about it, in any election, whether that's local or in a presidential election, if a candidate makes their announcement that they're going to run and one thing comes out, don't they all usually run at like the thought of just one thing coming out, whether it's
you want me to, what's the question?
Yeah, so, nobody stays involved. Nobody has this much stamina to continue to fight, especially a person who came in, is already a millionaire, billionaire, right? He doesn't need this job to make money. So shouldn't that be
to the people? Commitment to the people. That's Trump.
Shouldn't that be enough for people to understand where Trump is coming from?
Yeah, I think it shows that Trump is like built different, and like he's not doing this for the benefit. Like he was already a billionaire before, nice properties around the world. Like he's doing it because he cares about people, and I think, like you said, all the stuff he's going through shows it. Because like if I just wanted the power, if I just wanted the money or fame, like any other politician would have dropped out, like criminal cases, all that. But I think it shows that he's in it for the people, and that's why he wants to continue.
And you're talking about the power and the fame, which a lot of people say that that's the reason why he's in it. There are a lot easier ways to have power and fame, I think, which I think he kind of had previously to this and didn't really need to get involved. So it's so great to see everybody out here. I know the Midwest right now, especially here, you guys are, under a heat wave. So this cloud cover is really nice. This is something that you guys don't usually encounter during this time of year. We're off the water. But you didn't think about just watching it from home in your air-conditioned homes?
No. Too close. Couldn't pass it up. Got to get here.
This is in my opinion, I'm from Chicago. It's about an hour, 15 minutes away. Like, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for me. Like, Trump is a living legend. Like, billionaire, reality host. Like, he's a living legend, president. So like I had to take this opportunity to come see him. If it was raining, if it was 100 degrees, I would have, just like he's doing anything to help us, I would have done anything to come do this.
And that is one thing that does separate Biden supporters from Trump supporters. He does. They say he does. So, I mean, but, you know, you guys never, it's not odd to see you guys out here in snow, rain, heat. It doesn't matter. It's not any surprise, but it still is very impressive. And for anybody who's watching who's never been to a Trump rally or a Trump campaign event or a Trump event, it is like no other, and you would understand why these supporters come out in, it doesn't matter what the weather is, how long they have to wait. So I know President Trump really does appreciate you guys. And so hopefully this cloud cover keeps us nice and cool. The temperatures are starting to rise, but I'm going to let you guys get back to just kind of hanging out and mingling with people, because that's what we do best at a Trump event. A lot of people like to get to know the people next to them, which is always very, very nice. So thank you so much for giving me the interview, and I appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Yes. So, Vanessa, that was a lot of fun to kind of hear. And, you know, it was nice to kind of get firsthand account of what is happening with the public school districts here in Wisconsin, because that is one of the top 3 issues that Wisconsinites are going to be voting on coming this election.
Yes, and you know that again, we talk about it all the time, what's going on in our schools, and parents just aren't happy with the public school system and what's taking place in our children's schools. And I love to see parents getting involved and being aware. That is the number one key there, is to be aware, know what's going on from the time you drop them off at school in the morning to the time you pick them up in the afternoon. What is taking place in your child's classroom, in the lunchroom, in the libraries. Know what's going on in your child's school.
Absolutely. And, you know, I'm coming from Colorado, but even out there where we're a huge Democrat stronghold now, unfortunately, but you know, there's school choice, there's charter schools, but the public school, people are kind of pulling their kids, and it's not as daunting as it maybe was once upon a time when people would think of homeschooling, because now they've developed these co-ops.
Yes.
They've developed these systems that really, really help parents out to make it easier for them to kind of have control over what their children are learning, which that's kind of how it was way back when. So hopefully we can get back to that. I think that's really important to allow parents to parent.
Absolutely. And for parents, again, we will not reiterate this enough, cannot reiterate it enough. Be involved. Know what's going on. This is a crazy world that we live in, unfortunately. And so you just have to know what's going on their social media pages, TikTok, school, you name it. Be involved, be in the know. You're the parent. Don't let them parent you, right?
Yes.
And don't let the teachers parent you. They're not the parents.
Yeah,
they're just
they're
there
not.
to teach.
Thankfully, I don't know how. I know your son is very still small, but my son just started school, and it's nice. It's refreshing to kind of be at a school where the parents allow them to. They're theirs during the school day, but when they go home, you know, they have no impression on what goes on in your home, and I like it being very separate.
Yes, absolutely.
It's healthy, I think, for young kids, and for people just to understand that, you know, we're all. I think the government and maybe the left right now thinks that parents don't know what they're doing, but in reality, I think parents have a good idea of what they want their kids to learn and not learn. So, you know, parents are important and they have a voice, and Trump feels the same. So that's always so nice to hear.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, the line is getting longer, Jessica. I was just looking a minute ago while you were conducting that interview, just how long this line is getting. So we're going to continue to walk and show you the crowds as the people continue to wait for the gates to open to get inside and try to snag a good seat
And we still have quite a few hours before Trump kind of makes his way over here, but it doesn't seem as if anybody in line is really worried about standing.
Hey, oh my goodness, I love your outfit. Tell us a little bit about this.
Nothing, just clothes. I love Trump.
Clothes.
I love America.
Good. First time to see Trump?
Second time. I saw his first rally of the campaign season in Waco a year ago in March.
So where are you from? What's your name?
My name is Matthew. I'm from one of the suburbs of Chicago.
Chicago area. What's it like over there in Illinois?
Well, where do we start? It's a mess. There's a lot of crime. The taxes are too high. There's migrants all over the place. They're housing them in the police stations, out in front of the police stations. It's a disaster.
That sounds like a disaster. That's the first I've heard that they're housing them in the actual police stations.
Yeah. And then there's actually a measles. I work as a nurse. There's actually a measles outbreak and an outbreak of TB as well, tuberculosis. So yeah, it's not going well up there. It's I don't know. Or down there.
Okay, let's talk about that. When these, I know, we have laws that we have to abide by and privacy laws when it comes to healthcare. But when they come in, I have to have insurance when I go to the doctor. They just come in and get free care?
Yeah, they can go into the ER and get free care. I mean, I don't think they'll turn anybody away, but it's just a drag on the system. And, I've taken care of patients that they don't speak any English. They don't have any documentation of U.S. citizenship, and it's just a drag on our system. And then there's so many diseases that were eradicated at some point in this country, like measles and TB, and we're seeing a resurgence of that. It's not good. It's really not good.
Not good at all. And you're hearing it right here on Right Side Broadcasting from an actual nurse who sees all this going on in Illinois and the illegal immigration that's affecting our country and affecting our health care. They're on our streets. They're bringing in diseases. And Joe Biden is saying, the more the merrier. Everybody come on in. Everyone's welcome. We'll take care of you.
Yeah. Bring them on in. Yeah, no. It's there's so many Americans here that need help. There's so many people with mental health problems that are on the street, homeless veterans. That's like they're just being kicked to the curb while we're taking care of people that don't belong here. And I get it. We have to be passionate towards people. Like, I understand that. I'm a very compassionate person in the position that I'm in, but we need to help ourselves first. Because if you don't help yourself first, you can't take care of anybody else. So we have to be America first.
Absolutely. Put this country first. The Biden administration is clearly America last, and you're hearing another example right here where our veterans are on the street, but the illegal aliens who are streaming on over are getting free health care and bringing their diseases with them and spreading it to Americans as well. Do the people in Illinois, are they seeing this? Are they waking up to what's happening?
A lot of them are. There's certain areas of the state that are conservative areas. They've always been conservative, but then you have areas like Cook County, which is where Chicago is, people are still just blind to everything going on. They refuse to acknowledge all the problems, and they're okay with paying high taxes. They're okay with all the crime until it happens to them. Then they're like, oh, and they freak out. And it's like, well, dude, you've been voting for this for the last 20, 30 years. What did you think was going to happen? We're ready to leave Illinois, though. I just did a travel contract in Florida. Like I said, I was down in Texas for Trump's first rally. Those states are just so much better. The people are nicer. It's less to costs less to live down there.
He says the people are nicer. Thank you. I'm from Texas.
I love Texas. Which part of Texas?
I am from the Houston area.
Houston's cool. I was near Killeen, so right by Fort Hood, which they renamed, by the way, because they couldn't deal with the.
We'll welcome you in Texas. Just don't bring any liberal values, but I think you'll be okay. I think he's all right. So if you're watching from Texas, we'll take him. He's conservative.
Yeah, we love Texas. My stepdad has family down there. He's Tex-Mex, so his family's from right on the border, so they know all about the problems going on down there. They're down in Mercedes, and it's rough down there. They would get people come through the backyard, and then you know what else nobody's talking about too is the human trafficking going on. Nobody's talking about the human trafficking with the kids, the sex trafficking. It's like that's all just been brushed under the rug by the media, and it's really disgusting and disturbing that people don't talk about it.
Let's talk about it, because when I'm in airports traveling from rally to rally and President Trump events, I keep an eye out, because some of these bigger airports, whether it's Atlanta, even, Houston, you name it, when you go to these big airports, I watch.
Yeah.
Because they traffic them through airports, and so it's very important to pay attention. Is there a child who looks maybe uncomfortable, or is quiet, or doesn't look like maybe that's her father? So I always keep an eye out, because they're everywhere, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I see it at my job too. You get a patient who comes in, usually see a younger woman or even a child, and it's like, something's up, and like you're supposed to report it. But all these agencies, they don't care. You report this stuff, and it just is like, oh, whatever, But we need to close the border. We need to, we need the military on the border. We need our military down there, shut it down, and we need to do something about the drug cartels and all this stuff going on.
They're the ones who are controlling the border right now. The drug cartels are in control of the border. America does not have any control.
Right, exactly. And we have to do something about it, and people are angry. That's why, there's so many people out here that are here for Trump, so he can put America first. And I've been supporting him since 2015, 2016, when he first decided to run. I'm 30 now. I was 22 back then. And I had people trying to get me kicked out of nursing school because of my support for President Trump. But I stuck with him. I made it through, and I support the man 110%.
Good for you. Well, I'm glad to hear your perspective of your personal stories of the healthcare system and what's really taking place inside of these hospitals. It's really, really sad to hear, but that is real life. That's what America has turned to, and it's very unfortunate.
Yeah, it's very, very upsetting, but I feel hopeful for the future. A few years ago I didn't, when they meddled with the election. Everybody knows that they stole it, and it's important that we keep talking about that, because the mainstream media won't talk about it. But I consider you guys aren't mainstream media, and I've been watching Right Side Broadcasting since the Trump rallies back in 2015.
Oh, well, thank you. You're one of the loyal ones from the beginning. We love it. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I love you guys. You guys do like actual journalism, interviewing people. It's not just one-sided,
We hear your stories. We want you to tell. We want the Americans to tell us what they're going through, what they see, like what you see in the hospitals, what you see at the police stations. They're housing the illegal aliens there. That is just, the stories we hear all over America every single day. And people like him are fed up, and they want change.
Yeah, we do. We want change. We need Trump back. Because I don't think we can do another 4 years of Biden or whoever they decide to put in there now. Because who knows? If you're a medical professional, Joe Biden has dementia. He has a shuffling gait. Everything going on with him, he has dementia, and it's sad because his family hasn't. I wouldn't put one of my family members through that. The man he's not fit for office. You may disagree with his policies, and that's fine. And if he was all there cognitively, I would have no issues with that, right? But he is not there cognitively. He's not fit.
I'm glad you said that, because people know that, not all the lights are on upstairs. But from a medical professional, you are hearing it. He's got to have dementia or Alzheimer's or...
He definitely does. He's, he has all the symptoms, just observing it. He can't, he has a shuffling gait, which means he can't walk properly. He's falling all the time. His coordination is off. And then just cognitively, his mental cognition is just not there. You watch what he does, and he's always been, I'm not going to lie, he's been in office for 47 years. He's always been a bit of a moron if you go back and watch videos of him from 20, 30 years ago. But he's not there cognitively. No, he's
and I like how you said, because my family and I just had this discussion the other night, that we would never do this to one of our loved ones, ever. And so to put your loved one out there like this, it's almost like elder abuse.
It is elder abuse. Very sad. It's sad with him, because do I think he means well? Maybe. I don't know. His policies, he's not running the show, though. Because it's whoever's his underlings or whoever's above him. Who knows? He's not in charge, though.
Well, it was good talking to you. Learned a lot from you. Thanks for all you do in the healthcare industry. Love our nurses. Nurses for Trump, I guess, right?
Yeah, 100%. 90% of the nurses that take care of you are going to support the president. So be nice to them. They support President Trump. A lot of them. Most of them. A good 2/3 or more.
Well, We thank you for all you do. Continue putting up the good fight. We appreciate it, and enjoy your day today. All right. Well, stay with us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We have a lot of coverage still to come here today as we await President Trump here in Wisconsin. I'm Vanessa Broussard, and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I'm the host of the Let It Be Heard show here on RSBN channel. I would love for you guys to check me out. I'm on Spotify, Apple Music, Apple Podcasts, Rumble, YouTube. We release episodes every single week regarding culture, Bible, social issues, politics, current events, anything. So if you're into any of that stuff, I highly recommend you check me out. God bless you guys, and stay safe out there.
I'm excited to announce we're having a huge MyPillow spring sale, and here's a few examples. Buy one of our MyPillow 2.0s, you get another MyPillow 2.0 absolutely free. Made with cooling technology, the best pillow ever just got even better. And this just in, 9 brand new colors and styles of our Percale bed sheets. They're made with the finest long staple cotton, and now you can save 50% or more. That's as low as $24.98. And for the first time this year, I'm bringing you our My Slippers and Sandals for as low as $25 a pair. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your MyPillow 2.0s. Buy one, get one free. Percale sheets as low as $24.98. My Slippers and Sandals as low as $25 a pair. And for a limited time, when you order $75 or more, your entire order ships absolutely free.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Vanessa Broussard along with Jessica Rivera. We are in Racine, Wisconsin, right outside of Milwaukee. And the line to see President Trump today is long, and it's only growing by the minute. Beautiful day.
And it is starting to move a little bit, as we can see here, Vanessa. And we're going to get to a couple more interviews. I was speaking to some people out of Chicago. If you want to follow us this way, they're actually right here, gentlemen. So, okay, so I was talking to you a little earlier. Where exactly are you from?
Southwest suburbs of Chicago.
Okay, and what brought you here?
My father-in-law extended a gracious invite to come to my first Trump event, so here to support him and our family and just support our president.
So we're in Racine, Wisconsin. Obviously, this is a Democrat stronghold, and it's one of the major battleground states this year. How does Wisconsin politics, or how does Wisconsin affect you in Chicago or in Illinois?
Yeah, I just think united as a region of the country, you know, obviously being from the Midwest now, originally from the West Coast, try to bring my conservative values to Chicago from the Seattle area, but really excited just to kind of see our voice be heard and be awakened and really kind of just, you know, move on with, you know, what America needs, and that's, you know, truth, and that needs to be delivered by our president. And you know, he's our soundboard, but we the people are strong and united behind him.
Is this your first Trump event?
It is, yeah. So first event, voted for Trump in 2016, voted for him in 2020. We'll plan on doing it absolutely again in 2024. And first event, though, we're really excited to be here for sure.
Yeah, I know a lot of people with their first events, they're always like very surprised and shocked at just how friendly everybody is. Is that your is that your experience?
Yeah, 1,000%. People walking by with free water, donuts, very gracious, people picking up garbage. It's really awesome to kind of see everybody respectful. Even with the protesters that are here, we're seeing people be respectful of that, and freedom of speech, I guess, at its finest.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think coming out here, whether you are planning on voting for Trump or not, I think everybody is willing to have an open conversation here. So that's always a nice... it's refreshing to see. Well, thank you so much for your interview today. I appreciate it. And enjoy your first Trump rally. You're not in yet. And it's going to that's when the party really starts. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Yes, so we're here in Racine, Wisconsin, still waiting for President Trump to take the stage in a few hours, 3 p.m. Local time here, Vanessa. And I was just talking to that gentleman. It seems like a lot of people have come from Chicago, which is interesting, and they find Wisconsin's politics to be quite impactful. For them over there.
Yeah, right. And if you look at Chicago and what's going on there with the crime and the illegal immigration, and they're just fed up. They're tired of it, and the crime rate continues to just climb and climb and climb. And there's murders every weekend, and there's random days. Jessica, pick a day. I'll just Google Chicago crime, and I'll pull up news articles, and kids are being shot in their own homes, drive-by shootings, and families being destroyed, and parents having to bury their loved ones. It's just nonsense, and it needs to stop. And so these people are coming from Chicago because it's just about a 1-hour drive here to Racine, and they want to feel hopeful when they see President Trump take the stage this afternoon, that hopefully this can all come to an end and get better for them.
Absolutely. And you're talking about the crime in Chicago, also the crime rate in Milwaukee, which President Trump was talking about the other day. And, it's interesting because how the left will spin that, or anybody who is a non-Trump supporter will spin that, is because we need better gun ownership laws. Well, if they really looked at statistics and knew anything about the Second Amendment or gun ownership, very rarely are legal abiding citizens committing these crimes.
Right.
So what is that really going to do? We actually have a crime problem that goes much deeper than that, and that's not the problem.
Right.
To go after law-abiding citizens. So I always find that very interesting for them to think that law-abiding citizens are just out randomly shooting people. There is the very rare case that it does happen, but it is not the norm.
No.
And Chicago right now, and like many cities, it's an epidemic right now, and it's really, really sad with the crime and how soft blue states have gotten. I know in Colorado and Denver, our crime has skyrocketed. I will not go into downtown because the police, if you call them, they may show up, but they have other things that they're doing. They're so busy.
And their hands are tied, too.
Yes, absolutely. Why are they going to come out and arrest people and then have to be on leave and go through a trial, a lawsuit? It's not worth it to them.
Yeah.
And can you blame them? And it's very, very sad that we've done that with our first responders. And hopefully that will change, because we know President Trump does not have that view on first responders and police officers. He is in support of giving them the power, just like at the border. The DHS, CBP, their hands are tied there too with this administration. So
we have to bring back law and order, and the people here agree with that. We'll continue, Jessica, to look at the line here as we wait for President Trump this afternoon here in Racine.
Yes, and that the line is moving a little bit now. I bet these people are very happy to be getting a little closer to getting inside. But I was telling that one gentleman, Vanessa, that it's his first Trump event. He's having a very, very good... Oh, let's listen to them.
We have some people here who are rallying for Trump today. Hey, ladies. Hi. Hey, this is the party over here, the party group. What's your name? Where are you from?
Kathy from Chicago.
Kathy from Chicago. We'll walk up with you so you don't lose your spot in the line. Is this your first time to see President Trump?
Oh, no way. Many belts, many rallies under our belt.
Good.
Yes, yes.
Let's see, it's 10:08 in the morning, and you ladies are fired up.
Fired up. We want the border closed now.
Yes. Build that wall.
And so where you're from, let's talk about the crime rate. We were just talking about that. It's skyrocketing.
It's skyrocketing, and our politicians are totally lying.
Yes.
Totally lying.
They don't care.
They do not care.
Of course. It's Chicago. What do you expect?
We must unite. All of us must unite and kick out every Democrat there.
There you go. Okay, well,
make it red.
Make it red. Okay, continue your chant, ladies. We'll be seeing you here in a little bit.
Fun to see everybody.
Yes, more chants as we go down the line here.
Is anybody here that is not wearing some sort of red, white, and blue, very patriotic? Not surprising, though. You guys are the best. Oh, thank you. You guys are the best.
Hey, where are you guys from?
Right side podcast.
All right, so
Right
we're
side
continuing to
broadcasting.
watch. It looks like the gates have opened. The
Say it again, baby.
and we have a
What city?
Racine, huh? Okay. Waukesha. Okay, so let's talk about Wisconsin and how we're going to make sure Trump wins in 2024.
You just got to stop the cheating.
Got to get everybody to vote. Your friends, your neighbors, take them to the polls.
All right, so November can't get here soon enough, can it?
Nope. We can't wait for President Trump to be back in office.
Woo-hoo! So if you had one message for President Trump, you know he watches Right Side from time to time. If he's watching right now, what would you like to tell him?
President Trump, we love you, we support you, and mega.
Yes, Mega. We need you back.
All right, thank you, everyone, right here from Racine.
Yes, absolutely. You know, and looking at everybody's kind of attire here, we see so many shirts with people kind of celebrating with President Trump when it comes to being a felon and conviction. I don't think any of that is weighing in on these people's decision come November.
Absolutely
I think, if
not.
anything, it's giving President Trump a boost. It has definitely in his campaign fundraising. We know that he has raised record amount of funds since those convictions. So it's so great to see everybody out here and still nice weather.
Yes, absolutely. And, you know, talking about the conviction, his numbers in the polls have continued to grow. And nothing that the Democrats do is working. They're trying to bring him down, and instead he keeps going higher and higher in the polls. And as you can see, the people love him. The Real News, yes, we are here. Yes, so we'll continue to move down the line and see all of the people. The line has really grown since we started about an hour ago. Hello, everyone.
Donald John Trump is our current sitting wartime president, commander-in-chief of the military.
Yes,
hey,
he
so
is.
let's talk about that.
Rattle Trap, RATTLE TRAP 1776 Nation. On Facebook, his name's Derek Johnson, retired Army veteran. He shows how everything is in place, that he's going to be a three-term president minimum, serving minimum 12 years.
All right.
Sounds good. We'll have to look that up.
Is anybody here worried about Wisconsin being a swing state and maybe not being able to, pull through for Trump this year? Or there is no doubt that Wisconsin's pulling through for Trump?
Well, there's always caution, I mean, we got a lot of hope, and we're definitely going to try, because I know a lot of Trump supporters in Wisconsin. I don't live here anymore, but I used to. My son still lives here. And there is a huge sentiment for Trump, but we can't assume that it's over. We get up to the end.
Absolutely.
Vote, and
keep voting.
For Trump, the most innocent person I've ever seen so far on TV, because of look at all the times they try to do something and they haven't gotten him yet. So as far as I'm concerned, clean.
He is the most innocent convict, huh? Is that how we put it?
Not a convict. He's
felon.
That's not even really
what they say. Yeah.
Yeah, what they say. What is it? I want to know what it is.
All right. Well, thank you so much, and enjoy your time here today. Vanessa, the line seems to be moving quite a bit now, which is kind of nice as we get closer to President Trump taking the stage at 3 p.m. You are welcome. Thank you guys for always being so great and gracious to us. We appreciate it. And
all right, so the line
nice
is moving as we continue to see people pour in to see President Trump here. Love the overalls. I love the overalls.
Oh, thank you.
Where are you from?
Grace Lake, Illinois.
Illinois. Okay, is this your first time to see President Trump?
Yeah.
Oh, how excited are you?
I'm really excited.
What do you love most about President Trump?
I don't know. Dad, what do I love most?
Everything? It's hard to just to choose one thing, right? How old are you?
18.
18? Are you registered to vote?
Yeah.
Good for you. We were talking to an 18-year-old earlier, and we're trying to get the younger crowd out. So what's your message to the younger generation to get registered?
Register now? I don't really know. How do you register?
No, not how to register, how important it is.
Oh, it's really important. Every vote counts.
So cute. I love your outfit.
Nervous.
I'm sorry, don't be nervous. But she will be voting in November, and you'll be voting for?
Donald Trump.
There you go. All right. All right. So it's good to see. That's the second 18-year-old that I've interviewed today.
A big change this election with the young people who are now very much making their voices heard at 18 years old, having their first time to vote. It's very exciting, Vanessa, to see. It gives you some hope.
Yes,
you know?
Absolutely it does. Look at this line as people start making their way in. And we are showing you the crowd as they enter the gates here in Racine, Wisconsin, to see President Trump take the stage around 3 o'clock this afternoon. There will be a pre-program like always. And we are showing you what we see. We always show the crowds here on Right Side Broadcasting.
Does not end. Cannot see the end of it.
24 and 2020.
So we'll continue to move on.
And Vanessa, you know, Wisconsin being one of the major swing states in this coming election, doesn't seem like anybody's really too worried. I know that, like that lady said, there is always a chance and they do need to come out and vote, but I feel like, you know, by the looks of it, it looks like President Trump has a huge support system here in Wisconsin, which is kind of nice to see. Very, very nice to see.
Absolutely. And pretty much everywhere we go is Trump country, like they like to call it.
And they just keep coming.
The people come out and they support President Trump. And I love to see the kids here as well. If we can get video of the kids here, start them young. Come show your Trump shirts. What's your name?
Bo.
Bo, what's your name?
Steven.
Steven, so good to see you. And thanks to the parents for bringing out the kids. And, you know, Jessica, it's the parents who teach them young at home how important it is to vote, how important it is to stand for our national anthem.
Absolutely.
Why we stand for our national anthem.
And it's a family affair.
Absolutely it is, yes. Hi, what's your name? Where are you from?
We're from Chicago.
Chicago, a lot of people from Chicago today, a lot of fed up people from Chicago because of the crime rate there.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We're here to support Trump. Trump's our candidate. We've been with him from day one, and we hope he wins.
This is actually our first one to come to.
First one, so how excited are you about today?
Oh, very, very excited. Very excited.
What was the drive, about an hour?
About an hour and a little bit more than an hour, yeah.
So not far. A lot of people, again, here from Chicago. We talked to a lot of people, too, are saying that a lot of these illegal immigrants, these illegal aliens, are flooding into Chicago as well. Are you seeing an influx of illegal aliens in Chicago?
Yes, all over the Chicago metro area.
Hard to see, hard to deal with. I'll let you get into the line because it's moving fast now. But yes, People of Chicago that we're talking to are seeing a lot of illegal aliens start to set up there in their city.
You know, and talking about that, there's actually a whole terminal at Chicago O'Hare for the illegals that are being shipped in that is off access to most people. I don't know if a lot of people know that, but yes, they are dealing with their fair share of the illegal immigration that has taken place there, and the weight that it puts on local economies, the U.S. economy in general, because the money has to come from somewhere to support these programs that the left seems to be throwing at people. And
you know, speaking of airports, there is a portion of airports, of course, all airports, where you like baggage claim,
Yes.
for example, where you don't have to go through security. So we see a lot of homeless a lot of times, Jessica, when you're getting your bag at baggage claim, who are sitting there. They'll come up to you asking for money, asking for cash, asking for food. And so we see this at airports where there's, you know, in the wintertime, they were there to get heat and to stay warm. And now that it's summertime, they're in there to be cool. But they really start hanging out around baggage claim areas. And they're not kicked out. They're
Nope.
just allowed inside. And so the people who are traveling have to be very
But I guarantee
careful.
if you and I, if you and I were in the situation of kind of being in an area that wasn't necessarily where we should be, we would get in trouble. That's usually how that works.
Absolutely, yeah. So
But,
it's funny how that works.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll continue to move on. Let's move on down the line as people start making their way in. The gates have now opened. Hello. And we will move past. Look at these hats, if we can. Oh, look, I love this one. Rednecks for Trump. These are all for sale, so you'll see a lot of vendors out here selling merchandise. 47 with President Trump's signature right here. Too big to rig shirts also for sale. Just a lot of different merchandise for the people. Flags, of course. And so you'll see when you're out here at these rallies,
there's
a lot of
no
merch.
shortage of things to purchase here in support
Hey, how
of
are you?
President Trump.
Oh, I'm here.
Every time there's a rally.
Thank you. Appreciate you watching Right Side Broadcasting Network. What is your name? Where are you from?
Kirsten, and I'm from Cary, Illinois.
So what are you seeing there in your hometown? Are people really fed up with what's going on?
Starting to get there, thank goodness.
Yeah, we Jason, and we don't like Biden.
You don't like Biden. Okay, well, I don't think anyone here does today.
Yeah, that's true. Nobody does.
So what is it that you're looking forward to the most today to hear from President Trump?
Put Biden to shame and just expose all the corruption.
And that's why the left is after him, don't you think? It's because he's exposing them all.
Yeah, it's very true. 100%, yeah.
He's waking people up. People are starting to wake up to see, wait a minute, something's not right. There has been so much destruction and corruption in our country for a long time, but it's all coming to light now.
Absolutely, 100%. I can't wait to see him. He never left you down. Never, ever. I don't miss a rally. I never miss you. I feel like I know you.
Oh, you do know me. We're friends. Even though we've never met, this is the first time we've met. Thanks for watching. Thanks for being a part of the Right Side Broadcasting family. We appreciate our viewers like you. And welcome. Have fun at the rally today. You're sweet. Thank you.
Let's go, Brandon.
I thought I heard you right. Thank you. All right, we're continuing to watch the line here as people come in.
2024.
Absolutely.
Go Trump.
Who are you voting for?
Trump.
All right, so
You know,
people.
I was just coming back from a little ways up in the line, and a lady has a homemade Trump dress. It is absolutely beautiful, but there is no surprise as to what people come up with to attend these events for Trump, and it's really cool to see all the different outfits and the different shirts and the different ways
And
they
they're
choose to
just
support.
happy.
Yes. Oh, yes. Absolutely.
They're happy,
I don't think
they're
you ever find
hopeful.
anybody.
No,
Yes.
they're, and that's a big difference between the right and the left is that we're happy, we're hopeful, we have love, we have pride, we have honor and respect, and we love our Lord and our country. And on the left, they're angry, they're mad, they're destructive, and so it's just a big difference in the two sides. And you can always see that when we show the crowds here that people are just happy people here at the rally that we go to. All right, we look like we're nearing the end of the line as people are starting to come in. And as we wait, we will start making our way back to the front of the line. But let's show some more merchandise because it's always cool, like you just mentioned, Jessica, to see the different shirts and sayings. Never surrender with President Trump's mugshot. Look at all of these wagons with merchandise as well.
No shortage
always
of
love
merchandise.
to see these with the Trump hair. So giving out shirts, you have bumper stickers, I support police, Trump 2024, never surrender. You see a lot of shirts now since he's been found guilty that I'm voting for a felon. You just see all kinds of new, interesting slogans, sayings.
Like this one. This is probably the first I've seen that one with quite a few people wearing it, which is...
That's a new one today.
Yes, it is.
I haven't seen
definitely is.
That one before. All right, we're going to make our way back. So the people with the merchandise are making their way to the front as well because the gates have opened and people are starting to go inside. So bear with us as we make our way back to the front of the line here in Racine, Wisconsin, just outside of Milwaukee. 10:25 here local time, Central Time. President Trump to speak this afternoon.
And Vanessa,
that's okay.
Speaking of convictions, we know that Trump is slated to be sentenced on July 11th, just right before the RNC, which will be held in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, here not too far from Racine, where we're at today. And it'll be interesting to see what takes place in regards to what they plan for President Trump and what else they're going to throw at him.
Yes, there's a lot of speculation. We just don't know yet how he will be sentenced and what will take place on July 11th. But, of course, there's concern that he will be thrown in prison. And if that's the case, he can still run. Yep. He can still vote. Yes. Since he is a resident of Florida and the conviction did not take place in the state of Florida, he can still vote for himself on Election Day. And the people say they don't care. If they have to write in his name, yes, Jessica, they will do so. Look who it is. Our friends, Hadass Levy, Forgiato Below. Hello. Good to see you. Hello. How are you? Good to see you. What's been going on? So you've been busy lately. A lot of Trump rallies. Let's see. You were in the Bronx. You were in Vegas. Where were we recently? I think Wildwood.
Now we're in Wisconsin. We'll be in Philly Saturday. So I'm there. I'm on the campaign trail, just like you, getting it in.
There you go. So you have some new talent with you. We interviewed them just recently. So for people who don't know, let's talk about your newest, sign-on. Who's signed with you?
Hadass Levy. She's amazing. She's working hard. She's got
Hi,
really
guys.
good music.
Yes.
Her new album's out right now. I'll let her get right here. She can tell you a lot of good stuff about
How are you?
So good to see you. Let's talk about your new music.
Yeah, so American Dream album is out right now, and we're actually heading back into the studio to record another album. But we're here today with True the Vote. We're just restoring election integrity and making sure that everyone is registered to vote, because in the end of the day, you need to vote. You know, this is support, but we need people to go out there, grab everyone they know, make sure they're registered, so it's too big to rig.
Yes, too big to rig. So let's So let's talk about True the Vote. Are you seeing a lot of good response from that?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's funny because, there's a lot of people here, everyone here supporting Trump, but there's a lot of people that are, kind of just on the sidelines. They're not here for the rally. And the more we speak to them, the more information, they have good intentions. They're just not very educated about what's going on. So we kind of just educate them. And I think that they're kind of coming to the other side, and it's really motivating them.
Yes, absolutely.
A lot of people don't get it. At the end of the day, if you like Trump or you like Biden, we just sit here and fight about it. But if there's not a fair, free election, we're just wasting our time. Right, so we need to get out here. We make these elections free again, fair again, same day, no mail-in ballots, paper ballots only, voter ID. You gotta have an ID. You have an ID to fly on a plane. You have an ID to fish these days, but you don't need an ID to vote. Makes no sense.
No sense. So, but people like you working hard to make sure that election integrity is restored.
People like us.
Yes, people like us. Thanks, Forgiato. He's always got my back, no matter what. Always has my back. Okay, let's talk about your new album again. How can people listen to it, get it?
So Hadass Levy, American Dream, it's on all music platforms. You can download it on iTunes, on Amazon, Spotify, YouTube. You can follow me on Instagram, Hadass Levy 777. I put all my music there on my YouTube channel, so yes, you can get it there.
All right, and we're excited about your new album coming out. Love it. Always love to hear your new music. Speaking of music, you just performed for President Trump on his birthday. Talk about that. How exciting.
It was amazing. There was a lot of good people there, had a lot of good fun. A lot of patriots came out and showed Trump a lot of support. That's the thing. We never seen support for any president like this ever, right? Donald Trump has the most support out of anybody. I mean, Donald Trump is almost bigger than, the Philadelphia Eagles, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I mean, his brand is humongous. There's 80 million people out here ready to vote for him, and I think there's going to be a lot more people voting than a lot of people don't know about. We just got to get these illegal out of here, the illegal immigrants. If they vote, they're going to try to steal it somehow. They always do. But we got to get out in the numbers. We got to come out in packs. You got to vote. There's so many people I know that are even in these lines that didn't vote, right? They just want to come out for the party, or they're with a friend they came, or they're undecided. So my main thing is a lot of people, I used to always be like F Democrats, F liberals, but no, we can't do that no more. We got to red pill them. We need every voter we can get for this next election. So anybody you know that you had a problem with, that maybe because you didn't see eye to eye, try to have a conversation with them and pick the phone up, because at the end of the day, the country's going to be over.
And we've got to fight hard, continue the fight. You're doing it through your music. I know Hadass has been with you for a while. Love her. Again, I can't say enough about how great she is. Her music's wonderful. When I said there was someone new, I interviewed the other day.
Black Donald Trump. Black Donald Trump, he has a new song out called Too Big to Rig. Donald Trump, the first black president. A lot of the African-American community that we know, they're looking at Trump now as the first black president since he's been indicted. Right, and he's did way more for the African American community than Obama's ever done. You know what I'm saying? Obama just had a big holiday though. Him and his family was Father's Day, and his kids have two fathers. So.
Are you talking about Michael? By chance?
That was a big holiday for them. That was like the best thing they got. But at the end of the day, Obama's the one I think creating this thing. I don't even think Biden will be the candidate. I don't know who it's going to be. Maybe Gavin Newsom. We'll see what they do. I don't even think Biden will be on the ballots.
No, and they always have something up their sleeve. You just never know, but we have to be prepared no matter what. And so, Donald Trump coming in strong, the power behind this MAGA movement is something we've never seen before. And it's people like you doing it through music. Have you ever seen a president or a presidential candidate have music? People who give their careers to a president. That's how much we trust him, we love him, we support him.
Well, he's given his career for this country, so he's doing everything, and I think that's the main thing, is he's trying to save America from the corruption of the Democrat Party, and that's why he has such a huge following, and this movement is going to be past Donald Trump. These are patriots here, and we love Donald Trump, and he's doing everything he can, and so is everybody here.
And I say this all the time too, Hadass, that Donald Trump, we depend on him so much, but he's one man. He can't do it alone. We have to be there supporting him as well. So when you go to vote in November, make sure you vote out the rhinos. Make sure you get true conservatives in office, because we're not just voting for a president. We're voting for Senate seats and House seats. So it's so important to make sure he has that support when he's in office, because he is just one man.
The right Republicans. We got some other Republicans that need a little reminding whose side of the team they're on. So.
Those are the rhinos that we need to get rid of. All right, anything else you want to hit on? Make sure that we get all your music out there. Your team is rocking it.
Yeah, we're building the whole team up. We got everybody doing good stuff. Make sure everybody follows Hadass Levy. She's newest on the team. She's been doing a lot of stuff. Her new album's going to be real good. She's got a great voice. She was on American Idol. She's doing a lot of things. She could have signed her life away to Hollywood, but she decided to fight for the country and fight for her kids and her family, and that's what she's doing. So she made the right decision.
Yes, and you've performed at Mar-a-Lago, too.
Yeah, no, I've performed for Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago many times. You know, it's just incredible to see what he's done for this country. I love him, and I just, you know, God bless Trump, God bless America, and let's hope this election in November is safe, and let's make it too big to rig.
Absolutely, and you know, and when talking about your singing, you know, people are having barbecues right now. They're on their boats. What better way than to listen to some patriotic music from Hadass Levy while you're out on your boat and while you're barbecuing with your friends?
And also, me and Classically Chloe have a new song, Country to Save. You guys can download it. It's a really good song. Chloe's also an amazing piano player. We're going to be in Nashville next week performing that song, and she's got a new album that's coming out that we did together very shortly as well.
Love the collaboration. Thanks, guys. So good to see you as always. Make sure you download their music. Good Patriots right here. They are working hard to get rid of, you know, the old school rap and music that you hear on the radios that your kids should not be listening to. This is the music they should be listening to because it's good music, it's solid music, and they just want to save this country like the rest of us. So make sure you download Forgiato Below, Hadass Levy, their whole team, and get your playlist going for the summertime. Can't go wrong with it. Jessica.
Absolutely, Vanessa. And actually, I know you were doing the interview, but I am connected on social media with Hadass. She has... I'm telling you, if you want to hear some beautiful patriotic music, it is a great album to listen to. I know I put it on sometimes, and it's great to be here with you and to meet you. I loved it. Yes. And I have seen you perform in Mar-a-Lago for President Trump. Do you get nervous?
Not anymore. No, I get excited. It's always really exciting to be there and to support Donald Trump. It's beautiful. Mar-a-Lago is gorgeous, and you know, Palm Beach is amazing, and he picked the most gorgeous location for his home because everything he does is perfect and grand. So yeah, we love it over there.
So I come from Colorado, and I was listening to a little bit of your country music. How did you get involved with that, or have you always been into country?
So I started singing when I was 12 years old, and I actually started singing at an open mic country restaurant bar called the Palominos in North Hollywood, California. And I would go every week and I would sing Linda Ronstadt and Patsy Cline and Willie Nelson. So I did sing country. I also do pop music, rock, but I've been writing music my whole life.
Yeah, I was going to say your album is very eclectic. Yes. Patriotic and eclectic, that's a good word for it, because you're not really into one. You kind of can do it all. And it's amazing. And like I said, I've seen when you have performed for President Trump at Mar-a-Lago, you do a beautiful job on any song that you sing, but especially our country's national anthem, whatever you sing, it's absolutely beautiful. But I want to ask you something about, maybe a little bit more about your personal life. You're a mom, right? Okay. So what does it mean in today's climate to be a mother with a young child with this economy? And are you worried for the future of our children?
100% yes. Now, I have 3 children. I have a 15-year-old daughter, a 13 and 7-year-old son. So they're all, you know, one's in high school, one's in middle school, one's in elementary school. Now, it's very worrisome for me that my daughter, who's in high school, goes to school and she comes home and tells me that there's furries, that children that identify as animals, cats, going to the school. I think the teachers union is absolutely trying to destroy the children's future by allowing this type of behavior to happen. The economy definitely, I moved here from Israel when I was 1, and my parents are the epitome of the American dream. They came here, they started their own company, became successful, became legally, you know, got a green card, got citizenship when I was 13 years old. So I'm really appreciative to be in this country. Coming from another country, America, especially Ronald Reagan was president when I moved here, it was like the greatest place to be. And to see what has happened from the Democrat Party, how they've been continuously just destroying it year after year after year, I really believe that Donald Trump is the only way that we have hope to save this country. He loves America. He gave up everything to fight for this country, and that's why, I didn't sing for a long time because I was raising my 3 kids, but I actually started writing music and performing again just because I also felt like that's my only way to get involved as much as I can, and I really am afraid, and it's because of my children that I do this. I just really, really want my children to grow up in the same amazing country that I grew up in as a child.
And really quickly, Hadass, before I let you go and enjoy the rest of this event, as everyone is, I wanted to ask you, would you elaborate on being from Israel and your thoughts on some of the anti-Semitic stuff that has been taking place on our college campuses, and your take on what's going on with Israel and Gaza?
Yeah, well, if you look, you have kids going to the top Ivy League schools, and when you see them actually on interviews, they're so uneducated about what's actually going on in Israel, and what's going on in Gaza, and how Hamas is controlling Gaza and using the Palestinians as human shields. Now, Hamas is attacking Israel. They did one of the largest attacks since the Holocaust, right, in Israel. And instead of people coming to Israel's defense, they're coming to the Palestinians' defense, which I don't want innocent Palestinians dying, of course not, but Hamas is using them as shields. So it's a very, very sensitive subject, but the fact that all of these students are protesting and they're so uneducated about what's really going on, it's just very disappointing. It's a very sad day right now for Jews in Israel, American Jews, and I really hope that more American Jews are realizing that Donald Trump supports Israel way more than the Democrat Party.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Hadass, and appreciate you speaking on that because, you have experience. You're from there. You immigrated here, and it's great to get some of your perspective on that. And thank you so much for all you do, too, because you're pretty much giving your career to this movement, and we appreciate it. And I know Donald Trump does, too. So enjoy the rest of the day. I'm sure we'll bump into each other when we're in there, but thank you so much. All right. Yes, so we're here in Racine, Wisconsin, just speaking with Hadass Levy. If you are interested in downloading some patriotic, very eclectic music, she does country, she does pop, she does, you name it, she does it. She has a beautiful voice. She's a very trained voice and singer. So it's so great to be able to have spoken to her and for her to give us her input on the Israeli and Gaza issue there, Vanessa, which was interesting because she immigrated from Israel. So it's always nice to get a viewpoint of somebody who actually has some background on it. And she did bring up the point that, ooh, that's a little loud.
I think they're mic checking or checking the system right now.
But Hadass did bring up the point that, of course, she doesn't want, the majority of people don't want young, innocent people of Gaza to die. But you can also still support and feel that Israel is in the right and also not want innocent people from Gaza to be injured or to be killed. It's not one or the other. You don't have to pick. You can feel both things at the same time and support both things.
It's a great perspective, and of course, human life is always important, no matter what side you're on, and you never want to lose innocent lives. So as always, our thoughts and prayers with the people of the Middle East, and it's great to hear Hadass and her personal story on that. Hey, as we start to make our way to the security lines and then start going inside, we want to remind you that as you plan for the future, plan with the Birch Gold Group. Awesome group of experts there over at Birch Gold Group. Actually spoke to them the other day on the phone, and they're helping me, and just very personable and want to know how can we help you best. And my situation may be different than yours and may be different than yours, so they will come up with a way that best fits you and your needs. So plan for the future, whether you're looking at your IRAs or your 401ks, it doesn't matter. They have thousands of satisfied customers who are on the right track to financial freedom, and it's very easy to get in touch with them. All you have to do is grab your cell phone right now and text the word Trump to 989898. Great reviews with the Better Business Bureau as well, 5-star rating there.
Yes, Gold Birch or Birch Gold. They have to be busy because I'm going to tell you, a lot of people are starting to look to put their money in other places. And what better way to get started than with Birch Gold, who is a great supporter of our network. And so it's they have a really, really great specialized plan, like you were saying. You were speaking with them. They are some of the most friendly people.
Yeah, they are. They really
And
are.
you know, they bring it to. From what I'm understanding, is finance. A lot of people think of finances and they think that they don't really know much about it, but they really bring it down to your level and explain it to you so that you understand it. So give them a call.
Yes, give them a shout today. Birch Gold Group, text the word Trump to 989898. Hey, I'm looking at the crowd right now. Jessica, we'll start making our way. And you have to remember that this is a Tuesday. People are at work.
Yes.
And they may not be able to get here until afterwards, maybe on their lunch break, late lunch, or whatever the case may be. So we're expecting the crowd to only grow as the day progresses. So, but keep that in mind as we are, going throughout the day here at the Trump rally in Racine, Wisconsin. It is a work day, and the people who aren't working may have kids at summer camp, who knows, and taking the kiddos to different places. But bring the kiddos out here. What better way to spend your summertime than at a Trump rally? You can tell your teachers all about it when you go back to school in August.
Get some extra credit with a report or something. Well, we know who's not at work. Some of these people here, and I've heard, Vanessa, and I don't know if you've spoken to anybody before who has said that they've actually taken some PTO to come and support President Trump on, they work, they're everyday people, they have to pay the bills, but they take some of their personal time off to come support him. So it wouldn't surprise me if that's what's taken place here today with some of these supporters.
Yes, and we are looking at the line right now as they wait to go through security. Yeah, security is always tight. We want to thank our local police officers who are here, our Secret Service who's here, and just all of the law enforcement officers who protect us at these rallies. I do get asked this a lot, Jessica, if I ever feel concerned, and I always say, no, because I think that the most protected place in America is always at a Trump rally or Trump event because the security is so tight. They have cadaver dogs, drug-sniffing dogs, bomb-sniffing dogs. So 2 legs or 4 legs. The security is on point, and so I always feel safe and secure. I never think about security really at a Trump event because I just know and I feel that we're safe.
Yeah, and talking about security, I know in Detroit the other day, they had a quick, security breach that they talked about and kind of postponed things for a little bit. But you know what? Not for very long. They got it all taken care of. So, yes, security is tight. They're on things, and they're everywhere. So it's a very secure and safe place to be. It's a family-oriented event. And as some of the people we were talking to earlier said, is very friendly. People are picking up their trash. People are talking, having conversations, really trying to understand our neighbors and the people that we live around and figure out what really impacts them this coming election.
Yes. We're looking at the front row Joes who are here. They are always first ones in line, and they received the nickname from President Trump, the front row Joes, because he recognizes them at every single rally, always in the front row. So he nicknamed them the front row Joes. So they had jerseys made with that name. I see them mingling with the crowd right now, and everyone just having a really good time. I like showing the merchandise because we always see great sayings. This is Christians for Trump, police supporter, Jesus is the answer. Don't like the guns, don't buy one. There, now wasn't that easy? Don't tread on my rights. Don't tread on me. Unborn lives matter.
And they do.
They do. What was so interesting earlier, Jessica, is I was speaking to an 18-year-old who is really getting involved and getting his friends involved, and I asked him what is his main concern, and he said abortion. At 18 years old, he says, these are lives that we're taking. And so that was heartwarming to hear from an 18-year-old that he's so concerned about the many
life,
people out
yes.
there that are just having abortions, and the unborn lives do matter.
And we do have to remember that it not only affects the woman during the time of abortion, whether she is making the decision or not, goes through with it. Later on, we hear of people going through major depression, regret, but it affects men, and a lot of men are coming out and really having their voices heard because, as we know, it takes two. That baby is not just one person's. It takes two people to make that baby, and so all are affected. So that was very refreshing to hear that a young man is involved in such an issue as abortion and wanting to save the unborn lives.
Yes. All right, so we are continuing to move in. Let's see if we can get in the crowd here and kind of squeeze our way through as we wait through the security line. Hello, hello. Hi, how are you? Oh, we have the emotional support dog right there. Love the dogs. Let me try to get to the front row Joes over here. Excuse me. We are making our way through the line. Excuse me.
Wait a minute. You don't have to pass me. You don't have a mic, but you
Yeah,
have
I
to
do.
pass me.
Front row Joes.
Yeah.
Hello. We saw you.
Yes, I love
Hello.
you, girl. You know, I'm volunteering, so I can't really say anything.
Okay, you can't say anything at all. Just say we can say how great
I
the
can
front
say
row Joes are.
Yes, the front row Joes are the best, but nobody's better than Right Side Broadcasting. Is he actually filming? I love it. And we miss Brian.
Yeah.
We love Vanessa. She's awesome.
We love you too. Always love hearing the shout out from President Trump.
I'm a special staffer now.
Okay, well he is staffing, so he he's working, so he doesn't have time for us today. But front row Joes, again, they're always front row at the Trump events. And look at these jerseys. Can you at least show your jersey?
You take that staff off. I'm not supposed to have that on there.
Oh yeah, we didn't see that. Well, look over there. Can you look over there? Yeah. There we go. Front row Joes. That's the hashtag. Hashtag FRJ. Love it. Okay. Good seeing you too. All right. So we had to see the front row Joes. He couldn't really speak today because he is volunteering and he's on the clock. So
there is so many people here. It is amazing. And look, we have a four-legged animal there who has his support for Trump on it. Yes,
dog.
exactly.
Yes.
It's very interesting.
We're
very
seeing
nice.
a lot of local politicians here as well, trying to get the word out to these voters here in Wisconsin as we head into November. We are going to make our way this way. It's a tight squeeze here, but you know what? That's what we do here at Right Side. What we see, you see, and what we hear, you hear. So come along with us.
What's your name?
Jessica. Love the shirt. They have to go, don't they?
Yes, they do.
Aren't they just terrible?
Yes, they are. And I don't understand why Agenda 47 isn't more pronounced to the public. I don't understand why every other nation on earth is more important than the one we live in. Why our own citizens are taking a back seat to those overseas.
Isn't it just sad that the country has come to this in just 3 short years?
It really is. It's really sad that we've come to this point, and I don't even feel like we live in the nation that I grew up in anymore, and that breaks my heart. I wish more people would revisit the Declaration of Independence, the Federalist Papers, and even our Constitution, because a lot of times when it's quoted, things are taken out of context. Commas, everything were debated and are specifically there for a reason. Nothing is there unintentionally. It didn't take one day for any of these documents to be drafted. They were all deliberated and very intentionally crafted. And our founding fathers had a very specific vision.
And it was a wonderful vision.
Yeah, it was. And Benjamin Franklin even said, when he was asked, what kind of nation did you create? Well, it's a republic, if you can keep it. So it's our responsibility. We have to be involved locally. Local action is national impact. If you're not involved in your local community, then you're allowing yourself to be governed. You either will participate in it or you will be a subject to it.
Local leads to state, state leads states to federal, so it's very important for you to get involved at home. But you're absolutely right. You know, this is not the country that my grandparents grew up in, my parents grew up in, and just in, you know, a couple of short years, it's been destroyed. Can you imagine another 4 years of Joe Biden?
I can't. And to be honest with you, I'm a firstborn here, at least on my father's side. He defected from a communist nation, so it's really heartbreaking to see what's happening here. Everything that I was told from my grandparents, my parents, I can see it happening here. And I'm sorry I'm getting emotional, but it really is heartbreaking.
And that's okay, because I do talk to people who have fled communist countries, and they're scared just like you are.
Yes, absolutely. We're there.
And I was just talking about this the other day, actually last night in the hotel restaurant, to someone who was here for work as well. And I told him that I was talking to a family who fled Cuba. They're here legally, fled Cuba. And I said, how close are we on a scale to 1 to 10? They said 9. That's how close we are.
Absolutely. And that's one of the reasons that, I mean, I'm not Cuban, but one of the reasons I love the Cuban immigrants so much is because they are aware. They're close enough that they see and they recognize what is happening in this country. Right now, I'm sorry, but our republic is very dependent on them and on the other immigrants that have fled this type of totalitarianism.
Well, we can only continue to fight the good fight, and keep doing what you're doing, and we're going to save this country.
I pray that we will. We need at least 4 more years, and I hope that somebody is willing to fill President Trump's shoes after the 4 years, because it's a constant battle.
Well, you know, he's a businessman, and he's good at making business plans, and so I'm pretty sure if we know President Trump like we know President Trump, he has it all lined out on how it should go after his 4 years.
Absolutely. I mean, this freedom is something you literally have to fight for every generation. You have to secure it every generation. Otherwise, paraphrasing Reagan, I mean, what did he say? If you don't defend it today, you're going to be telling your grandkids about it in the future. So we absolutely need to do what we can to save our freedom.
Well, one of the first steps is being here today and getting the voice out. So thanks for being here.
And thank you. I love RSBN. It's a great channel. I wish it were covered more.
Thank you.
On more cable networks.
Well, we might get there soon. So, but yes, thanks for watching, and thanks for all you do.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
You too. All right, we are about 5 minutes away from the top of the hour as people continue to make their way in.
What a great interview that was. And she was getting so emotional, but it's so true. People who come from immigrants who have come from socialist countries or countries that have had major governmental issues, we need to listen to their experiences and really learn and realize that America can't go down those same roads, or else we're going to be in the same boat as some third world countries. And it's you know, I listening to her, it was so understanding as to why she got emotional. It's very, very touching.
Yes, and they do, because they've lived it. Yes. Their parents have lived it. Their grandparents have lived it. I actually went to a dinner about a month or two ago where the keynote speaker is Cuban, and his parents fled Cuba. And to listen to the life story of how they did it and how they got here to the Houston area to just have a better life was really touching, because that was just one story of so many people who flee to live a better life and to come to the land of the free, the land of opportunity. And to see, like I said just now, people are saying on a scale of 1 to 10, we're at 9. No one knows this better than the people who fled the communism. And they're saying we're so close. This woman we just spoke to said, we're there now.
Yes.
And the American people don't realize that because they've never experienced it, but they better wake up.
Yes. And we live in comfortability here, being Americans. Those of us who've been born here and don't know any different. We just think, oh, it's change. Oh, you know, things change. Governments change. You know, it's the new times are coming in, and we just have to kind of get used to it. No, we don't. Yeah. No, we don't. There is a time and a place where you finally put your foot down and say, this isn't normal.
Right.
This isn't going to work for America. America is very, very, and so is President Trump, very welcoming to immigrants. I mean, that's what we were founded on. And I hate when people say he has an immigration policy that is horrible and racist. It isn't. He has an immigration policy, which is what our Constitution states, for you to come here and do it legally. And there is a certain amount of people that can come at any one time. It's common sense, or else you ruin the system. The system collapses. Yeah. There is you're not able to sustain it. So as far as being welcoming, President Trump is more than welcoming. At some point, though, you have to say, we need to get this under control and do this the right way.
Yes, we're going to go this way to the back to the crowd here.
Yes. As we move our way, it's very crowded here.
So let's go Brandon shirts.
I know. Our cameraman is making his way over to us.
Yes, so bear with us as we make our way through this mega crowd here in Racine, Wisconsin. And I have to say this too. Where's Hadass Levy when we need her?
I know, right?
This is Right Side Broadcasting Network's 9th birthday today. And if Hadass was here, we'd get her to sing happy birthday, but she's around here somewhere.
We'll find her.
Happy 9th birthday to RSBN. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here with you and to meet all of the people we've met along the way. I'm pretty sure there's been a few staff members who've been here since the beginning, working hard to get us where we are today. And thanks to all the people, the supporters, those who donate on our website, rsbnetwork.com. It's because of you that we're able to celebrate our 9th birthday today. So thanks to all of our viewers, all of our workers, our owner, Joe Seals, a great company to work for. And we're just happy to be here and to be with all the MAGA movement. So 9th birthday, RSBN. Happy birthday to you.
That is exciting.
Yes.
Very exciting.
Yes. Don't go anywhere. We're at the top of the hour. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We're going to try to make our way inside because most of the people are already inside. It looks like there's still a big crowd over here as well trying to get in. So we'll be right back here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. A lot more to talk about, a lot more to see as we await President Trump in Racine, Wisconsin. I'm Vanessa Broussard along with Jessica Rivera, and you're watching Right Side Broadcasting Network. Stay with us.
I'm excited to announce we're having a huge MyPillow spring sale, and here's a few examples. Buy one of our MyPillow 2.0s, you get another MyPillow 2.0 absolutely free. Made with cooling technology, the best pillow ever just got even better. And this just in, 9 brand new colors and styles of our Percale bed sheets. They're made with the finest long staple cotton, and now you can save 50% or more. That's as low as $24.98. And for the first time this year, I'm bringing you our My Slippers and Sandals for as low as $25 a pair. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your MyPillow 2.0s. Buy one, get one free. Percale sheets as low as $24.98. My Slippers and Sandals as low as $25 a pair. And for a limited time, when you order $75 or more, your entire order ships absolutely free.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I'm the host of the Let It Be Heard show here on RSBN channel. I would love for you guys to check me out. I'm on Spotify, Apple Music, Apple Podcasts, Rumble, YouTube. We release episodes every single week regarding culture, Bible, social issues, politics, current events, anything. So if you're into any of that stuff, I highly recommend you check me out. God bless you guys, and stay safe out there.
Good afternoon, everybody, from Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Matthew Alvarez, and you're watching Right Side right here on Rally Day in Wisconsin. As you've seen, Vanessa Broussard and Jessica Rivera doing an awesome job out there interviewing a number of patriots and some great commentary as well. This is what we love to do here. It's off the script, but it's based in fact and truth. And of course, anytime there are news stories or polls or any kind of breaking news, we will also do our best to bring that to you, not only on TV and streaming, but also online. Also today, as you take a live look there in Racine, Wisconsin, as President Trump will speak at 3 o'clock local time in Wisconsin, obviously 4 o'clock on the East Coast. That state, as Vanessa mentioned earlier, up for grabs are 10 electoral votes. So it's a big state, of course, with that blue wall up there with Wisconsin, Michigan, and then Pennsylvania will be upcoming with President Trump as well. So we are hearing that he is, if you could say that again in the studio, we also know that today, of course, is, okay, we're hearing that President Trump is in the air in Trump Force One on the way to Wisconsin there, most likely landing in Milwaukee, which is not too far north of Racine there in Wisconsin. But what I was about to say was what you heard from Vanessa as well before the commercial break. This is Right Side Broadcasting Network's 9th birthday. It's 9 years since we started here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. I know a number of us are new within the past few years here, but it's the same foundational principles running this network. And it's wonderful to have been around here at Right Side, of course, for a few years for myself, but still 9 years, nearly a decade, Right Side Broadcasting Network. So those of you faithful viewers out there, new viewers, this is a great day to watch, of course, today being June 18th, 2024, bringing you live coverage, as you can see there, of the Patriots in Wisconsin. We the people out there several hours before President Trump takes the stage, and we will be going back out there live with Vanessa and Jessica as they continue to be the correspondents on the ground there interviewing people. Now, as I mentioned earlier, the 10 electoral votes that are up for grabs, I saw something on 270towin.com. So between 1988 and 2012, Democrats in Wisconsin won the 7 presidential elections there, although the 2000 and 2004 races were extremely close. So the streak was broken in 2016 when Donald Trump won Wisconsin, and he won by 0.7% over Hillary Clinton. That from 270towin.com. Of course, we know how things went in 2020, but fast forward to 2024, President Trump leading in the polls, even though it's ever so slightly. You know, it's interesting, some of the polls, do they really reflect what the people are saying on the ground? Because my point is, I would believe that the lead for President Trump is way more than a 1/10 of a percentage point. You see, look at all those people there. If anybody else was showing up to do a rally or an event, you would not see what you see right there. It is just a sea of red, as you have heard many times over the past 9 years of this network, where you see people that are supporters of President Trump, but also supporters of God and our country and our Constitution. So wonderful to see that live coverage there. All of this coverage brought to you by your donations and also by a number of sponsors, including the Wellness Company. This emergency kit is something to get definitely for this summer and into the fall, winter time. To have one ready to go is always good. So ivermectin, Z-Pak, and more in that emergency kit. MakeCareGreatAgain.com. Having one in the vehicle, the house, and at work, always good. Especially after you fill out the medical information, they'll make sure you get lined up with the right kind of prescriptions, and you'll get that emergency kit. So again, it's ivermectin, Z-Pack, and more within that emergency kit. It's saying, you know what, to the pharmaceutical companies, you know, some of them make some stuff that works, but as you know, there are certain things that may work better. So that's why you have great doctors at makecaregreatagain.com that will assist you in the process of eliminating viruses and bacteria through things like ivermectin, a Z-Pack, and you can look on there, makecaregreatagain.com, for more information on what exactly is in those kits. Makecaregreatagain.com. Once again, I'm Matthew Alvarez here live as you look at Old Glory flying there. Beautiful flag in Racine, Wisconsin. I actually had to call Racine, one of the stores there, just to find out how to pronounce the name correctly. You got to get that right. You don't want to get the town names wrong. So, so it's Racine, Wisconsin, just south of Milwaukee, of course, where President Trump will be at the RNC, hopefully at the RNC, and sharing his vice presidential pick there. So obviously great coverage for those 4 days, July 11th through the 15th. Actually, it's July 15th through the 18th. And then we'll see what happens on July 11th with this lawfare situation against the leader of the free world, the leader that has so much support by we the people. This is it's an absolute joke, in my opinion, for anyone to think that there is not an overwhelming majority of America that is supporting the Republican candidate right now. You see it everywhere. You see what's happening under the Biden administration. You saw what happened under a Trump administration. Well, what will happen is the big question. Will Biden be the Democratic nominee in the sense of the DNC in Chicago? Will he actually be the guy that President Trump runs against? So this is all developing news, even though it's early on in the summer here, and there's still a lot of days yet till the election. We're talking 140, but still that is around the corner in some cases. It's less than half a year. We've got the big debate between Biden and President Trump on June 27th. We will definitely have a live coverage there. We'll have a camera outside of the fake news CNN there for some live coverage and some reaction to see people there, either protesters or whatever. We're going to have that live coverage. And that's what we are all about here at Right Side Broadcasting. Once again, 9 years. Today is the 9th birthday for Right Side Broadcasting Network. So I know a lot of you that are watching absolutely love this network. And tell your friends about it. Tell your family about it if they haven't heard of it, just to bring out even more people to watch this network. Because again, what this network is all about is live coverage. Live at the events, live hours before, as you can see. This is something that you're not going to see on major networks. And it's interesting, we can call it major networks. I believe Right Side Broadcasting Network is a major network and a major player in the conservative media. And also, we see it because it's not editing anything out. It is the full, unfiltered truth. It's showing the crowds, as you can see there, as we zoom in on a Trump 2024 flag. But also, you're not going to get those cut and edited sound bites. It's going to be the entire speech. It's going to be you, the people out there. When we interview you, we don't have a censor in the sense of, pulling the mic away from you unless you're saying something that is off color or something that's that's promoting anything other than good things. But the point is, there's no censorship. It is a free speech network that absolutely loves this country, absolutely loves the Constitution, and absolutely loves you, because we're there because we're connected together as Americans, we the people. President Trump, as you read there and as you look live in Racine, Wisconsin, will speak at 4 o'clock Eastern. That's 3 in the Central, of course. 1 o'clock out there on the Pacific time zone. We're so happy that you're joining us. We are having those live correspondents on the ground there. We're going to hear again from Vanessa Broussard and Jessica Rivera, 2 patriots, 2 great correspondents for Right Side Broadcasting Network, doing a fabulous job, among others here at the network, as we continue to grow and cover President Trump, but also, again, covering congressional hearings or right there. I mean, sometimes the simple way to go is seeing our fellow countrymen and countrywomen out there waving to us. This is what we're about. We connect with you, and we're thankful again that nearly 10 years now, Right Side Broadcasting Network bringing you live coverage. So many amazing moments all across this country, whether Wisconsin or just the other day in Michigan at the various events there, the other day in Las Vegas, New York the other day with the Bronx. I mean, there's so many different places. I mean, this network obviously has been to Alaska, California, South Dakota, name it, Right Side's been there. And we do it for the truth, and we do it to cover the latest news. And speaking of the latest news, we do know, again, President Trump leading in the polls in Wisconsin. Also, within the Epoch Times, an article that, interestingly enough, just came out pretty recently, where President Joe Biden, just on June 18th today, announced that his administration will not deport many illegal immigrants who are married to U.S. citizens or whose parent is married to a U.S. citizen. So approximately 500,000 spouses of U.S. citizens, as well as about 50,000 children, will be shielded from deportation and given the ability to gain legal status without leaving the United States. This, according to the Epoch Times and a report from the White House. So we're seeing more and more of the illegal immigration situation getting even worse, but them calling it, you know, hey, everything's okay. People can still, it seems like they're just allowing people to come across the border. What is actually going to happen when it comes November 5th, 140 days from now? We need to have voter ID. Same-day voting would be great. I know that people can also vote early. President Trump has been open about whether it's early or on the same day, we have to get out there and vote, vote, vote. I mean, you look at True the Vote, Cause of America, and PrecinctStrategy.com, great websites, but also following Right Side Broadcasting Network, it's RSBNetwork.com. You just go to our website, and also there's a newsletter that you can get to stay informed on what's happening out there when it comes to everything polls, elections, county elections. I mean, Racine County and that region right now is a major battleground area, especially Milwaukee County and then in Racine there, because this is the way these counties may go will really pull the state of Wisconsin. Again, 2016, President Trump, of course, won that against Hillary Clinton. 2020, I won't even mention what happened there, as we are mostly all on the same page with what happened there. And then 2024, we're seeing that President Trump has a lead against Joe Biden for the November 5th election. So we'll be covering every detail as it arrives, especially upcoming this weekend. Later this week on Saturday, June 22nd, the 45th president will be in Philadelphia. What a great rally that will be in Philadelphia. In the meantime, we're going to get back here to Wisconsin in just a few seconds as we gear up for President Trump's speech, which will be at 4 o'clock Eastern. It will be a great speech there because the people of Wisconsin absolutely are in MAGA country. It is Trump country there, and you can tell by just the boots on the ground. That's what I love about live coverage, is you can see that that's a live picture. There's nothing altered there. That is what's happening, right? And so it's great to be able to report to you the truth and also to see what is boots on the ground. So Vanessa Broussard and Jessica Rivera will be picking up live coverage here in Wisconsin, interviewing the fine folks there, waiting for President Trump to speak. And then we will be back in the studio a little bit later as well. But again, as you see with Bidenflation and Bidenomics, prices have been soaring left and right, whether it's airfare, gas, rent, overall prices. It's getting to be nauseating, as you know, with the pricing, but let alone things like freedom and our Constitution, which I believe are at stake as well for this election come November 5th. So still 140 days away, but right now, let's go live to Racine, Wisconsin, where Vanessa Broussard and Jessica Rivera are, and they will take it away right now.
Hello. Hello, America. Welcome back to Racine, Wisconsin. I'm Vanessa Broussard.
And I'm Jessica Rivera, and we are here, like you said, in Racine, Wisconsin, just off of the Lake Michigan, which we're getting a really nice breeze every now and then. Some great cloud cover considering the area is under a heat wave.
Yes, so it's a welcome sight, welcome feel here in Racine, right here on the lake. The marina is right behind us, and so we're getting that cool breeze. It's been cloudy. Thank you, Jesus, for providing the clouds today during this heat wave, but the sun is starting to peek through the clouds, so it's going to warm it up here a bit. But that's not stopping the crowd from being here today to support President Trump here by the thousands. Let's go ahead and continue to do what we do and go through the crowds and start seeing some of the people. Hello. Hi. What's your name?
Miles.
How old are you?
8.
8. What's your name?
Flynn.
And how old are you?
Almost 10.
Almost 10, yes. I remember when I was that age, and I would say I'm this age and a half, or this age and almost this number, but now we just don't tell our ages anymore. But so good to see the kids here. Love the flag on your face. The chants have started here. If we can pan over here as people here say, you know what, they want America first, the USA first.
Absolutely. And, they've been chanting all day long here and there. Little areas start chanting their support.
We have medical issue going on right now
medical.
because it is starting to get hot. So we do have,
All right, well, looks like we're going to need some first responders over here, and it's not surprising. It's so hot.
Yeah, so we'll just back away for a second and let them.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll pause for a moment as we have the medics start to arrive to help whoever is in distress and need over there here in this heat, standing here for hours on end. We see this sometimes, but
yes. And people get so excited and they just kind of forget to stay hydrated and kind of just going about talking and visiting, and then so we got to make sure that everybody stays hydrated out here because it is hot. President Trump doesn't hit that stage for a couple more hours, 2 more hours, so still a lot going on.
Yeah, so the medical team has just arrived for this one citizen who seems to just have gotten a little overheated. So they're working on her now. So all is well over there in the corner as we saw it got.
Our prayers for them so that they're able to.
All right, so we're going to continue with the crowd. The citizen over there is being worked on and doing well with the medics. So all is well in that corner.
Yep.
Looks like that's what we see here. Anything can go, and when we start hitting these summer months and it gets hot, we're just going to have people who overheat. But again, like you mentioned, Jessica, it's important to remember, hydration, lots of water in these hot summer months.
Yes, and right now, like I was saying, the Midwest is, they have a heat wave going on for the last couple of days, and it's unseasonable for them. This isn't something that they're accustomed to. This isn't something that normally happens. We see this more in the central U.S. and the South, not really much the North, but it's happening right now, and today it is a very warm day. Breeze, no breeze, clouds, cover. It doesn't matter. It is a hot one out here.
Yeah, and we're really welcoming those clouds right now. All right, so we're going to continue on. Just like we mentioned, the person that the medical staff is working on is doing well. They're going to be okay. So thank you to all the first responders who are out here as well. We talk about the police officers and then the Secret Service, but we also want to thank the medical professionals who are here to keep us all safe as well. We always back the blue, we back the first responders, and we're grateful for all of the hard work that they do. Okay, we're going to try to make our way around if we can. Maybe. We're going to try to go this way. Thank you.
Push
Excuse
through here
us.
real quick. Thank you.
Come on, buddy. You gotta go in.
All right. That breeze is feeling good.
I'm not sure if we can get in this way. This looks like another check-in line, so
Yeah,
bear with us. We're trying to make our way to the line, but yes. Okay, let's see.
One of the ladies will take you back.
Okay, we're going to stay out here for just a little bit.
Chit chat. Thank you.
Christina?
No, it's RSBN.
Yes.
Oh, do you? Vanessa,
Okay,
we have some people over here that want to
yes.
talk with us.
Sorry, guys. It's a very fluid situation here, trying to find our way.
All right, we got some young ones here today. Very young. Where are you guys coming from?
Oconomowoc.
Where was that?
Oconomowoc.
Okay. And then we're going to move out of the way here for somebody. But if you guys can come this way, that would work. All right.
You won't lose your place in line, don't worry.
Yeah. What brings you gentlemen out here today?
See Trump. See Trump.
Were you excited when you heard you were coming?
Yep. Yeah, for sure.
How old are you?
13. 13.
Okay. So kids your age, are they really getting involved in politics, or are you kind of just going wherever your parents kind of drag you?
We're not that into politics.
Little young, but you're in training. What are your thoughts on this election that's coming up? I know you guys can't vote, and you guys probably, like you said, don't follow politics, but do you guys have any thoughts in new president?
I think he's pretty cool. Okay. Just hope he wins. Yeah.
Yes, in 4 years, you guys will be able to vote. Do you guys, I'm pretty sure you guys know that he is, they convicted him of 34 felonies. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think that has made him more popular with the younger crowd?
I think it's pretty cool. When he started his TikTok account, he got like a whole bunch of followers. It's pretty fun. Yeah.
Do you follow him on TikTok?
Yeah, I do. I do as well.
Yes, he actually surpassed. He's number one, and he's only been on there for a couple weeks now?
Yeah, he only has
so
one video.
Absolutely, but it's President Trump, so you guys staying hydrated and stay cool out here. It's always exciting to see young people. What do you guys want to do when you get older?
Don't know. Maybe own a business or something.
All right, well then President Trump's your candidate, right? He likes entrepreneurs and business, so well, thank you, gentlemen, for speaking with us. And like I said, stay cool. It's very hot out here, as everyone knows. And Vanessa, do we have another gentleman here? Oh, okay. I was just wondering.
Can you
Yes.
give me their clip?
Absolutely. Go ahead. So we are still out here, and like I said, it is a very hot, Vanessa, but people are trying to make their way in. And we got a little bit of that cloud cover. Doesn't seem like the line is moving too much like it was a little earlier.
Yeah, so
but
it's like they came to this part where the bike racks are to
Yes.
try to get the people closer to the venue, and then they'll open the gates and we'll all go inside. But until then, we're going to continue to try to maneuver our way.
Yes,
I don't
it
know
is a
how
little
we can with
crowded.
the bike racks, but we
still have a couple hours for Trump. He's not slated to hit the stage until 3 p.m. Local time, which is Central Time here, so a few more hours. But hopefully we'll be able to get more people into the venue. And we're at Racine Festival Park.
Yes. And if you look up, if our camera can look up on the hill, if you can look up on the hill, you can see vendors along the street and crowds of people there too. You can see lines of people up there as well. So the crowd, the line goes on for a long ways as far as we can see, and then you see all of the vendors and the line there along the street.
And when that line ends, you just see more people coming. More people are going to be showing up a lot closer to Trump's speaking time. Okay,
let's go this way if we can. I'm going to try to maneuver my way again. Excuse me. Hello. Excuse me. All right, we have made our way to another line.
Yes.
The line goes on.
So you have to kind of shifted the lines here.
Yes, yes. Excuse us. Hello.
Protect yourself.
Yes, an umbrella hat. Anything they can do, Jessica, to stay cool out here.
We have some more
in this
young
heat.
people out
Yes.
here. It's always nice to see the young people.
Yes. Hi, hello. How are you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good. What's your name and where are you from?
My name is Nikki. I'm from Elgin, Illinois.
Okay, so is that near Chicago by chance?
A bit away. Out in the suburbs, yeah.
Okay. So first time to see Trump, or have you seen?
Yes, we're very excited. My niece is here with me.
How old are you?
I'm going to be 20.
Are you registered to vote?
Yes.
Good. All right, is this going to be your first election, presidential election, right, to vote in?
Yeah.
And we know, but I'm going to ask anyway. Who are you voting for?
Trump.
Of course, yes.
Fun fact, I voted for Obama twice. And now here I am.
So let's talk about that. What changed?
Hillary. I started really paying attention to the scumbags on the left and fell in love with Trump, love his policies. He did a great job, and I'm here again voting for him.
This is not the same Democrat Party that we grew up in, right?
No, and I always thought I was a Democrat growing up, you know, not wealthy. I thought they were for us, but they're not. Trump's our guy.
Do you see a lot of people thinking like you as well? Because I have friends back at home who were Democrat and changed over for Trump.
Absolutely. Quite a few. And especially the young ones are starting to come around too. So the first person I called was my niece to see if she wanted to come to the rally.
Okay. First time to see Trump?
Yeah.
How excited are you?
I'm so excited.
Are you on TikTok by chance?
Yeah.
You know President Trump's on there now.
Yes, I saw that. I saw his first video.
Did you follow him?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you're one of the millions that followed him. Well, here's another fun fact is that I was not a TikTok fan. Then I saw that President Trump joined TikTok, so I joined, and I already have several videos on there. So I guess I'm a TikToker now. Is that what you call it? What do you call the people who are on TikTok? TikTokers? Yeah, I'm TikToking now. So yes, it is. But President Trump's on there. What are your friends saying about what's going on right now in this country?
I mean, they just want to vote for Trump. They don't like Biden.
And they don't like what's going on. You know, you're near Chicago, or quite a ways. You're in the suburbs, but the crime rate there.
Oh, horrible. Yeah, I don't go into the city anymore. And probably will stay out for a while until they get it under control. We back the blue, too. Yes, we do.
And that's what your button says on your hat.
Actually, some guy was passing them out. So, and we have a lot of police officers in our family. So, yeah.
Tell them thank you for their service. Welcome to the right side. You said you grew a brain. That's what you said earlier, is that you grew a brain and you switched over to the conservative.
Brain, yes. Thank God.
Okay, well, we love to have you here. Thanks for coming, and have fun at your first rally. Yes. So that's
exciting.
Yeah,
a
to
new
see
voter.
A new voter and a woman who voted for Obama twice.
Interesting.
Who saw the difference and has switched over because she sees that the conservative movement is trying to save this country for the better.
Yes, absolutely. And obviously, you know, she's coming in from Illinois, which we've seen that a lot today. It's very close to Wisconsin over here. So a lot of people coming in from Chicago and other areas of Illinois. And she was talking about, like we were talking about earlier, the crime in downtown. And it's very sad when people can't go and they purposely stay away from areas around them, like downtowns and things like that. But that's the state that we're in right now. And hopefully President Trump can get in office and turn that around. Of course, he's going to have a lot to clean up. We all know that. It's going to be quite a job. But what other person can do it, to be honest with you? I don't think anybody else. So
he's the presumptive nominee.
Yes.
We have the RNC coming up next month, and then they'll vote him in, and then he'll be our confirmed nominee. But the people here love him. No matter where we go in the country, the people love him. And so we're going to continue to show you this line. Let's see how far we can go. Now, you saw on the inside the lines wrapped around the bike racks, and this is the overflow line right now that hasn't been able to get inside yet. So we are just going to see how long we can go.
Sir, are you from Wisconsin?
No, I'm from Illinois.
Okay. Would you mind talking to us? Sure. Okay. What brings you in? Another person from Illinois, as we were just talking about, very close by. What brings you into Wisconsin today? I know you're here to see Trump, but why make the trip?
I've been wanting to see him for a couple years, and this was the closest to Illinois. He doesn't come to Illinois too much, so I just figured I'd make the trip. I didn't have work today, so...
Take advantage of it. Great. Even with the heat, huh?
Yep.
So I'm looking at your shirt here, and it says President Donald Trump not guilty. What are your thoughts on the convictions? Did it weigh in on any sort for you in regards good or bad for Trump?
I think it was only good for him. I mean, as soon as he was convicted, he collected like $400 million, so, and it was mostly small donations. I mean, I donated a couple bucks I could, and it didn't change my mind at all. I mean, I've known about that and what it was about for years, so, I mean, tons of people in Hollywood do that, and it doesn't really affect me.
And very exciting because that is true that you bring up that you donated, because a lot of the left was trying to say that he got donations from big donors, big corporations, but that's not at all true. Yeah. He got it from the everyday person like you, like me. Yep. And so that was a feat in itself.
I mean, I've always wanted to donate, but times are hard. I got 3 kids, and
talking to me right now, and can you see me?
Oh, yes. Yes, I'm pretty sure you can. You can wave to him. So that's, and it's hard for everybody. The economy for everybody is very difficult right now, especially in places like Wisconsin, in the Midwest here, where manufacturing is huge. Yep. I know in Illinois. What kind of business are you in?
I'm a welder.
Okay, so you're in a trade.
Yes.
How is that going?
It's all right. The wages could be better. I mean, I'm not in a union unions make a little bit more, but, I'm just trying to get by right now.
Are you trying to...
my life was much better under Trump, put it that way.
Are you seeing a lot of young people getting involved in trades instead of deciding to go to a 4-year university and learning a trade instead of skill?
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot more younger guys out on the job, and I try to tell people, not to waste their time with that, unless it's something they really want to do, or like a doctor, lawyer, or something like that. But like some of them degrees, you can't find a job. So
absolutely. Well, thank you so much. And your name?
Dave Salzman.
Dave Salzman, thank you so much. Love the T-shirt. Enjoy. Stay cool out here. It is very hot. Stay hydrated. Okay. Thank you. And we're going to continue down the line here.
Did your husband see you? We need to know. Does your husband see you?
Yes.
Oh, he's on.
See me yet, he said.
Okay.
Oh, he will.
He will. All right, continuing on as we make our way down the line, you're looking at thousands of American patriots here ready to see President Donald Trump here in Racine, Wisconsin.
And Vanessa, I was talking with that gentleman. He's a welder by practice, and he said he is seeing a lot more younger people getting involved in learning a trade and a skill instead of going to a 4-year university, and not really what you call wasting their time. And I think we're going to see a lot more of that under President Trump, because Wisconsin is known for manufacturing. A lot of the Midwest is. And so I think they'll see a major uptick in their economy if Trump was to get in. So it's a very... Hey,
President Trump just kicked me.
Now, is this in support of Trump here?
No.
You're not in support of Trump. Okay.
Well, kind of.
Oh, are you?
You could carry me across the border, right?
Now, can you tell me really quickly why you choose not to support President Trump?
I choose not to support President Trump because of that big wall that's blocking. It all started with that. These people are coming. We help people. I'm a LULAC member, Council 339 of Racine. And we help people become citizens, good people.
Yes.
There's good and there's bad. Whether you're a white, black, Mexican, there's good and bad. It's always going to be like that. Yes. So what we do is we help good people, and he's not supportive of that.
Are you sure? I think, okay, look, this is the thing.
To a point.
Okay.
To a point. And then he started with the movement about basically categorizing them all as bad, which they're not all bad.
I don't think that. I think what you're thinking of is when he said they're sending us the bad from the third world countries and the South. But this is the reality. Don't those countries want to get rid of some of those problem people of society? So naturally, they're going to push them to want to come over here, and then there are problems that we have to deal with. President Trump loves immigrants.
It would be very historical. It'd be like our first president that's a felon. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Hey,
and I think
let's just remind you that we are for immigration if it's legal.
Yes,
Okay, so
absolutely.
legal, come in the legal way.
Same here.
Yeah. So
Okay, we're going to continue on.
All
right.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So we are going to show you. Look at this line going all
Yeah, and
the
I
way
think
down.
you know what's funny, Vanessa, is I think that gentleman just spoke himself into being a Trump supporter, and he said, you know,
and
it's
we
kind
see
of
that a
interesting.
lot. They have no argument. They have no valid argument, and they just
or they're saying exactly what Trump supports.
Yes.
Which is kind of funny. But anyways,
look at this line.
Lord.
I love it. It just goes on and on and on here in Racine.
It is,
Somebody
and
turn
there's
the
always
heat
nice
on
in
here
Yep.
today, but that's all right.
There's always great music here at Trump events. Ooh, this line continues. I know they shifted it this way because I think it was getting too close to the Bay Area right there.
So we're going to come up here because I want to look down if we can, Denver, to show the line down below. You can see the marina in front of us, and then the park where the rally will be held. And you can see the line already forming to go through security. It looks like they may be letting people in already through security, and then it wraps around to where we are standing here right now. So this gives you an overhead view of where we are. Yes, the lines through security have just opened, so people are starting to go inside here in Racine. So beautiful setting here.
Absolutely. Look at these flags. Look who's holding them up. Great. I would love to have one of those in the front of my house. That would be.
And he couldn't be here, but I'm here on his behalf. And he was voted. He was a lifelong Republican voter, and now with his passing, I'm afraid he might be accidentally voting Democrat because of the nature of the beast. But I'm here because I love your guys' program. RSBN, I watch all your guys' rallies. I think it's great. Subscribe and like the stream. But I'm here because Trump needs to win. There needs to be no shenanigans in this election process. And I'm here for Trump, and I'm here for my father, Marvin Lee Adams. I know that Trump might be a little bit acerbic with his positioning, but he is honest and true with his passion for patriotism and for this country. And we need to, as a country, come together and fight the powers that are trying to destroy our populace with disingenuous gaslighting of what we see is not the truth and what we're told is the truth, and it's not the truth. And it's very unfortunate that all of these organizations, the major media companies, the social media companies, are kowtowing these understandings and basically brainwashing the populace that is susceptible towards these lies. And we need to, as a country, come forth, support Trump, and bring back the right behavior of a country. Like, I love Trump. I think he's a comedian. My favorite thing he's ever done is during the situation with North Korea, he said that Kim Jong-un said that I am old. And he said, well, I never said that he is short and fat. That was a tweet, and that is genius, and that is pure. I think that we are in a sad state as this country, and I think that there are organizations that are determined to undermine the well-being of the populace. I'm a Christian, and I believe that this fits with the pattern of end times, that there will be lies, and then there will be liars, and that the power that will be there to deceive. And I'm grateful that Donald Trump's still around. He's still coming to these places, and he's making his statement, and there's people out here coming from all walks of life, coming here to celebrate the possibility. And I'm grateful to be here on my dad's behalf to celebrate this possibility. Trump 2024.
Well, thank you so much. That was great, and I'm pretty sure your dad is very happy
Yeah, sorry for
smiling
your
down
loss,
from you.
but
Yes.
he is happy you're here and love the picture as well.
Thank you. Thank
And
you.
enjoy the rest of your day here.
Thank you.
All right, so
We'll let
more
the move
people
line-
down the way here
line move
as
up
I
a
look
little
on
bit.
down the street. Jessica, I can't see where the line ends, and that's a great thing for President Trump. As we show you the crowds, we want to let you know that there's a new banking system that is perfect for the conservative in your life, including yourself. This is a bank called Old Glory Bank, and one of the names behind this bank is Dr. Ben Carson, and it's a bank that you should move your business to. It's America's favorite online bank. You probably deal with a bank today that probably doesn't care about you. They may even be woke, but Old Glory Bank is not. The woke banks also have been voluntary sharing your private information. We've just learned that. Transaction data with federal agencies, but at Old Glory Bank, they won't do that. They created databases of potential bad actors who merely shopped at Bass Pro, bought a Bible, or wrote MAGA or Trump in their Venmo transactions. That's what the left is doing, and that's what these big corporations are doing. But that's why great patriots like Dr. Ben Carson and Larry Elder and John Rich, they founded Old Glory Bank, nationwide online bank of the freedom economy, and we encourage you to look into it, get involved. These great Americans saw the need for a bank that cares about you and your finances, that loves our country, supports our military, of course, first responders, protects our financial liberty. That's Old Glory Bank. From every state of the union, patriots have opened an Old Glory Bank account from their phone or their desktop. You can even do it from your phone, so how cool is that? It just takes 8 minutes, so it's very quick, just 8 minutes. You'll have access to unsurpassed online mobile banking tools and exceptional customer service based in America's heartland. All that information's on your screen. Go to oldglorybank.com/RSBN, oldglorybank.com/RSBN. It's also a member of the FDIC, so no matter where you stand, put your money with Old Glory Bank.
Absolutely. I'm going to have to look into that because, some of these banks are getting a little, how can you say it? Trying to tell you what to do with your money.
And you don't know who to trust, because
no, you don't.
When you go to these people and you ask for their opinion, what you should do, what kind of account you should open, you're just a number a lot of times, and you're just a customer. They don't even know your name. Some do. Love the banks where I go in and they say, hi,
yes.
Ms. Broussard, good to see you today. They have that one-on-one connection, but some of these banks don't. But at Old Glory Bank, you can rest assured knowing that you're going to be taken care of. It's a Patriot. All you have to know is the name Dr. Ben Carson, and you know you're in good hands. So.
I was going to say, with some of those names, you probably don't have to look into it too much. Probably just sign up, and like you said, 8 minutes. That's all it takes.
Yep, not bad at all. All right, taking a look at this line as we continue on. Trump teddy bears, love to see it.
Oh my gosh, how cute
are they? If I had room in my carry-on, I'd bring one home to little Marty, but I don't. All right, so you can see the line continuing to go strong here.
And you know what's interesting today, Vanessa? I wonder, Trump 2024, of course.
You seem very vocal. How are you? What's your name? Where are you from?
Dave Glass from Oak Creek, Wisconsin.
Oak Creek, Wisconsin. Yeah. First time to see Trump today?
Yes, it is.
Oh, how excited are you?
Great. We are so pumped up. We are.
What do you love most about President Trump? If you can just name one thing. I know there's a lot, but if you could name one thing, what's the most favorite thing about President Trump?
He's a businessman and knows how to run a business.
That's right. So if he can run a business, he can run this country, right?
Damn right.
All right. So let's go to the flip side. Let's talk about the Biden administration. How terrible.
I don't know what he's done right. I mean, and I'm being honestly, I try to look at the left's point of view, and I just don't get them. I totally do not understand. I have not seen them do anything productive for the country. Not one thing. And if you could have one, I'm open to hear.
I don't have one at all. It's America last with this administration.
It is. It is.
So we need to put America first. What's the talk like where you're from? What are people saying? Are they fed up like we are?
Absolutely. I'm retired, and I work with a bunch of retired union workers from Case here in Racine, and they're all Trump supporters.
All right, good to hear it. Well, thanks for coming out today. It's a little warm, but that's okay. Right Side Broadcasting Network, we're live right now.
All right. Good job,
So
guys.
tell everyone real quick who you think they should vote for in November 2024.
Trump, Trump, Trump.
There you go. You heard it. He didn't stutter. You heard him. Good to see you. Thanks for talking with us. We're going to continue on and toss it over to Jessica right now.
Okay. All right, Vanessa, great interview. That's okay. I found Bob here in the line, and he's from Wisconsin. Bob, what part of Wisconsin are you from?
Caledonia.
Okay, how far is that?
Side of Racine. 15 minutes.
Okay, so basically the same area. What are you looking forward to hearing from President Trump today?
I'd like to hear whatever he has to say, but this is the first event I've ever been to. I didn't realize how massive it would be, and I hope my legs, last long enough. But I'm just looking forward to the whole event.
Yes.
All the speakers, everything.
Absolutely, and it is a great event. We've talked to numerous people today where it's their first Trump event. Did you have any ideas about how it was going to be, or did you have any expectations?
I never really thought about it, to be honest with you. This is probably my only opportunity because it's so close, and I'm willing to wait in line, and hopefully it'll start moving.
Very good. Yeah, we've seen them. They're trying to get people through in the front. But I wanted to ask you, so being from Wisconsin, being a Wisconsinite, what are some of the biggest issues that you see this state facing in this next election cycle?
I don't know if it's that much federal, but I mean the local things with as far as the school systems. I was a custodian for 15 years in the Racine Unified School District, and they're not the best. I mean, it's just the way it is. Unfortunately, I don't know. I mean, there's things that can be done on the federal level, and I know Mr. Trump is concerned about all the people, not just certain people. So I think that's why we're all here.
So you know that Wisconsin is one of the major battleground states this election cycle, and a lot of pollsters are saying that either Wisconsin may be the state that actually either gives it to the next president. It did it in 2016 and in 2020, and there's such a small margin here in Wisconsin, whether it's a Democrat president or a vote or a Republican vote. What do you think as far as President Trump kind of really persuading those voters who are on the fence? Because we know this election cycle, there are a lot of independents who are now thinking about who they really want to vote for. There's a lot of Democrats who are thinking, you know what, Biden's administration hasn't really done much for us, but I don't really know if I want to throw my vote into, a Republican candidate. What do you think he's going to have to do in order to bring those people over that are kind of still and possibly will be not really undecided until right before the election? What do you think he's going to need to tell them or do?
I think he's going to just have to stay the course. Like I say, I think that he's a genuine person as far as the people. And you have basically two choices. Do you want a president who, I want to be a little graceful, but who isn't all there? Or a president who's young and vibrant even at his age? Now, I'm 67 and I'm still cognizant. I mean, they said Reagan had dementia. That wasn't true. Happened later, of course, that age. But who do you want? And then you can look at like the administration now, and when Trump was, COVID, of course, was a big part of all that. But point being, I would rather have Trump than Biden.
All right, and my last question to you, and I'll let you get back in line and kind of rest in this heat. What are your thoughts on his VP choice? What do you think is going to happen there?
I really don't. I probably like a lot of people, I don't know what he's thinking. I don't think it'll be a choice, a political choice. I mean, as far as we have to check off all the buttons, even though that person isn't qualified. That's another thing you have to consider. If something would heaven forbid, would happen to Biden, what do we have? That's scary. So
Well, thank you so much for your time. I hope you enjoy. It seems like you're enjoying your first Trump event, so hopefully you continue. You will.
Right,
stay hydrated. It's very hot, obviously, out here. And you have a little bit of time before Trump hits that stage, but it was very nice talking to you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you
Appreciate
so much, Bob.
All right, we are going to continue to move on, show you the crowds, show you the people, all of the patriots here who are eager to vote for a felon in 2024 is what this guy's shirt says. I love
Very
it.
interesting.
How are you? I'm going to come to you. I like your shirt.
I like your shoes.
And she likes your shoes. What's your name? Where are you from?
Matthew Brown from right here in Racine.
All right. How did you feel when you first found out that President Trump was coming to your town?
Indifferent, really.
But excited. Is it your first time to see President Trump?
Yeah, I mean, it's cool, but I don't get, what do you call it?
Get, you know, all
Starstruck stuff at this, I don't, you know, it's cool. I probably wouldn't even come down here, but I met my friend here. He just flew in from Australia, and I met him at the airport.
Australia.
I had my ticket, and I'm like, cool.
So you just met?
Just met him this morning at the airport.
Nice. What brings you here from Australia?
Well, I wanted to drive through America on my way home from England because I'm originally English, and I wanted to come to a Trump rally. And this is the one that cropped up, so I flew here specifically just for this.
Wow. So he is. And so when you talk about Australia, let's talk about America and how times have changed and it affects your homeland.
Well, America's leader of the free world, so I'm worried if Trump doesn't get in, we're in trouble. So, and that affects the whole world, especially Australia. So, yeah, we need him back in. He's top dog.
He is the top dog.
Man.
Very common sense. And it doesn't take a lot of common sense to know that we are the party of common sense. I mean, it should be easy. We want our faith, our freedoms, and our family. It should be easy, right?
Absolutely.
But they're making it hard.
Yeah, they piss it in the wind, telling us it's raining. It's like, yeah.
Never heard that saying before. I like it. I'm going to use that one day. Good to see you here from Australia. Thanks for stopping by and letting us know that what happens here affects the entire world.
Make America great again.
Yes. And then that'll make Australia great again, right?
Absolutely.
There you go. All right. Good to see you. Good to see you. Thank you.
Kind of motivated me to come. I had my ticket already, and I'm like, I guess I'm supposed to come. I'm going to come. Didn't get my rental car. I just showed up at the airport, and my whole duty was to get him down here to the rally.
And you did it. Yep. It was meant for you to be here today.
Right. Pass the message on when you get to Australia, right?
Yes. But, you know, like, that's what we've been saying all along, Jessica, is that we let the people here do the talking.
Yes.
It's not us doing the talking. No. You'll hear from us in our views, but you hear from the people. And you just heard from a man from Australia who says this is the country that leads the world. And so if this country is suffering, the rest of the world suffers. And so he said that. That's what people are saying, and that's what people fear. Oh, sorry.
Yep. No,
that's
you're
what
fine.
people fear, and so we have to make sure that America is strong, it's vibrant, it's successful, and the rest of the world feeds off of us. And
yeah,
so,
we're everybody's last hope.
Yes.
At least that's what we are told. And, you know, Australia, speaking of them, they're huge supporters of President Trump. They have a very huge conservative, right-leaning movement that supports President Trump because they dealt with, during COVID with some of the worst and tightest restrictions that I think they barely got out of not too long ago. So they definitely know what it is to have a tyrannical government who kind of tells you what to do, what to think, and punishes you if you think anything different. So that was a very cool interview. I think that he's probably going to be the one that beats everybody as far as who comes from the furthest in today's event. So that was very awesome.
Chicago and other states, but Australia, you don't get that often.
No,
okay.
this is very, very nice. Very
to move along with the crowd here as
us.
we await.
Don't get hit by the
merchandise
Yes.
wagon. We're continuing to move on. The crowd here, as you can see, if our camera can show, look how far down that line goes. You just can't see the end of the line. It goes on and on and on.
Yeah, and I just kind of stepped out into the street. I didn't want to get too far out in there, but I really can't see the end, and it just seems like there are more people walking up I don't know how much this venue, how many people this venue will hold. It is an outside park, so quite a bit, but obviously at some point they're going to have to probably start turning people away. So we'll have to, it'll be interesting to see who actually gets to get in and who will watch from outside. But either way, Trump supporters will wait in line in this heat to show their support for President Trump. So as we move down a little more here,
we're going on and on and on and on.
It is. It
Hello,
is.
ladies. How are you?
They're from Illinois? That's okay. We're Right Side Broadcasting Network. Where are you from?
Kenosha.
Kenosha. First time to see President Trump?
Yes, it is. Yeah. Excited. Very excited. So proud of him and what he's been doing for this country. So we're very happy with him.
What do you feel? What is your thoughts on the left attacking him and all the court cases and court systems?
It's disgusting. They'll do anything to demoralize him. It's wrong. People know it's wrong. You know, the voters will decide in November, and hopefully, God willing, Trump will be reelected. He deserves everything he's going to get, and he will make it. We're all here for him.
And I love that you say that we're all here for him, because I feel like, you know, when things happen, bad things happen, we're human, right? Our feelings, we kind of get in a slump. And then we see President Trump come out of, Trump Tower, and he's got a thumbs up, and that gives you energy. But he needs our energy as well.
And he has it. He has our energy. We all love him.
We're sick of the division. We all got to come together as one.
And the left is good at trying to divide us.
Absolutely. That's their main focus. That's their job.
First time to see President Trump?
Yes.
First timers here.
Yes, I think this might be one of the most times that I've ever heard of people just their first time at a Trump Trump event. Yes.
And we want him to be president. Yeah, for sure. Found our next president. And that's what we're trying to do. We want to show him he has our support.
Lots of support here in Racine, that's for sure. Thanks for watching Right Side Broadcasting Network. We have lots more coverage coming up throughout the day.
Yes, exciting here in Racine, Wisconsin. Keep it here with us. We have plenty to keep going, and we're going to talk to more people when we come back.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
I'm excited to announce we're having a huge MyPillow spring sale, and here's a few examples. Buy one of our MyPillow 2.0s, you get another MyPillow 2.0 absolutely free. Made with cooling technology, the best pillow ever just got even better. And this just in, 9 brand new colors and styles of our Percale bed sheets. They're made with the finest long staple cotton, and now you can save 50% or more. That's as low as $24.98. And for the first time this year, I'm bringing you our My Slippers and Sandals for as low as $25 a pair. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your MyPillow 2.0s. Buy one, get one free. Percale sheets as low as $24.98. My slippers and sandals as low as $25 a pair. And for a limited time, when you order $75 or more, your entire order ships absolutely free.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I'm the host of the Let It Be Heard show here on RSBN channel. I would love for you guys to check me out. I'm on Spotify, Apple Music, Apple Podcasts, Rumble, YouTube. We release episodes every single week regarding culture, Bible, social issues, politics, current events, anything. So if you're into any of that stuff, I highly recommend you check me out. God bless you guys, and stay safe out there.
Good afternoon from the Right Side Broadcasting Network studios. We'll get back out to Racine, Wisconsin with Vanessa and Jessica in just a minute. But we did want to tell you about some great sponsors here as well, here at our home studios. Today, we do know, first of all, that President Trump will speak at 4 o'clock there in Racine, Wisconsin, a big battleground state, of course, as we mentioned throughout the broadcast. They're looking at 10 electoral votes at stake, and a number of other issues to be discussed there, including an article actually just found in the Washington Times by a one report that we're getting is from a DNC spokesperson who said that, quote, Trump doesn't know or care about working Wisconsinites' experiences. That in the Washington Times just previously talking about jobs in Wisconsin. And it just shows you the truth versus the lies that constantly happen when it comes to the mainstream media. They're saying that President Trump doesn't care about the working people of Wisconsin. That is the furthest thing from the truth, because you saw what happened between 2016 and 2020. So the spin is always happening. The false narratives are always being pushed. But we see there that even in today's 24/7 news cycle, as President Trump gears up to have that speech there in Wisconsin, as he's on Trump Force One now, heading to the great state of Wisconsin, that the left-wing media, everywhere he goes, they're always trying to do something that is incorrect or on the left, or it's saying that he doesn't care. It'd be interesting. If he didn't care, he wouldn't be running for president right now. That's facts right there. So again, the left wing just constantly going after President Trump, but that's preaching to the choir. We know that. We could take maybe a live look there in Racine, Wisconsin, if we don't have the camera there live yet, because they might be going inside through security right now. Actually, they're already there. So a great shot there of that bay, and you can see a beautiful, beautiful boat with some American flags, some Trump flags there. Always fun to see live coverage like this, where many other networks, they won't even give this the time of day, but that's what's interesting, is that we, the people, this is the kind of thing that we want to see if we're going to watch something that is on the news or political, or especially for this huge election that's on the way come 140 days from now. So what a beautiful scene it is out there, right there along the water in Racine, Wisconsin, just south of Milwaukee. Again, Milwaukee County and that county there in Racine might pull the entire state of Wisconsin towards red or blue, right? So this is a very important county right now in Wisconsin, one that won for President Trump in 2016, the state of Wisconsin, of course. And then going into 2024, right now, the polls are in favor of the Republican candidate as well. As you can see, people gearing up there, getting ready to hear from the president. Once again, we will be sending it back out to Vanessa and Jessica to talk to more people there on the ground, also with their commentary, as we bring you this live wall-to-wall coverage right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. One of our great sponsors, though, is freetrumpbook.com. A great book to correct the false narratives, to correct all the indoctrination, to correct all the propaganda and lies that keep being tried to be poured into America's youth, but also in general. I mean, it's happening at all levels, right? Levels of government, levels of industry. But this book right here helps to correct things in the right direction. This is freetrumpbook.com from the great Mike Huckabee out there in Tennessee, just north of us here in Alabama. And it's an awesome book because it talks about the things that happened between 2016 and 2020 for President Trump. So this is the 2024 edition. So all you got to do is go to freetrumpbook.com. You pay the shipping and handling, and then the actual book is free of cost, and you can get it sent to you. So freetrumpbook.com, a great sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Also, if you'd like to donate to Right Side Broadcasting Network, all you got to do is go to rsbnetwork.com/donate. Any dollar or a few dollars that you have that you can give towards us, great, but at the end of the day, we understand there are different financial situations going on in the country, especially with Bidenomics and Biden inflation and that kind of thing. But all the lights, the camera, the correspondence on the ground, all the live footage. We love bringing this to you on Rumble, on our website, on the app, and obviously it shows on YouTube as well. But this is a broadcast that is funded by you, we the people, and also by some great conservative companies. So if you have a few bucks, please go ahead and donate. Also, the RSBN newsletter, rsbn.com or rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. You can get some great reporting by our staff right there into your email inbox. You can also follow us on a lot of social media platforms. As you know, social media is just as important as traditional television, cable, local news, and the rising of them all right now is the streaming industry space. Streaming and apps. You look at some of the networks, they're trying to push people to the apps because you guys are watching on your phones, on your tablets. You're streaming, these apps on your big screen TVs or your screens. So you can watch us anywhere, but the point is, there's a lot of information out there. I was just looking at some news headlines. We love, obviously Right Side. Obviously, I'm biased a little bit because I work here, but the point is, even before I was working here full time, when I worked in local mainstream media, I looked at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I told my buddy, I remember on the phone one time, that, maybe I should just go on camera as an anchor reporter at my local, wherever I was, station, and get on there and say, you know what, Jesus is my savior and Trump is my president. But obviously that wasn't going to work if I would say that on local TV. But it's great to be part of a network that is about the truth and about our country and the Constitution. So again, donating, the newsletter, a number of ways you can stay in contact with us here at Right Side Broadcasting. We'd love to hear from you as well. You can, in the chats on Rumble, you can give us a shout out there, and go ahead and spread the link and all of the information to as many friends and family as possible as we gear up for this speech that will happen at 4 o'clock Eastern Time. Once again, Vanessa Broussard and Jessica Rivera will be there live. We'll be tossing it back to them shortly. My name's Matthew Alvarez. If you'd like to follow on Truth Social, it's at Matthew Alvarez. Go ahead and let people know about Truth Social as well. It's great to have a community of conservatives, a community of believers out there on the same page, bringing truth and bringing light to a world that is in darkness, as you know. And at the end of the day, with this country leading the way in freedom, a number of other leaders from around the world love Donald Trump, let's be honest, Viktor Orban or Jair Bolsonaro, and Milei in Argentina, the El Salvadoran president as well. I mean, this is a whole coalition of freedom-loving people, and they actually match in with what their people want in their respective countries. So we see that in Brazil. If Jair Bolsonaro would somehow get back into office, we see things happening in El Salvador that are great. Argentina, the Netherlands, Hungary as well. These are countries that have leaders that are similar to President Trump. These guys are all connected, working against the more of the tyrannical type of thing where it's taking freedoms away and mass control of the population and not free and fair elections. So obviously we're hoping for all of the good, positive things to happen in this nation and also on Election Day on November 5th. You're taking a live look right now in Racine, Wisconsin, a state, of course, that went to President Trump in 2016. That was the first time in several years that the state went red. It was definitely a Democratic state for a number of years, that according to statistics on 270towin.com. But you see, in 2020, and all of the major battleground states, and I remember going to bed that night and you think, okay, President Trump's going to win this again. We saw what happened overnight, and we're believing for the next level of a victory to happen here come November 5th, only 140 days away. We will have coverage as well in Pennsylvania on June 22nd on Saturday. A great rally in Philadelphia there as the president goes there for a speech. The city of brotherly love, the city that is dealing with a lot of crime without law and order, the city that our country was birthed in through the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence at Independence Hall, the Liberty Bell. So a very historic speech to happen on Saturday in Philadelphia. If you remember, the last time there was a speech there by President Trump was at SneakerCon in Philly months back, but that was a great event. I mean, if he would have stayed there even longer, the crowd was just so loud for the president. And that's what we're seeing, as you guys know, all across this land. We're seeing people that are supporters of President Trump, not because of not only what he did through 2016 to 2020, but everything that he has come up against. He's doing that, as you know, for we the people. So being an outsider is a great thing. Being an outsider candidate, being an outsider as we the people, we're not part of the system. We're not trying to take away our constitutional rights. We're not trying to take away our freedoms. And we want America to be great again. You know, that's a simple statement that is a good and healthy and wonderful statement. So there's nothing wrong with that, right? So I do know that the polls in Wisconsin right now have President Trump up there as well against Joe Biden, as they are on the heels of a interesting development on June 27th, where the microphones will be cut between the debate between Biden and Trump. And I think, you know, my personal opinion would be that there shouldn't be any microphones getting tampered with or censored or cut at all. Let the two candidates speak when they want to speak. Why would you want to cut somebody off or take somebody's microphone and silence them? Remember, that little move might not look like a big deal to many, but that little move of silencing a microphone is exactly what the left wants to do to the American people and do to Donald Trump, is to silence them, to make them quiet, to turn off that microphone. Isn't that interesting that that's what's going to happen for the debate, that they'll have that power to silence President Trump, or in some cases silence Biden as well. It's just not free speech. It's a little bit of censorship going on for a debate that is usually a little bit later after the RNC and DNC. Meantime, we're taking that live look there in Wisconsin right now. As you see, President Trump expected to speak at 4 p.m. Eastern, 3 o'clock on the Central Time Zone. This is our 9th birthday, by the way, here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Nearly 10 years ago, well, exactly 9, but it's nearly a decade, of course. We're only 1 year away. But on June 18th of 2015 was the first broadcast, and now here we are, June 18th, 2024. 9 years of coverage. That's a lot of live coverage. That's a lot of American patriots on the screen. I kind of wonder how many people have these cameras seen since 2015 to 2024? How many speeches have we covered? How many great moments in time has Right Side Broadcasting been there for live coverage with amazing moments that you'll remember forever? And it was covered right here at RSBN. You know, the mainstream networks, they always pull away sometimes from, especially when things are being truthful, or if President Trump's speaking about something that is a little bit, some people would debate a fact that he's saying. You know, that's not the job of the news media. The job of the news media is to cover what's going on in its entirety. And the thing is as you know, when you have people that have too much power or bias, like on the left wing, then you're going to have what we've seen over decades is mainstream false narratives that are happening. Like I mentioned in that Washington Times article, not saying the Washington Times is mainstream left, I'm just saying the DNC spokesperson saying that Donald Trump doesn't care about Wisconsin workers How do they figure that? That's just another left-wing talking point. But as you know, we've seen the proof in the pudding with President Trump for 4 years during his first administration. And then all of the workers, it's just a joke to even really talk about, to be honest. I mean, it's overwhelming support for America First and for this country. So I do want to look at a couple things as well for the polls earlier from realclearpolitics.com. President Trump leading in all of the polls for all of the battleground states throughout this nation. And it makes me think about Hillary Clinton in 2016, 2015. All the polls were in her favor, and then President Trump won that. So I'm hoping that this whole poll thing isn't all over the place when it comes to accuracy within one percentage point, whether it's Biden or Trump. My point to this is, I mentioned this before, that the president's poll numbers, do they accurately reflect the American people? Because I think, and I've seen, boots on the ground, the amount of people out there would have Trump at a much higher percentage than supporters of Joe Biden. I know it took a lot of words for me to get to that statement, but that's what I'm trying to say there. Because again, this is not any teleprompter here. This is what we're seeing with information that we're getting here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. But also we see the people out there, whether it's on social media, the mainstream networks, or even right here on conservative media. You see the people constantly out to support President Trump and out there upset about the way that things are with our economy and with the gas prices and a number of other issues that we're dealing with in this country right now. So that's why, and 140 days from now, of course, the general election takes place, and there are many things that we can do as this country moves forward to hopefully have a free and fair election. And I will continue to repeat the 3 websites because these guys are working so hard, specifically are experts in voting and making sure that the committee men and committee women in the precincts, poll watching, volunteering, they're all working together. So True the Vote, Cause of America, Precinct Strategy. I know the campaign for the Trump campaign also has the same kind of thing out there. So the point is, you're looking to do something for the country when it comes to free and fair elections. You have the websites to take care of that there. From there, of course, we work together, we cover the truth, we pray together, and believe that this will be a great outcome some 140 days from now, as we are united in a cause. We're united in freedom, united in the Constitution of this great land, and united in support for someone that stands for America first. So we'll be going back live to Vanessa and Jessica momentarily. You're looking live there at the outside event in Wisconsin. Always fun to have the outside rallies. I can say that with ease right now because I was not in Las Vegas with Paul Ingrossia and Vanessa Broussard last week. But definitely, whether it's inside an arena where the echo of the crowd chanting USA and just cheering loud, or if you're out there at an event, the same thing goes. I mean, I know many of you have been to sporting events and, football, hockey, basketball, baseball, and it's always fun. I mean, it's a fun thing to do. It's a great moment to hear the crowd go wild, but it's interesting to have that kind of thing happening for a political candidate. That must mean there's some emotion tied to it, right? And there is, because President Trump and this conservative movement, this freedom movement, stands with and is connected with a heart for freedom, a heart for our country, a heart for the Constitution, a heart for God, right? So these are things that we have that passion for. We want to be excited to support someone that will continue that kind of thing. So that, I believe, is why we're seeing what we're seeing. And that's a beautiful shot there as you see the waterway just on the other side of the area there in Racine, Wisconsin. Again, President Trump expected to speak at 4 p.m. Eastern. We're right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network at 1:20 Eastern. So we've got a little bit of time yet before he speaks, but there will be some speakers prior that are always good to listen to. Some of the surrogates and the other candidates or other people in office that are supporters of this America First movement. So they will be speaking sometime before that 4 o'clock start time for President Trump. This is Tuesday, June 18th, 2024, a great day, even though it's a random Tuesday. But at the end of the day, this is not a random year. This is not a random election. This is a real deal situation that we're dealing with, and we love to bring you these live pictures. There, as you see, it says Wisconsin is Trump country. You know, all over the country, you're going to see signs like that, whether it's in people's yards or at the events. You know, anywhere you drive, of course, from city to city, state to state throughout our land, you're going to see Trump 2024 signs. Even in some parts of the city, I mean, when I was in the Bronx just a couple weeks ago, you see all of that happening. And it's always great to see that kind of support. Even in some of these deep blue cities, there is some red that's happening, which people are starting to realize all of the brainwashing over the years, that they're sick of having that happen. So they're looking for someone that is going to bring the truth to the situation. You look in Harlem and you look at the Bronx and you look in even New York and Manhattan there, a lot of supporters there for President Trump, and of course throughout this country. So a great day there in Wisconsin. This is Rally Day. This is the 9th birthday for Right Side Broadcasting Network. Thank you so much for joining us, everybody. We're going to send it out to Vanessa Broussard and Jessica Rivera momentarily as they will take up the live coverage. We'll be back here in the studios in just a few minutes. We'll see you in a bit. Let's send it to our correspondents now.
Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network. We are live in the great state of Wisconsin today. A beautiful day here on the water. I'm here with State Rep Brian Steil. So good to see you.
Thanks for having me here.
Yes,
welcome to Wisconsin.
I love it here. The people are great. The weather, it played in our favor today.
You can't beat summer in Wisconsin. We got a lake breeze coming in. It's about 10 degrees cooler than it is if you go inland. It's a great day to have the president in Wisconsin.
Yes, and we can't wait to see him. Let's talk about you. You've been busy. I see your people all over the park today. So getting ready for November.
We're excited. We have a huge opportunity here in Wisconsin to not only hold the U.S. House of Representatives, keeping myself, Derek Van Orden, in the western part of the state as a close race as well. He'll be here later today, winning the U.S. Senate seat, defeating liberal Tammy Baldwin, and then winning the White House. And as we know, the whole country is going to come down to a handful of states. Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. I think Wisconsin's the tip of the spear. It's going to be an honor introducing the president in my home turf here in Wisconsin.
Oh, you get to introduce him. How awesome is that? District 1, what's it like in your district right now? Are people pumped up for November?
It's Wisconsin. Everything is always a jump ball at any moment. And so the moment you take your foot off the gas pedal, you're losing, which is why it's so exciting that President Trump is coming here to Racine today. We're going to do everything we can to get President Trump elected. We're going to be out making sure that every voter turns out. And these rallies, allowing President Trump to speak directly to the voters, is essential, especially after last week where the media continues to try to twist President Trump's words.
Oh, absolutely they do. They take just a portion of it and switch it and turn it and flip it and you name it. And I'll get on X, which is formerly Twitter, and say air it in its entirety. Because if you looked at the clip in its entirety, it's completely different than what the mainstream media says that he's saying.
Completely, and in particular as it relates to Milwaukee, he wasn't disparaging the city of Milwaukee. I was in the room with the president when he spoke to all of us from the U.S. House of Representatives, and this is an opportunity for the president to speak directly with the people of Wisconsin. We should be critiquing failed policies in blue cities. You go up to the city of Milwaukee from here, and the crime rate is way too high. The public school system has huge challenges. Just recently, we had to replace the election administrator in the city of Milwaukee. Democratic-run cities have absolutely failed our country. This is our opportunity to deliver conservative policies to get our country back on track.
Absolutely. Let's talk about you. Recently held a roundtable about fentanyl. Are you seeing a crisis in Wisconsin? Is it coming across the border?
The border policies of President Biden is impacting every community across the United States. We've seen here in Racine County over 60 people died of a fentanyl-related death just last year, over 1,000 in the state of Wisconsin. Not far from here, a community called Whitewater has about 15,000 people. 1,000 migrants have moved into the community of Whitewater, putting a huge burden on first responders and on the school district. And so the crisis that's being set up by President Biden's border policies is not only impacting border states, it's impacting every community across the country, and it's one of the number one reasons that we have to elect President Trump.
Absolutely, and I'm glad you said that. We talk about it all the time. It used to be the border states who had to worry about people coming across the border illegally, but now it's the northern states, and you're seeing it right here in Wisconsin, the fentanyl deaths, and they're coming after our children, too.
Without a doubt, the impact that the border is having is hard to describe how significant it is. And President Biden is doing everything he can to look the other way. Every time he uses his words to tell you he's going to secure the border, you look at his policies and he's working to unsecure the border. The president has the authority today to make substantive changes. He could end catch and release. He could end the abuse of the parole system. He could reinstate stay in Mexico. He could restart border wall construction. He refuses to do that because at his core, he doesn't want to secure the border. Contrast that with President Trump. Not only did we see that for 4 years while he was president, but it's very clear what's going to happen. The day President Trump takes office, we are going to have a secure U.S.-Mexico border once again.
Can't wait for the day. January can't get here soon enough when he takes office. Also, talking about the border, these illegal aliens are coming in and they're getting free health care, free housing, and our veterans are not getting the care that they need. I know that you have an act that you just introduced to take care of veterans' families and really supporting the people who have fought for our country.
President Biden's policies are so upside down. He is focused in on helping people cross this country illegally. We're focused in particular, of helping those individuals that served our country in the United States military uniform. We have to make sure our veterans are cared for, and you see where President Biden's policies are on this. It's the same way the Democrats want to ultimately allow all these folks to vote. You can look at what's playing out in Washington, D.C., where under current law, non-citizens are legally eligible to vote for positions like city council in this November's election. Absolutely backwards. U.S. elections should be for U.S. citizens only. I have legislation that does that. We need to get that signed into law, and failure to do that means we got to get President Trump in office.
We have to do that. We have to get Biden out of there, his administration out of there. They're just destroying our country, and we're not going to take it any longer.
None of us should take it any longer. We got a huge opportunity here in November. It's exciting to have President Trump here in Racine with us today. We're going to have him as our nominee in Milwaukee just a few weeks away.
How exciting. Let's talk about that real quick. Will you be there? What are the people saying? I'm sure Milwaukee's getting ready for the RNC.
Yeah, my congressional district goes from here where we're at today up into Milwaukee County, the 7 southern suburbs. People are really excited to have the national attention on Wisconsin. In the summer in Wisconsin like it is today, it doesn't get much better than this. So, and the lake breeze coming in keeps it cool. It's going to be a wonderful time to have everybody in and to focus in on the failed policies of President Biden and the successful policies that we can reinstate when we elect President Trump.
Anything else you want to tell the people of Wisconsin before we wrap this up?
I think we have a huge opportunity on election integrity. And so this is going to be a key function, that we're not allowing non-citizens to vote in this country, that we have the eyes and the ears on this. And at the end of the day, we're going to have to get everybody out to vote. This is, as President Trump now calls it, swamp the vote. That means get your vote in, get it cast, and leave no stone unturned, because this is going to be a turnout game in the state of Wisconsin, and it's going to require every Republican, every conservative, every American to get out and vote for President Trump.
Representative Brian Steil joining us today here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. So good to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Yes, of course. Continue the good fight.
Thank you.
All right. We'll see you soon. And we're going to show you the crowd behind us. If we want to take a look, people are starting to stream in. We'll step to the side. People are starting to stream in and really take their seats, get some water, some food. There's concessions. And look at that backdrop, how beautiful that is right here on the lake. The breeze coming in. Wisconsin, they say, is Trump country. We'll let you listen in for just a few moments as the crowd makes their way inside.
Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Jessica Rivera, and we're here in Racine, Wisconsin, as we await President Trump's remarks at 3 p.m. local time. But before we get to my next interview, are you struggling with back taxes or unfiled returns? The IRS has escalated collections, adding 20,000 new agents and sending over 5 million collection letters to kick off 2024. In these challenging times, your best defense is Tax Network USA. Don't let the IRS take advantage of you. With over 14 years of experience, Tax Network USA has saved their clients over $1 billion in back taxes. No matter the size of your tax issue, their expertise is to your advantage. They specialize in negotiating with the IRS, aiming to significantly reduce your debt. Tax Network USA doesn't just negotiate, they also protect your assets from IRS seizures and manage your yearly returns for ongoing compliance. Importantly, they're licensed to help with all state issues, regardless of where you live in the U.S. The clock is ticking. Don't wait as the IRS steps up its game. Seize control of your financial future now. Contact Tax Network USA for immediate relief and expert guidance. All you have to do is call 1-800-357-1415 or visit tnusa.com/RSBN. And don't let tax issues overpower you. Turn to Tax Network USA and find your path to financial peace of mind. So thank you very much for Tax Network USA. I'm joined here by Brian Schimming, and he is the Wisconsin GOP chairman. Thank you so much for joining us today, Brian.
Well, thanks for having me, and welcome to Racine, Wisconsin.
Thank you. It's been a very pleasant day today. It's starting to get a little warmer, but we're on the water here at Lake Michigan, so getting that breeze, which is kind of nice. So what are we looking forward to? The RNC's next month in Milwaukee.
Yeah, Wisconsin's really it this year. We've had 12 races in Wisconsin in 24 years that have been decided by less than 30,000 votes. So Wisconsin truly is a competitive state. It's why the Republican National Convention is here. I'll be welcoming over 50,000 people from around the country to this area. So I'm a homer. I'm a Wisconsinite, so I'm excited about that. But I'm also excited that Wisconsin is really one of 7, 8, 6 states that are going to decide the presidency.
Yes, battleground states. I know Wisconsin's right up there with a lot of pollsters saying that Wisconsin might be the deciding factor when it comes to that, because you're saying it's been less than 30,000 votes, 25,000 votes, I've heard, less than 1% percentage point, which is very slim. 2020, Trump had it. 2016, Biden. Do you think that margin is going to be larger this year, or do you think we're still looking at a very thin margin?
Well, as we always say, we want it too big to rig. But the truth of the matter is we're planning on it being very close. We were the first state in the country to roll out a Republican early vote program to get to, that 40 or 50% that we know won't wait till Election Day. They'll vote early. So I want to deal with that, but also get to low propensity voters who tend to vote very sporadically. But also, as I said to a Republican group up north last night, there are hundreds of thousands of people out there, even just in Wisconsin, that think like us, act like us, live like us, believe like us, but don't vote. Whether they're hunters or evangelicals or whoever they might be, there are hundreds of thousands of them out there. We go out and get them to vote or get them to early vote, and Donald Trump wins Wisconsin.
Now, piggybacking off of that information that you just gave us, are you seeing in this unprecedented election, which we're going to see in November, are you seeing a lot of libertarians, independents, even Democrats they've been voting Democrat their whole life, really kind of coming over and maybe not switching over, but really thinking about voting for Trump?
Absolutely. I'm all over the state every single week. I just drove 3.5 hours down from up north to be here today with the president. I see it everywhere. It's interesting because you see it in the polling generally here in Wisconsin and nationally. I hear it just anecdotally on the road. When I go out and talk to folks, independent voters are falling away from Joe Biden. He was part of the reason that he was competitive here the last, in 2020, and it's really showing out there. And the truth of the matter is the kitchen table issues aren't working for Joe Biden and the Democrats. They're working against them. The polling shows it. You hear it anecdotally. At the grocery store, interest rates, of course, the border issue, drugs, hard crime. There's a set of issues that are really, really working for Donald Trump right now.
Yes, and, I was just looking at an article yesterday, a couple days ago, just kind of doing some research and looking at the latest polls, and they're showing that Robert F. Kennedy Jr., he is obviously independent, but that a lot of Democrats have kind of decided, or a lot of his voters that will be voting, he's actually pulling a lot more from the Republican Party than he is from the Democrat Party. What are you doing here in Wisconsin to really solidify to those voters who would otherwise say, you know what, I can't vote for Biden or Trump, for them to kind of put their hat in the race and say, you know what, I'm going to go ahead with Trump?
Yeah, we talked to them about the issues that they care about. Ultimately, Donald Trump is the freedom candidate in life and generally for the Republic. So we talked to them about that. And also, I think you tend to see, and we see this in past races, where folks might be attracted to an independent candidate early on because of their dissatisfaction. But the closer it gets to the election, the more they realize it's between two people. So we're going to see that for a while. But I feel better about us picking that margin up than Joe Biden is. And I mean, look at what happened in this race. Even before Joe Biden got in, you only had 37% of Democrats say they wanted him to run again. Only 37% of his own party wanted him to run again. So one of the issues that's helping us right now is what's called the enthusiasm gap, where our base or right of center voters are much more enthusiastic about Donald Trump than the Democrats or left of center are about Joe Biden. That is a huge problem for Joe Biden, and we're seeing it play out right now.
And just kind of talking about some of the key issues for Wisconsin here, what is the top issue that you see Wisconsinites voting on in November that's really going to, they're going to be taking to the ballot and really saying, we need this taken care of? Because obviously we're in America's dairy land, right. Manufacturing. You guys have a lot going on here. The economy isn't great, really, for anybody in the U.S. But what's that number one issue that you feel all Wisconsinites are somewhat united and have in the back of their head when they're going to vote?
The economy, by far, which sounds like a simple thing to say, but it's the truth. The economy, what people are paying at the grocery store, at the gas station, and wherever they go, I hear that everywhere I go in the state. So it's overwhelmingly an economic thing. And Joe Biden and the administration, the Democrats telling voters, you can't believe your own lying eyes. It's going better than you think. People don't feel that in their everyday lives. The kitchen table voters, who say, look, I'm struggling now. My real income has gone down under Joe Biden. That's the difference, I think, in this race, is that you've got, it's not the typical incumbent challenger race. It really isn't. It's a comparison of two incumbencies. And the truth of the matter is, people understand, independent voters too, largely, that things were better under Donald Trump than they are under Joe Biden. That's what's hurting Joe Biden, is the reality of people in this place in Racine and southeast Wisconsin and all over the state. Their daily reality is different than when Joe Biden says it is. So he has no credibility with them anymore, and it's hurting him.
Now, manufacturing is big here in Wisconsin. You guys are headquarters for a lot of major companies. How have you seen the manufacturing industry change since Biden has come into office in regards to manufacturing here in Wisconsin?
So they're suffering under Biden's policies, of course, because people can't afford to buy a lot. So that just hurts all manufacturers. But also his foreign policy has hurt it as well. Immigration has hurt quite a bit. In more than one, I hear this. In fact, I was at an event last night and was talking to people afterwards. Immigration's a big one, because the truth is we have a couple million people in this country that we did not have 3.5 years ago, and they're affecting the labor market. They're affecting pushing, illegal folks coming in, pushing folks who are here, pay the taxes, do everything. They're pushing them out of jobs, and so I think that's a big, big concern for voters. It's not that they're anti-immigration. They just want it to be legal, and they understand that the immigration issue has got dramatically worse under Joe Biden. And that's just on the jobs issue. That doesn't get to fentanyl, violent crime, a lot of those issues that get brought over the border. The reality is the people in Racine, Kenosha, Milwaukee, Wausau, Stevens Point, where I was last night, they get it, and Joe Biden doesn't.
All right. Well, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate you speaking with us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. This is Wisconsin GOP Chairman, Mr. Brian Schimming. Thank you so much. And keep it here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We have much more coming before President Trump hits that stage and discusses Biden's bad policies and administration. So keep it here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
I'm excited to announce we're having a huge MyPillow spring sale, and here's a few examples. Buy one of our MyPillow 2.0s, you get another MyPillow 2.0 absolutely free. Made with cooling technology, the best pillow ever just got even better. And this just in, 9 brand new colors and styles of our Percale bed sheets. They're made with the finest long staple cotton, and now you can save 50% or more. That's as low as $24.98. And for the first time this year, I'm bringing you our My Slippers and Sandals for as low as $25 a pair. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your MyPillow 2.0s. Buy one, get one free. Percale sheets as low as $24.98. My Slippers and Sandals as low as $25 a pair. And for a limited time, when you order $75 or more, your entire order ships absolutely free.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I'm the host of the Let It Be Heard show here on RSBN channel. I would love for you guys to check me out. I'm on Spotify, Apple Music, Apple Podcasts, Rumble, YouTube. We release episodes every single week regarding culture, Bible, social issues, politics, current events, anything. So if you're into any of that stuff, I highly recommend you check me out. God bless you guys, and stay safe out there.
Good afternoon from the Right Side Broadcasting Network studios of Matthew Alvarez. We will get back out there to Racine, Wisconsin shortly with Vanessa Broussard and Jessica Rivera to bring you that live coverage and to continue interviews and commentary. It's something that, of course, happens here at Right Side, but also it's the live events from start to finish, the speakers prior to the president speaking, and then, of course, when President Trump takes the stage right there in Racine, Wisconsin. Looking a little bit cloudy from this vantage point, but I'll check the weather here in a second to see if there's any storms in the area. But they're right there next to Lake Michigan. Some beautiful shots there in Racine, Wisconsin, as the president will be speaking at 4 o'clock. Haven't heard word yet if he's on the ground at this point, but it's still 2 hours and 2 minutes until he's scheduled to speak. So most likely on the way in Trump Force One to that state. And we know, as I mentioned earlier, Wisconsin went toward Donald Trump in 2016. And then in 2020, let's put it this way, the people of Wisconsin were voting for a red candidate, and somehow it went blue in 2020. Here in 2024, we've got the polls right now. President Trump, of course, leading over Joe Biden. So it's always interesting to see the poll numbers versus what you see with boots on the ground. A lot of people there, of course, always in support of this movement. And it's not just a movement that's going to go away. This is a movement that's here to stay because it's all about freedom. It's all about our country. It's all about the Constitution. It's all about the Bible. Let's be honest, right? So this isn't going anywhere. This is a movement spearheaded, though, by someone that, with the outsider label, it's so great. You know, out of nowhere, here comes President Trump in 2016. And he really pulled back the curtain on what's going on in Washington, but also the fake news media, him bringing that quote up and that label and that title to show people that this is fake news. This was, back in the day, this was not something that was out there, right? You'd hear from news anchors and reporters, whether it's local news, national, international news, whether it was a network or a cable or a podcast, right? You really didn't hear about fake news back in the day. You thought, well, hey, these people, they look like they know what they're talking about. Everything sounds great and looks wonderful. But at the end of the day, what it was a beautiful lie. It was a beautiful false narrative. And it's great to have conservative media now increasing for the truth and for freedom across this land. So there's no one to thank other than President Trump for coining the fake news trend that has something that's here to stay. So we know that if we hear something that isn't true, we'll just call it fake news. And that's pretty awesome, just to call it out and call it how it is. There isn't any skirting that issue. You know when there's truth that's resonating and when there's something that sounds like or is most likely a lie. And it's all rooted in common sense. So it's just common sense basics that we're getting back to, and that is part of Make America Great Again. This is not Trump TV here. This is someone and a network that absolutely loves freedom. And President Trump is the one that's leading that charge. So it's great to have our correspondents on the ground, Vanessa Broussard and Jessica Rivera, live in Racine, Wisconsin, bringing you that live coverage with those live interviews nonstop. There's a lot of the networks, they have every word scripted. You got to memorize this, memorize that, and read these teleprompters that some producer wrote, that the producer's getting the push down from above that person. And it's always left-wing slanted. It's always something that's anti what the truth is. It's the false narrative. So here, and in conservative media, that's not the case. It's covering facts, it's covering what's happening, and mainly for Right Side Broadcasting Network, we cover, obviously, the events, and we hear from you, the American people, and it's great to see the lines of people that are out there at every event waiting to hear from the president, but also it's a fun time. Let's be real, right? It's just a great time. Fun music, good to be with the people that believe the same way and have a like-minded experience. Great to hear the speakers prior to President Trump, and then of course when he takes the stage and knocks it out of the park. It's constantly what he does. He just knocks it out of the park with his speeches. Stands up there strong every time, and I'm sure his source of strength is from God, but also from the inner strength that he has from over the decades of dealing with fake news media or dealing with all kinds of things thrown at him. Again, I've said this before, nobody's perfect, we get that, but the point is someone that has done great as President Trump 2016 to 2020, and we'll see come 140 days from now, when we have the November 5th election, pretty much at this point, I know in the media usually you say, it's right around the corner. It just seems like the 2024 election has been right around the corner for 4 years. Like we've been waiting and waiting and waiting for this to happen. So obviously Right Side Broadcasting Network will bring you live coverage of today's event. Then on Saturday, on June 22nd in Philadelphia, we'll have wall-to-wall coverage there as well. That, I think, is going to be amazing. Being there in that mainly red state, except for portions of Philly, portions of Pittsburgh, and State College there, that state is a sea of red, except for, again, those little blue dots. And those little blue dots are also turning a little bit red slowly in some parts of the city. So we will see how that transpires in Pennsylvania. That's on Saturday. But meantime here, 2 o'clock on the East Coast, Racine, Wisconsin, as we await President Trump. I do want to thank one of our great sponsors, Angel Paste. Angel Paste Miracle Cream transforms the health of your skin naturally. Not only is it made in Spring, Texas, but everything is sourced in the United States of America. So Angel Paste, as you see there right there on your screen, also sticks to America first by hiring veterans. It's unlike any cream on the market, and it actually contains 0 chemicals and hydrates your skin without feeling greasy. So many customers were told from Angel Paste, with some of the reviews, say younger looking skin, fewer wrinkles, lightening of age spots, and healing of burns and bruises. So the miracle cream that people are talking about, Angel Paste Miracle Cream, your skin will drink it up. Go to angelpaste.com and use promo code RSBN to get 10% off your order. So 10% off your order, use the promo code RSBN. I think that if my wife's watching right now, she might want me to get some Angel Paste for her. as she loves the skin products as well. Meantime, back here live in Alabama, this is Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Matthew Alvarez. If you'd like to follow us on Truth Social, it's at RSBN. If you'd like to follow me, it's at Matthew Alvarez. Meantime, in Racine, Wisconsin, a beautiful scene out there as well when it comes to Lake Michigan, right there up against the rally stage and the rally event, as the Trump campaign gears up for an awesome event that is just around the corner. We're looking at less than 2 hours from the president's speech, and that means most likely less than an hour until we have the speakers show up for the pre-show. So at the end of the day, it's already a pre-show, right? The music's live. Many of you have been to a Trump event or Trump rally or America First event, whether President Trump was there or not. If you have been to any rallies out there, since today is rally day, as we take a live look there, Racine, Wisconsin, if you've been at one of these kind of rallies, go ahead on Rumble, on YouTube, and anywhere you can with social media, whether you're watching on Facebook, X, RSBN's app, the website, Rumble, YouTube, wherever. Go ahead and put in the comments that you were at X, Y, and Z rally. So which rally were you at in person? And also, how many years have you been watching Right Side Broadcasting Network? How many years have you been watching Right Side? Because today is the 9th anniversary, the 9th birthday of Right Side Broadcasting Network. So nearly a decade of Trump rallies, but also covering a wide range of events, whether happening in the nation's capital or a boat parade in Florida. So many different kinds of events. The Roe versus Wade ruling. So many moments right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. So go ahead in the chat if you'd like to say how many years you've been watching Right Side Broadcasting, and also if you have attended a Donald Trump rally and what state that was in. And go ahead and add to the end of it if there's a memory that you had that was just awesome that you want to tell us about. I mean, we look at these chats and the comments, and we're just thankful that you guys are choosing Right Side Broadcasting Network once again as we cover everything when it comes to these events, but also you see we the people on the ground there and have the speakers before the president takes the stage, which he will within 2 hours and 2 minutes at this point. So once again, I'm Matthew Alvarez here live at the Right Side Broadcasting Network studios. Jessica Rivera and Vanessa Broussard, two people that have worked in the news business for years, but also now, of course, working on the right side of history and conservative media. You saw earlier Brian Schimming, the Wisconsin GOP chairman. Jessica Rivera interviewed him and asked him, what's the main issue that you guys are looking at or dealing with here in Wisconsin? And he said, quote, the economy. And of course, that is always a sticking point, a talking point for many for decades, is the economy, the situation with Biden inflation or Bidenflation, Bidenomics. You look at illegal immigration, you look at our education systems with woke corporations or woke school systems and that kind of thing, pushing agendas. On top of all that, you'll most likely hear it from me if we're bringing up topics that are really important, are the constitutional rights, the First and Second Amendment, the Third, the Fourth, the entire Constitution remaining intact here in this country, as this is our foundation, right? This is our freedoms, is what this country are grounded on and are rooted in, and our faith. So a number of issues that we're looking at come November. Agenda 47, there's so many topics there that the Trump campaign has for the American people. You'll know exactly what President Trump wants to do when it comes to no new wars. Specifically, an excerpt from one of President Trump's recent speeches. He said, quote, before I even arrive at the Oval Office, shortly after we win the presidency, I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled. President Trump also said, under my leadership, we had no new wars. Goes on to say, instead of a globalist warmonger in the White House, you finally had a peacemaker at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. So the president also brought up the Russian warships and nuclear submarines surrounding Cuba 60 miles off our coasts. So many foreign policy issues there that the president was tackling at a recent speech. But you know that's the truth, because in 2016 to 2020, we didn't have any new wars, as I mentioned there in that speech. So that's, if you remember back in a town hall on CNN, when Caitlin Collins was asking the president, or in some cases rudely asking the president questions, she referred to something about war and Israel, Gaza, or also when it comes to Ukraine and Russia. And he simply said, I want the killing to stop. That's the first thing out of his mouth was, I just want that to stop, right? So it is peace through strength, right? It's not chaos through weakness. So that's one of my personal favorite things about a possible new administration come this year and inaugurated in 2025 is peace through strength, and leading the world in freedom and leading the world in success. And that would be the revenge, right? As you've heard from President Trump, that it would be through success. So yeah, a lot of things going on, of course, this year as we are 140 days from the election. We are less than 2 weeks from the debate between Joe Biden and Donald Trump. That debate, June 27th in Atlanta on Fake News CNN. We will have a camera outside of that area showing you anything that's going on, whether it's a few protesters or supporters or just a bunch of people, who knows, but we will have a camera there live for you. So it'll be great to bring that coverage to you on June 27th. If you go to June 22nd, as I mentioned, Philadelphia, President Trump will be there as well. So as soon as we hear and we learn that there are new events, we will definitely bring that to you as we have our sources in with the right people to let us know what's going on. We will obviously announce that with you as well. As you watch live on Rumble and YouTube, whether you're watching on a phone or a TV or a tablet right now, thank you so much for streaming this broadcast. This is live TV. We started this morning, I think it was at 10 a.m. 10 a.m. out of the gate on the East Coast. So we are now 2:13 waiting for the president to show up there. But also, again, that pre-program will most likely start at 3 o'clock Eastern time. So until then, we'll be tossing back to Vanessa and Jessica, who are live on the ground there, interviewing some great patriots, just having a great time. And as both Jessica and Vanessa mentioned, they were interviewing people that have not been to a Trump rally before. You think that most people in all of the states that are real, supporters would already have showed up. Over the years. I mean, think about it. It's been since 2015 that there have been rallies and events and that kind of thing. Well, there's still new people showing up every time there's a rally. So it was quite awesome, again, to be in the Bronx recently, to see the amount of people to show up in such a deep blue area that is now turning shades of purple, possibly over to red, as we move forward to this very important election coming up 140 days from now. So July 15th through the 18th is the RNC in Milwaukee. That's where President Trump is going to announce his vice presidential candidate. So that will be some huge news, of course. As we get ready to throw it back to our correspondents, let's go to the podium right now, live in Racine.
Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give trespass against us, and lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Glory to the Father, to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit, now and forever, to the ages of ages. Amen. Lord have mercy, Lord have mercy, Lord have mercy. Let us pray to the Lord. O Lord Jesus Christ, our God, accept us, your unworthy servants, this fervent prayer. We give thanks to you for those who have graciously dedicated their lives to public service and assist in making the United States of America a better place for everyone. May your all-powerful might mercifully deliver all of us, all of our American nation, from every evil circumstance. Free our homeland from all enemies, both visible and invisible. May you continue to bless our American nation with freedom, peace, prosperity, and unity, to be a beacon for other nations of the world to emulate. Send your Holy Spirit to guide the minds and hearts of our leaders to govern justly with wisdom and for the well-being of all its citizens. Grant peace, tranquility, love, steadfastness, and swift reconciliation to your people, whom you have redeemed. But for them that have strayed from the right path, may none of them perish, but that all of them be saved and come to the knowledge of your truth, that in all harmonious oneness of mind and unceasing love may glorify your most holy name. O most patient-hearted Lord, who are quick to forgive all of our transgressions, may you continue to bless and guide our cities, our state of Wisconsin, our entire American nation to go from glory to glory, and to protect all of our American leaders and also our armed forces who serve here and are serving around the world. For you art holy always to the ages of ages. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Korean War veteran Richard Gross to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible with liberty, with justice for all. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Jenny Teal to sing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Congressman Derek Van Orden. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome former Governor of Wisconsin, Scott Walker.
Good afternoon, Racine County. Are you ready to elect Donald J. Trump as the 47th president of these United States and make Wisconsin and America great again? I'm so proud to be here as a part of the leadership team here in Wisconsin that includes our congressional delegation and particularly my good friends, Senator Ron Johnson and former Governor Tommy Thompson. Between Ron and Tommy and I, we've won 10 statewide elections, and we're going to win another one this fall for Donald J. Trump. We know to win, it takes an incredible grassroots effort. I'm going to touch on it in a second, but it takes some incredible issues. I want to talk about three very quickly here. First off, we got to talk about high prices. High prices. You know, since Joe Biden's taken office, prices in Wisconsin have gone up by more than 20%. If you drove here today, since Joe Biden's been in office, gas has gone up by more than $1 a gallon. You look at housing prices, 43% increase during Biden's administration. That's real money. My kids, my son and daughter-in-law, Alex and Bailey, are trying to buy a new home. It's going to cost them nearly $1,000 a month more on their mortgage than it would have 4 years under Donald Trump. We can't afford 4 more years of Joe Biden. We need President Donald Trump to make Wisconsin and America affordable again. Number two, we need border security. We need border security. The border is not a border state issue. It is a Wisconsin issue. We saw during Joe Biden's time in office the highest increase in opioid deaths in the history of this state. The vast majority of them are fentanyl, and that's fentanyl coming across our southern border. We had a plan when Donald Trump was president. We were building a wall. Joe Biden undid that. We need President Donald Trump to make Wisconsin and America secure again. And number three, we need public safety. We need public safety. During Joe Biden's time in office, Milwaukee has seen the largest increase in shootings of any major city in America. That's more than Chicago or New York City. We can't survive 4 more years of Joe Biden. We need President Donald Trump to make Wisconsin and America safe again. But to do all that, it takes more than rallies. We're glad you're here on this sunny Wisconsin day. But I need all of you to make a commitment with me here today that more than just showing up at rallies, you're going to knock on doors. You're going to make phone calls. You're going to join your local party and figure out what parades are coming up on the 4th of July and what literature you can distribute. You're going to talk to your neighbors and your coworkers and the people you worship with, because the only way we counter the big money from people like George Soros being poured into Wisconsin and other battleground states is through you, the hard-working grassroots. That's how we win Wisconsin and in turn America. That's how we make Wisconsin and America great again. And so I want to bring up a grassroots activist. Will Martin is a small business owner. He's a radio host. He's someone who's a reformer who's worked for both me and Tommy Thompson in the past. But right now he is crisscrossing this state as a grassroots activist to inspire all of us here today and people all across the great state of Wisconsin, because we're going to be the key. Donald Trump wins Wisconsin. He wins America. That's the key. Will Martin, come on up and inspire us.
So much. Hello, Racine. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready to win? All right, I am here, and I tell you, I am so excited. You know, it's such a privilege to come behind a guy that I worked for, who we know was a great conservative. We've lived through some great leadership. We're living through some terrible leadership today, right? I want you to know right now, we've got an opportunity to turn this around. I lived the American dream. I never dreamed as a kid who grew up poor that I'd ever work for a governor, let alone 2. And to work for the 2 greatest governors we've ever had, Tommy Thompson and Scott Walker. Give them a hand. Now, you know what it's like for us to be able to live under conservative leadership, and you know what it was under Donald Trump, too, right? Right? Okay, now, so here's the issue. You know what the American dream looks like. I know I've lived the American dream, but too many people are living the American nightmare today because of Joe Biden. Are you ready to fire Joe Biden? Well, I've got something to tell you. We've got an opportunity to win this, and the way we're going to do it is by using Trump Force 47. Trump Force 47. What's the name of the program? Trump Force 47. Here's what it is. You know people who are living in the nightmare right now. You know people who agree with us on the issues, but they do not vote. The professionals, they call them low propensity voters. I call them conservatives who don't cast votes. Trump Force 47 is a way to link those committed conservatives, that's all of us, and it links us then with those conservatives who don't cast ballots. This is your way to make the difference. Like Governor Walker said, it's time for us to step up. Because here's the issue. President Trump is so counting on us that he has created an incentive. And here's what you need to know. Anybody in here want to go and party with the president? Anybody want to be able to go to Mar-a-Lago or the inauguration and be with President Donald J. Trump? Well, here's what you need to do. You need to be able to go to TrumpForce47.com, TrumpForce47.com. We need you to go there and sign up, and they're going to train you, and they're going to make sure that you get connected with these conservatives who don't cast ballots. And if you do your job, Racine, if you do your job, we'll win Wisconsin. If we win Wisconsin, we'll win the presidential election. And if we win the presidential election, we will take back America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome former governor of Wisconsin, Tommy Thompson.
God, I love you. I love Wisconsin. I love you. And I love the direction we're going to go. Donald J. Trump, this year, ladies and gentlemen, we're taking America back. We're going forward. We're going to rebuild America just like Donald Trump did before. We are going to make America great again, and it's up to us. It is up to us. The eyes of the country, the eyes of the nation, the eyes of the world are on Racine today and on Wisconsin tomorrow. We're the difference. We're the difference between Biden and forward progress under Trump. So, ladies and gentlemen, isn't it great to be in Wisconsin? We're the difference. The whole world, if we win, ladies and gentlemen, we win the presidency. If we win the presidency, we take over the United States Senate. We retain the House of Representatives, and we move forward. That's the Wisconsin way. That's the Racine way. That's your way, ladies and gentlemen. Don't stop. Scott Walker and I are going to cross this state with you hand in hand, because if we win, and we are going to win, Wisconsin is the difference, and I think it is great. So, ladies and gentlemen, may the road rise to meet you, and may the wind always be at your back, and may the sun shine warm upon your forehead, and the rains fall soft upon your fields. And until we meet again, May God hold you in the palm of his hand. God love you. God love the Republicans. God love the conservatives. God love Donald Trump. God love the state of Wisconsin. God love Racine. God love the United States of America. It is truly my honor, ladies and gentlemen, to be with you. We now have the next speaker, a retired teacher and a farmer, the backbone of Wisconsin. Sue Kaminsky, retired teacher and farmer. I love you all. Let's get it done, Wisconsin way.
Good afternoon. It's my pleasure to be here with you today. I would like to speak to you this afternoon about the effects of Bidenomics on retired citizens who are on a fixed income. There are three adjectives I use to describe these past 3-4 years. They are depressing, aggravating, and irritating. We have gone from 4 years of low gas prices, affordable groceries, a secure border, energy independence, lower interest rates, health care that was expanded, allowing for more choices, transparency, and affordability. Affordable home ownership, low unemployment, and a low inflation rate of 1.9%. To what we have today, the failed policies under the Biden administration and his Bidenomics plan. Prices have risen by 20.1% since Biden took office. We here in Wisconsin, and especially the families on fixed incomes, are feeling the pain of these inflated prices. The high cost of living is forcing 1 in 8 retired persons to go back into the workforce. Look around, go to a store or restaurant. A lot of the people working there are well over 60 years old. A retired nurse speaking to a news reporter just recently stated, and I quote, "If I wanted to continue to live my lifestyle, I needed to probably add a few more dollars to my budget, thus forcing me back to work." With Biden's inflationary fiscal policies, home ownership, and even renting apartments has become progressively unaffordable, making both an extreme hardship on middle class, low-income families, and retired seniors. The median home price in Wisconsin has increased by 43% since Biden took office. As homeowners and renters struggle to pay their mortgages and rent, the illegals are storming our southern border and are being treated like visiting dignitaries. They receive free housing, cash cards, health care, and safe cell phones, to name a few perks. All this and more, courtesy the tax-paying citizens of the USA, provided to them by the vote-seeking Biden administration. Another area that has been hit hard by Bidenomics is in regards to Medicare programs. Biden and the Democrats spew that they are protecting and guarding Medicare. In actuality, they are responsible for the only 2 cuts to Medicare in the last 20 years: Obamacare and the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act. The 2 plans have stripped funding for Medicare by $1 trillion. Seniors now consider health care costs a financial burden. Retired friends of ours view Bidenomics as the government's takeover of all facets of our daily life. My husband and I agree totally. The Biden inflation has also caused issues with Social Security. Old Age and Survivors Insurance Fund. The bottom line, that all this causes an increase in taxes to seniors. Thus, taxes in Social Security checks jumped up drastically over the past 3 years, which was a real hardship on approximately 65 million retired seniors. It is beyond time for change. The suffering and injustices brought about by this present administration needs to come to a crashing end. We need to secure our border, stop government overreach, stop out-of-control spending, reduce inflation, bring us back to energy independence, clamp down on human trafficking, bring interest rates back to manageable levels, bring back tax relief, protection for Social Security, more affordable energy rates, and bring prices for everything back down to what they were under President Trump. It's time we put back into office the person who has proven his loyalty for America and its citizens. The man who put America first, worked tirelessly to build the USA into the most prosperous economy in the world. And I know he will do it again. President Donald Trump. Thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Congressman Brian Steil.
Are you guys ready to elect President Donald Trump and make him the 47th President of the United States? Look around. Isn't it great to be at a Trump rally? And there's no better place than downtown Racine on the water. And you see that boat with all the Trump flags? People are excited to elect President Donald Trump. It's nice to be at a Trump rally where you start with a prayer, a pledge, and the national anthem, right? And you notice everybody that's come up and back has had no problem walking on the stage? It's hard to believe Donald Trump was first elected to the United States Senate when I was -8 years old. That's true. President Biden was elected when I was -8 years old. I'm gonna get myself in trouble. Look at where the country has gone in 3.5 years under President Biden. President Biden's policies of allowing the U.S.-Mexico border to remain unsecured are having a real impact on us right here in Wisconsin. You see the impact with fentanyl deaths in Racine and Kenosha County. You see the challenges communities like Whitewater face, a city of 15,000 people not far from here, that's had over 1,000 migrants come to the community, a huge burden on first responders and on school districts. President Biden refuses to secure the U.S.-Mexico border. Today, he could reinstate stay in Mexico. He could end catch and release, end the abuse of the parole system, and restart border wall construction immediately. But he refuses to do that. You know who won't refuse to do that? President Donald Trump. Look at the impact costs are having. The median mortgage has doubled. More people are struggling to be able to go from paying the rent to paying the mortgage. Car prices are up. Energy prices are up. And it shouldn't be lost on anybody that on day one, when President Biden comes to office, he kills the Keystone XL pipeline. We want to have energy production here in the United States of America with American jobs. Those are the policies that we can have when we re-elect President Donald Trump. We're going to need a lot of your help this November. A lot of your help to make sure that absolutely everyone gets out to the polls. In my work in Washington, D.C., I'm chairman of the Committee on House Administration. It's the federal committee that oversees federal election law. And I've been working hand in hand with President Trump to make sure that we secure this election. If you're like me, you think that U.S. elections should be for U.S. citizens only, right? Well, it should scare the heck out of you that in our nation's capital, in Washington, D.C., under current law, non-citizens simply residing in our nation's capital for 30 days are eligible to vote in this November's election for offices like City Council. I agree with you. The House of Representatives passed a bill to overturn that law. The Senate, not acting. The Senate has failed to do its job. And that's why I personally think we got a great opportunity to send Tammy Baldwin packing and bring in Eric Hovde as our next U.S. Senator. American elections should be for U.S. citizens only. The other piece of this is we got to play by the rules of the game to win in November. We started with vote early, then we called it bank the vote, and then President Trump said, Brian, that's not catchy enough. We're going to swamp the vote. And so with your help this November, we can get everybody here out to vote, but more importantly, the people that aren't here today, the people that you need to go and talk to at church and at work, to go and get them to come out and join you at the polls so we can re-elect President Donald Trump this November. I think there's one more important thing to say, because one of the last times President Trump was in this area, he was with me in Kenosha. And we saw firsthand what happens when democratic policies are put forward. Failure to stand with the men and women of law enforcement. We got a lot of law enforcement people around here. I know we got a Kenosha police officer behind me. We have Racine police officers around this area. Let's give all the men and women that wear the badge a big Trump round of applause, because Republicans, because President Trump, because we back the badge. I want to bring up a speaker that wants to talk about what happens when government goes awry. My friend Dimple Navatar has a business on Main Street just a couple blocks from here. She's an immigrant who moved to the United States of America and started her life with a family business with her husband. And I think she's got a really powerful story to tell you about what's happened to her. And you'll think about another guy who's going to speak in a little bit about what happens when government goes awry. Dimple, come on up.
Oh boy, good morning. It's afternoon.
Bringing us down for it.
Thank you. My name is Dimple Navatar, and I am honored to have the opportunity to share my reason for supporting Mr. Donald Trump for president. For which I thank President Trump, Congressman Steil, as well as the Republican women of Southeast Wisconsin. I am originally from India. I came to the United States over 30 years ago. I met my husband, Dennis. We married, started a family, and then opened a retail business right here downtown Racine. Now the business is about 25 years old. Thank you. I never wanted to do anything with politics. I just wanted to raise our son Zane, grow our business, and be an active member of the community. The reason I have been asked to speak to you today is because I, like President Trump, have been a victim of a weaponized government. The mayor of Racine has discriminated against my husband and me, and our business, because my husband exercised his constitutional right of free assembly and free speech by attending a political rally. We are faced with a choice. Do we accept the weaponization of the government against us, or do we fight for our rights? we choose to fight. President Trump, I think, was faced with a similar choice. He has been endlessly attacked by the media, big tech, Hollywood, and more recently, the corrupt legal system. He could have retired to a life of golf and leisure. Instead, he has chosen to fight for the people like you and me. The fact is, life was much better under the Trump administration. The economy was humming along, inflation was low, there was peace in the Middle East, and President Trump was securing our borders. All of this has changed for the worse under the Biden administration. It is a dangerous time in America. Our basic right to support the candidate of our choice is under attack. Dark forces want you to be afraid to support President Trump. Afraid for your job, afraid to be shunned by family and friends, afraid to be ostracized on social media. I never thought this could happen in America. We all face a choice. Do we give into the fear while silently watching our legal system, our universities, our borders, economy, our values, and our freedoms undermined by the radicals running our country? Or do we fight for the country we love? Please join me in fiercely supporting the man who led the fight to save our great country, President Donald J. Trump. Thank you, and God bless America.
Dimple. Thank you, Dimple. Get on your feet if you're ready to elect President Donald Trump, the 47th President of the United States. We're ready to elect President Trump. Wisconsin's ready to elect President Trump. America is ready for President Trump. God bless.
Donald Trump's surprise visit to a construction site. Hundreds of cheering union members turned out to meet the former president. It was quite a scene.
These are hardworking New Yorkers, okay, union members who have been working on this big construction site here in Midtown Manhattan near Trump Tower.
USA, USA, USA. I think these maybe were Democrats, but for me, they're a Republican. We built a lot of great buildings in the city with these people, and they've given me great support. They're very, very talented people. They don't get the credit for it. They have very few people can do what they do.
These union workers who are here to talk to the president are paying the price of failed economic policies currently in the country.
And you heard in New York City chants of "We want Trump."
We love Trump. We love Trump. We love Trump.
A lot of people are talking about how unusual it is to see so many Trump supporters in Manhattan at 4, 5, 6 in the morning, because that's the crowd.
Joe Biden 3-1 on my presidential poll out of my 9,000 members.
Trump's turn again. What's your message to Joe Biden?
You. We're a very patriotic group, and we love our country, and we want the best for America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Vivek Ramaswamy.
Love the energy here, guys. USA.
USA, 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 USA. That is why we are here today, to save our country. Let me tell you something, Wisconsin. We are in the middle of a war in this country. And I don't think it's a war that the media will teach you about, black and white. Nope, it's not that. Not man versus woman. It's not even really Republican versus Democrat. It is deeper than that. It is a war between those of us who love the United States of America and our founding ideals, and a fringe minority who hates this country and what we stand for. And right now, we need a commander-in-chief who is going to lead us to victory in that war. That is your 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, the next president you're going to put back in the White House. That is why we're here today. If you want to seal the border, vote Trump. If you want to fight inflation in this country, vote Trump. If you want to secure free speech in this country, vote Trump. If you want to defeat the deep state in this country, vote Trump. If you want to restore law and order in the United States of America, vote Trump. If you want to revive national pride in this country, vote Trump. If you want to make America great again, vote Trump. That is what we're going to do in Wisconsin and across this country this election in this November. That's why we're here today. Let me tell you something. I'm 38 years old. I've traveled this country. I was the youngest person ever to run for U.S. president as a Republican. And I'll tell you, I'm seeing young people showing up at an event like this, lining up outside, college students. We got a number of them behind me right here. I'll tell you, young people in this country, it's not that they're against us. It's not that. It's that so many of us in my generation and younger, we are lost, hungry for purpose and direction and meaning. And it's up to us now as a conservative movement to now level up. I'm not going to sit here railing against Joe Biden because chances are, let's be honest, he might not even be the nominee that we're running against. Let's be very honest about that. We got to define, irrespective of which puppet they put up, who we are and what we actually stand for. We're not just a movement. We're not just running from something. We are running to something as Americans. We're running back to a country where you do get ahead, not on the color of your skin, but on the content of your character and your contributions. We are running to a country where you get to speak your mind in the open as long as I get to in return, whether you are a liberal or a conservative, a country with free speech in the United States of America. We're running to a country where if you work hard and play by the rules, you do get to live the American dream, where every son and daughter gets to get ahead in the United States with your own hard work and commitment and dedication. That is who we are as Americans. Running to a country where we, the people, decide who actually leads our country, not some corrupt prosecutor in the back offices of Manhattan, where the people we elect to run the government are the ones who run the government, not the deep state as is the case today. That is who we are as Americans. Dig deep and ask yourself why it is that our founding fathers made the sacrifices they did 250 years ago. 56 men signed the Declaration of Independence in 1776. We don't often ask what became of them. I'm going to tell you what happened to them. 12 of them had their homes ransacked by the British and burned down to the ground. 5 of them were captured by the British and tortured until their deaths. 9 of them died in the Revolutionary War. 3 more of them had their own kids die in the Revolutionary War. Many of them died bankrupt because they had their own private property seized before their deaths. They made those sacrifices in 1776, and I believe today it's a 1776 moment in 2024, and Donald Trump is the George Washington of our moment. That is what I believe. That is why I'm here today. That is why I'm supporting your 47th President of the United States. And if we do, we're not this nation in decline anymore, but we're a nation still on our way up. A nation where we will look every kid in the eye and tell them the United States of America is the country where you achieve the maximum of your God-given potential without any government standing in your way. That is what won us the American Revolution. That is what reunited us after the Civil War. That is what won us 2 world wars and the Cold War. That is what still gives hope to the free world. And if we can revive that dream over group identity and victimhood and grievance, then nobody in the world, not a nation, not a corporation, not a virus, not China, is going to defeat us. That is what American exceptionalism is all about, and that is what we will revive to save this great country starting this November when you restore Donald J. Trump back to the White House. Thank you all. God bless you, and may God bless your families, and may God bless our United States of America. Do not stop fighting until we get this job done. Thank you all. God bless.
Yes, a hero's welcome for the former president at the Formula One Miami Grand Prix. Trump waved to the crowd and stopped by the McLaren garage.
He was at the Formula One race down in Miami at the Miami Grand Prix. The crowd went crazy, chanting USA, USA as he was waving to the crowd.
The people that support Donald Trump are more passionate than the people, the 40% of the country that support Joe Biden.
Trump's warm, very warm welcome at the Miami Grand Prix.
That kind of reception shows that President Trump is not only welcome here in Florida, but he's probably welcome around the world.
His driver that he talked to last ended up winning the race.
Norris trumps Verstappen and wins.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Congressman Derek Van Orden.
I don't know if anybody noticed, but the 47th President of the United States made sure that he's got hats in Packer colors. Did you guys look outside? There are thousands of people lined up, can't even get in here yet. That's how popular President Donald J. Trump is here in Wisconsin. I'm a retired Navy SEAL senior chief with multiple combat tours around the world, and I strongly support Trump. You know why? Because we wouldn't be having this turmoil around the world if he was still president. Joe Biden has been projecting strategic weakness around the world, and the world is a much more dangerous place because of that. Joe Biden abandoned thousands of American citizens and our allies to the Taliban in Afghanistan. I'm one of the Americans that flew back to the Middle East to rescue our citizens as a private citizen. I would not have had to have done that if Donald J. Trump was the President of the United States. He will project peace through strength. He will make sure that our borders are secure. Look at what's taking place with the illegal aliens that have entered this country and how they are destroying our economy. They're taking advantage of our young children. And we, as Americans, must stand up and say enough is enough and get Donald J. Trump back into the White House. I'd like to take a second to tell you about the Donald Trump that I know, that the press will never tell you about because they don't want you to understand what an incredibly caring human being he is. My wife and I lost our oldest daughter to cancer this last summer. And the morning after her funeral, I was sitting in our now daughter's widower's basement, feeling very low. and my phone rang, and it was a call from Florida. And I do not know a lot of people in Florida. And I answered it, and it was President Trump. He wasn't calling as the next president of the United States or the former president. He was calling as a father, to speak to a father in the worst circumstances possible. He was calling as one grandfather to another grandfather who had just sustained an incredible family tragedy. And it was a pure and beautiful call. I put it on speakerphone so my wife could listen to it. He was calling to give us comfort, and tell us that he loves us, and that our son-in-law, our daughter's widower, is loved, and he asked about the children. This is the Donald J. Trump that I know. It's the Donald J. Trump that the press refuses to tell you about. So when you leave here today, take these messages of national security, peace through strength, an economy that you can afford to live under, but you remember this. The 47th President of the United States is a man who will look after you, and he'll look after your family, your children and your grandchildren. And he'll work tirelessly to make sure that this is not only a safe nation, but it's a nation worth living in. So God bless you, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much.
Yes, a hero's welcome for the former president at the Formula One Miami Grand Prix. Trump waved to the crowd and stopped by the McLaren garage.
He was at the Formula One race down in Miami at the Miami Grand Prix. The crowd went crazy, chanting USA, USA as he was waving to the crowd.
The people that support Donald Trump are more passionate than the people, the 40% of the country that support Joe Biden.
Trump's warm, very warm welcome at the Miami Grand Prix.
That kind of reception shows that President Trump is not only welcome here in Florida, but he's probably welcome around the world.
His driver that he talked to last ended up winning the race.
Norris, Trump, Verstappen, and wins.
Hi everyone, RSBN CEO Joe Steil.
What an exciting pre-program here in Wisconsin as we await President Trump. He'll be here within the hour, and a lot of excitement, a lot of great speakers as well. Vivek Ramaswamy just pumping up the crowd and getting them eager to get out and vote in November. We want to remind you, before we get to the news of the day, that Birch Gold is a wonderful company that we highly recommend to invest in for your future. If you're struggling with your finances and how you're just going to make ends meet, and you think, you know, what am I going to do for my kids, my grandkids, even myself later on in life? Well, that's where the experts come in at the Birch Gold Group. They will get you on the right track to financial freedom. So make sure you text the word Trump to 989898. A representative will call you and get you a free information kit and get you on the right track.
Yes, and about Birch Gold, they will definitely educate you there about what they can do and how they can help you, and they will tailor that to whatever works for you and your family.
Yes, so give them a shout. They have 5-star rating with the Better Business Bureau, thousands of happy customers. You can be the next one on the list. So contact the Birch Gold Group. Text the word Trump to 989898. Some key races we're following today. It's a primary day, Georgia, a runoff election. Brian Jack is a huge Trump ally. He has been endorsed by President Trump. He has been fighting for the MAGA movement for over 8 years now. Brian Jack in a runoff election in Georgia. Whoever wins this election, Jessica, is going to be a shoo-in come November to take on the Democrat in that election. So, Georgia, if you're watching, Brian Jack, a great ally to the MAGA movement, wants to make Georgia great again, wants to make the country great again. He has worked with the Trump campaign, and we just need him to win tonight in Georgia. That's Brian Jack, endorsed by President Trump. We're also watching a key race in Virginia as well. That's going on tonight, a primary. So if you're in Virginia and you are in the district for John McGuire, make sure you give him a vote as well. He is Trump endorsed for Virginia's 5th district, John McGuire. So those are two key races we're watching tonight here on Right Side.
Yes, and we were just talking a little bit before the speakers got on stage, Vanessa, about President Trump being in Las Vegas not too long ago, and him talking about his plan to take away the taxes on tips or the tourist industry, which surprisingly, you may not know, but that is going to be a huge impact here in Wisconsin and the states around here.
Yes, absolutely. Tourism is huge. So if you're in the service industry, restaurant industry, that is great news, because Jessica, I always feel bad whenever I use my credit card to pay and I go leave a tip, and I know that they're going to be taxed on what extra I want to give them. So, to hear that President Trump is looking to not tax tips is music to everyone's ears, especially those waiters and waitresses who work hard, and just anyone who survives off tips, because the harder you work, the bigger the tip, and so we know that those tips get taxed, and so they shouldn't, because that's extra. It's almost like a gift, and so it shouldn't be taxed. So if you're on social media, trending right now, and I think it's so great, is people who take the receipt from a restaurant and they'll write on there, "This won't get taxed under President Trump. Vote Trump in 2024." So you'll see a lot of these receipts trending on social media as President Trump makes that announcement just a couple of weeks ago.
And tourism, we know that a lot of tip-based jobs, a lot of young people have them. So that'll be a more money in our, young adults' pockets, and those who are not so young. It's just more money for the American people, so they can use it in other areas. And like you said, who's going to be against not getting taxed on something? I remember way back when in college, when I was a waitress, and we didn't even have to claim our tips back then. Those were the good old days. But I think those days are gone, but it's so much. It would be a really great move. And I think that Las Vegas and a lot of the other states that during this time of year, summer, or the holidays that depend on tourism would really see a bump in their economy, and it would just be a win-win for everyone there. Yes. More money for people to spend while they go on these vacations, and more money in the pockets of those who are working in those tourist areas.
So that's definitely a good thing. Took off like a wildfire whenever President Trump made that announcement in Vegas about not taxing tips. Also breaking just moments ago, a New York appeals court has denied President Trump's request to hear an appeal of the gag order in that hush money trial. So he's still under a gag order. Welcome to New York. I mean, could you expect anything less? So we're waiting on the appeals process to take its place and due process, but at the same time we're awaiting this July 11th sentencing, whatever that may be, in New York and Manhattan, and hopefully some of these cases that he is fighting, we're waiting on the Supreme Court to look at these as well. But some of these, Jessica, won't happen until after the November election.
Yes, and some of these cases are, postponed indefinitely. I think it's kind of a lot of the people involved in some of these cases really realize they're kind of treading on some uncharted territory, and maybe it's not good for either side. But yes, you're right. A lot of these decisions won't be made until after, so we'll just have to see. But not a surprise there. It's New York. Obviously, they're not big Trump fans, so no surprise there. But also looking forward to, before the RNC in next month, before the sentencing, and before November 5th, next week, the first debate between President Trump and Biden. And I think a lot of people are wondering how that's going to go. There's a lot of rules that are in place there. So it'll be interesting to see it's going to be an hour and a half or something like that. I really wonder how Biden is going to be able to fare, considering President Trump can last all morning, all day, all night. He goes with energy like no other. So it will be interesting to see how Biden fares.
I just, I haven't given too much thought into the debate, and here's why. It's because it's going to be a slam dunk straight out of the gates. And so President Trump, I think, needs to go in and remain calm, keep his composure. And the American people can see Biden just isn't there mentally. And so if he just goes in and, doesn't go in on a strong attack, I'm not his advisor, but this is just my thoughts on this. If he doesn't go in this attack mode and just goes in and just, is calm and composed, like I said, that he'll do really well. Biden's just going to bury himself. And, there's just there's no competition there. And so I'm really excited to see that. That's coming up on June 27th, the debate. It will be CNN is hosting that one.
And I think that's great advice, Vanessa. Yeah, just kind of, take it easy, let your answers speak for themselves, which I think Trump does allow, but, it's not necessary to necessarily throw any jabs or anything like that, because it's probably going to be pretty easy for President Trump. But we'll see. That will take place, I believe, at next week. And so, we'll just have to see how the networks, how fair they are with President Trump, because we know that's always an issue.
Yeah, and he's ready for it regardless. So even though whenever he has done a town hall with CNN before, he handled it very well. He knows they're coming in to attack him. They'll ask him tough questions that he can't handle. They'll ask Biden what's his favorite ice cream flavor. So he knows that the odds are against him, that he is going to be targeted by CNN, and he's ready for it. He's good at what he does, and so I don't think they're going to be able to pull any surprises for President Trump. He can't be surprised. He's ready. I always say he's always 10 steps ahead, and so no matter who comes after him, he's already ahead of the game, and he's got it figured out. So good luck to the CNN hosts that night. So, June 27th, make sure you're watching the debate. Another programming note for us is that RSBN will be in Pennsylvania on Saturday for a big Trump rally in Philadelphia. So make sure you're tuning in then. You can find all the information on our social media pages. I believe our crew has been posting those in the last couple of days as well. So we will have a team in Philadelphia on Saturday. So mark it on your calendar, a big Trump rally on that day. We don't know what else is coming up down the pipes, that is, for any more rallies after Saturday. So that's really what our schedule is. We have today, we have Saturday, and then we're looking forward to the debate on June 27th. Sentencing set to take place on July 11th in Manhattan, and then just 3 days later, the RNC takes place right here in Milwaukee. So as you heard from the state reps and some of the GOP leaders, they're excited for all of these top conservatives and people from around the country to converge in Milwaukee and this be the place where President Trump will officially be nominated for president.
Absolutely. And Vivek Ramaswamy took the stage. How exciting. Everybody was very excited. I know we didn't know what was happening on the sidelines, but he went up there and he spoke. And if that's any sign of the people welcoming him, he's been rumored to be on the short list of VP candidates for President Trump, which we'll see that happening at the RNC, but the people love him, so there's no question there. And he's from not too far, Ohio, so he thought he'd come and support President Trump in the area, and he did a great job. Of course, Vivek always has the best information. I personally love him as a speaker. I did previously when he was campaigning. Of course, my support was for Trump, but I really did enjoy some of the aspects that Vivek brings to the table, and really question, it gets your mind kind of going, and you start wondering about certain things and aspects that he brings up of our country and our government.
Very intelligent man, businessman also, who really came out of the blue and really took this country by storm. People are huge fans of Vivek Ramaswamy, and so he has a bright political future ahead of him, and we can't wait to see what happens. He's on the VP shortlist for President Trump, we're told, and he may even have a spot on his administration. So we'll see what Vivek's future is with politics, but already coming out strong, straight out of the gates. Just a few short months ago, we didn't even know who Vivek Ramaswamy was.
Nope.
And now, like Jessica mentioned, when he arrived here today, everyone turned their heads because the crowd follows him and they start cheering and chanting. And so when you see that crowd moving, you see Vivek is right there, right in the middle of it as he's making
Great
his
energy.
way. Yes.
Definitely great.
And he's an attention. When he's speaking, you listen to every word he says. And so he's very, very smart, and we're excited to see what he has in store for the future. Speaking of Vivek, he's coming off of being one of the speakers of Turning Point Action this weekend. A lot of great speakers were there. Dr. Ben Carson, Marjorie Taylor Greene out of Georgia, Candace Owens, Christy Nome, Mike Lindell, Scott Pressler, the list goes on. So many great speakers speaking to the younger generation. And so that was great to see that they're getting this them to the children, to the college kids, and we've seen a lot of college kids here today.
I was just going to say, and Vivek spoke to that. He's only 38, which actually surprised me because I don't think I knew his age, to be honest with you. I don't know what I thought, but obviously to run for president, you have to be at least 35. So, but he's quite young, obviously, and he kind of spoke to the young generation and explained to them about, what generations in the past have done for this country, and when it's time to kind of rise up and speak your mind, get out there, vote, and really allow your voice to be heard, because that is how your voice is heard. And I know it's so cliche, but especially here in Wisconsin and other battleground states, that could be what pushes, it to one candidate or the other. Are those votes that people sometimes say, well, what is my vote going to count? Is it really going to count? It's not a big deal, but it really is, especially in this election coming up. It will be a very big deal on who you cast your vote for. So that was really nice. I know a bunch of kids behind him rallied and kind of showed their posters, and we've seen a lot of them here today. First-time voters, which is exciting. I don't know if I was so much into politics at that age. I knew you could vote, and I did vote, but I don't know if I really researched or, really got behind any candidate. Sometimes you just kind of vote as you grow up.
Yes.
But nowadays, it's really, I think it's great to see these young kids in college, too. And a lot of them in college really making their voices known, which TPUSA is so great at allowing them to do. And it's a way for them to get their views seen and heard on their college campuses, which is not very popular.
Right. And so, yes, seeing that these college students are all over our college campuses with Turning Point Action is really nice to see when you think of the younger generation and them getting involved. And then you have organizations like Run Gen Z, who trains these younger adults to run for office, whether that's school board or city council. They get them trained and prepared for the next level and for public service. They also have one who's a state rep. Valerie McDonald, I believe, is from somewhere northeast. I'm gonna have to double check on that. I haven't spoken to her in a while, but she's a sweet girl. She's one of Run Gen Z's students, I should say.
Yes.
But yes, they train people, so it doesn't have to be a state rep. It can be city council or school board, but they're putting people in place, all important roles. And Run Gen Z, look that up if you haven't heard of them. Run Gen Z, they are doing a great job. So between them and Charlie Kirk, I think we are covering our base when it comes to the younger generation. And it's showing in the polls. President Trump is doing amazing when it comes to poll numbers, especially in the swing states as well, winning big in the swing states. One of them that I'm watching closely, Jessica, is Minnesota, because it has not supported a GOP president since 1972. So to see him leading in the polls in Minnesota is amazing.
Yeah, and I think that that's just kind of tells you what's taking place and how many people are really waking up and realizing that something has to change. These are our options. It will be Biden and President Trump. So you have to make the decision whether you want to or not. I mean, you can not vote, but for those of us who are voting, it is going to be most likely between those two. And you have to really, to me, I don't know about you, Vanessa, but to me, it's almost very common sense. We have one candidate who was president once, and he did what he said. The economy was great. We were not in any wars. Things were good for Americans. Of course, the pandemic put a damper on that towards the end. But then now there's Biden, and he's currently the incumbent. And look where we're at. We are in wars kind of all over. Very chaotic, especially for our military. And so to me, it's a no-brainer on who you really want to run this country. And I believe that President Trump's America First is a very simple thing to say, but it is true. He has America First. He doesn't have the Republican, conservative, liberal, left, Democrat. That's not what he's about. He's about America and what is going to be the best for Americans. All Americans, yes. Poor or rich.
Yes, absolutely, and that's why he's winning in the poll numbers across the board. Just in Vegas, he launched the Latino Americans for Trump, and then just last weekend, that is, in Detroit, he launched Black Americans for Trump. So he's speaking with the pastors in Detroit. He was speaking to the former police chief was there, and the people love him. So no matter the race, no matter the religion, no matter their income, the American people love President Trump, and they're getting that common sense. And that, reassures me that, hey, we're going to be okay because people are waking up. Americans aren't dumb. And the left wants us to be, but we're not. And so they're seeing the difference, and we're waking up, and we're really making a move. And so this is a movement we've never seen before, and there's always room for more. So if you're an independent watching right now, thanks for watching, and hopefully you'll come on board with us because we want to save this country. It's real easy, Jessica. We just want our faith, our freedoms, and our family. That's it. And so we just want to protect all of those things: faith, freedom, and family. And so the left makes it hard for us, but it should be very simple. So if you're undecided and don't know what you want to do, think about your faith. Yeah. Think about your freedoms. Think about your family. And if you can sit there and say that you are better off now than you were 4 years ago, well, hey, maybe this isn't the country for you. But if you were better off under Trump, it's a no-brainer who you should vote for in November. Okay, we're going to step aside, Jessica. We're going to show the crowds. I'm hearing that people want to see the crowd, so let's show them. A lot of people taking cover, sitting under. There's a gazebo area, a breezeway that people are sitting under now to sit in the shade. There's a lot of trees, people sitting under the trees behind us to get some shade. But a beautiful day on the water.
It is.
Here in Racine, Wisconsin.
Absolutely. Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting. We are here in Racine, Wisconsin, as we await President Trump to take the stage right there with that beautiful backdrop as he talks about Biden's failed presidency. But before we do any more, we're going to talk to you about one of our sponsors. Angel Pace Miracle Cream transforms the health of your skin naturally. Not only is it made in Spring, Texas, but everything is sourced in the USA. That's really nice to know. Angel Pace also sticks to America first by hiring veterans. So that's great there. It's unlike any cream on the market. It contains 0 chemicals and hydrates your skin without feeling greasy. Many customers have reported younger looking skin, fewer wrinkles, lightening of age spots, that's always nice, and healing of burns and bruises. Get the Miracle Cream. Everyone's talking about it. Angel Paste Miracle Cream, your skin will drink it up. Go to angelpaste.com and use the promo code RSBN to get 10% off your order. This is at angelpace.com, promo code RSBN. Go there if you're interested in Angel Paste, and it sounds great.
It is great, and the owner is wonderful. She's all over social media with Angel Paste. Make sure you give them a follow. Angelpaste.com makes you feel great, makes you look great. Like Jessica just mentioned, people are saying that they have younger looking skin. It's getting rid of the wrinkles. Just a very good conservative company who makes you look great. Can't go wrong there. So give them a try. It's angelpaste.com. Again, type in that RSBN code for a discount. But yeah, I mean, sourced right here in the USA. They're based in Texas, and they support our veterans. So it's good to hear when you have a veteran, a company who loves our veterans. So we need to support them as well. That's Angel Paste. Give them a try. It's for guys and women. So the men out there, you can use it as well.
Yeah, and I was talking, it's funny that we talk about Angel Paste because right before we got on live up here, I was telling you that I was feeling a little sticky today because I come from Denver, Colorado, which is pretty dry. So I brought my extra, I'm just used to always having like a very moisturizing lotion. And I don't think I needed it here in Wisconsin today. I'm feeling a little sticky and greasy, but I'll have to give that a try because in Colorado, you wrinkle fast, and it's pretty dry there. So I'll have to give them a try.
There you go. We were just looking at a sign behind us, and one of the names on that sign that they're remembering is Laken Riley out of Georgia. And I hate to report it, but this is just the facts, this is the truth, and this is just what's going on in our country. An illegal alien from Ecuador is now in custody after police say he raped a 13-year-old in a New York park, knife point. And it was a sexual attack on a 13-year-old girl who was tied by her wrists to her friend.
Yeah, very, very
sad. This is disgusting, and this needs to end. And just like Representative Steil said earlier when I was speaking to him, Brian Stiles, he said that Joe Biden could end this today. He could close the border today, but he refuses to do it. So this is what you're getting. You're getting 13-year-olds tied up to their friends in a New York park being raped at knife point. You're getting innocent lives like Laken Riley being murdered when they're going out for a jog. You have 2-year-olds in D.C. being murdered by illegal immigrants. The list goes on and on and on. These sexual predators, these criminals, need to go back to where they came from. President Trump is promising that. But I'm sick and tired, Jessica, of reading on the news these innocent children and innocent lives being ruined by these criminals who are coming across the border. And it's not just that. Just last week they were saying ISIS is coming across our border. I don't know what else we have to do to get people to realize this is a problem. All the people here know that it's a problem, but there are people who still think that AOC is a queen and that Joe Biden should be the next president, and I just don't get it. How many of these stories do you have to hear? Would you like it if it was your 13-year-old daughter tied to her friend in a New York park being sexually assaulted at knife point? No, you would not. It's time for them to go back.
And speaking on that, I believe we have another one that just committed. I'm not positive as to where, but it was a mother of 5 who was just raped and killed as she went out for an evening jog, never returned, and it's very sad. Another one committed by an illegal immigrant, and it's just very sad, unnecessary, and can be. None of these deaths had to happen.
No.
That's
and
the
I get
problem.
really angry because all lives matter.
Yes.
But when you start attacking our children, a 13-year-old girl, her life is ruined now. She's gonna think about that the rest of her life. And so all of this can be avoided. You had a nursing student in Georgia, Laken Riley, who Joe Biden can't even say her name correctly. He calls her Lincoln Riley. He doesn't care. If he cared, he would shut the border down, but he refuses to do so. And so when I get notifications on my phone, yet another attack by a legal alien from Ecuador, I get very frustrated. You can see that frustration coming out of me because it can be avoided.
It can be, and
avoided.
that's the thing. We know that murders are never going to stop. We know that crime is not going to be at zero ever, but it can be at a very low rate, and it can be prevented on a lot of these situations. So that's what's really, really hard to swallow.
Yes, absolutely. So President Trump says that he will close the border when it's time for him to take off as day one and ship these people back to where they came from. Hey, we want to remind you, if you haven't filed your taxes yet, if you have filed for an extension or if you have back taxes, that's okay. Don't worry. That's where the experts with Tax Network USA come in. Tax Network USA, they are licensed in every state, so no matter where you live, they can definitely help you out. They have saved their customers $1 billion, that's billion with a B, in back taxes. They are a company that has thousands of happy reviews, happy customers, so make sure if you have any tax questions or issues, give Tax Network USA a call. That's your number on your screen, 1-800-357-1415. That's 1-800-357-1415. You can also go to that website on your screen. That's tnusa.com/RSBN. One more time, that's tnusa.com/RSBN.
And it's not good to owe anybody money, but especially the IRS.
Yes, and the IRS, they can come after you, and yes, they would love to do so. So get ahead of the game, get ahead of the IRS. Don't let them,
control your life.
Control your life, and you get this mail in, these letterheads in, and it might scare you. Don't let the IRS get ahead of the game. You get ahead of the game, and you can do that with Tax Network USA.
Great sponsor for us here at RSBN. And remember, you can watch RSBN on YouTube. We are on Rumble. You can go to Right Side Broadcasting Network, I believe it's .com.
RSBnetwork.com.
RSBnnetwork.com. And go see us there. And we are... the support from our viewers is so important for our network, and we appreciate everybody spending time with us today when you could be doing something else. So we really always appreciate our viewers, and we thank you so much here at Right Side Broadcasting. And those are a couple of ways that you can watch us and stream us.
Yeah, if you're on YouTube, thanks for watching on YouTube. Make sure you subscribe to our channel. Rumble, hello to all of you. Make sure you also sign up for our locals channel on Rumble as well. All social media platforms, I'm there as well. If you're on Truth Social, I'm just at Vanessa. That's my first name, just at Vanessa. And then on X, which is formerly Twitter, I'm there. Instagram. And Jessica, I'm telling the world that I'm now on TikTok.
You know what? That's okay.
TikTok, it's all the same. Look, I'm older, it's that younger generation stuff, but President Trump got on TikTok, so I did too. And it's actually fun. Yes. I've already posted a few videos. That's at Vanessa B News, I believe. I don't know. Find me on TikTok too.
You'll be able to find her. TikTok's easy to find people because all you have to do is know kind of their first name, somewhat around their last name, and you can get them. So, well, welcome, because I am one of the guilty. I'm guilty of it. When they were saying TikTok was really, really bad in the beginning, a little after the pandemic, I had already downloaded it. And I don't post anything, more just for entertainment, to watch people that I wouldn't otherwise know anything about. I really enjoy that. It's like people watching from your phone, which I enjoy. So
and the things they come up with. Oh, like, where do they come up with this stuff?
There are so many things that you can go down a rabbit hole with. Yeah. But you know what? I've noticed President Trump is on there also, like you just said. I believe his account is #1.
Yes, I mean, he got millions of followers
Yes.
in no time. Joe Biden still has maybe 500,000, maybe 300,000, 500,000. But President Trump is well into the millions. The last I checked, it was over 5 million. So that tells you anything. The kids, the younger generation loves President Trump as well. And we want to remind you, too, speaking of kids and President Trump, freetrumpbook.com. Give it a try. Teach your kids the importance of Donald Trump's legacy, how great he was in office, how our government works. And if they just can't read yet and just only look at pictures, that's okay. The pictures are great on these Trump books. So go to freetrumpbook.com. It's in the name. It's free. All you have to pay is a small shipping and handling fee.
Yeah, and whether you like President Trump and going to vote for him or not, it doesn't matter. This is history. And it's always nice for our kids to know our political history in America at such a great time. I mean, we have so many problems here in America that do need to be rectified, economy, healthcare, things of that nature. And we're going into this tumultuous time for an election that's coming up. And this back and forth with the Democrats, Republicans, Trump, Biden. But, it's an exciting time, I think. And when you come to these rallies and you're here at anything that President Trump is going to speak at, you could be down and it just brings you hope that something good is going to come.
Oh, yeah.
There's light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah.
And he makes that very known, it is coming. And I think most of us cannot wait. And I think one of those ways is going to be giving President Trump that vote. If you're undecided, I do think that this is going to be an unprecedented election in regards to a lot of libertarians, independents, and people who don't usually vote coming out of the woodworks and really feeling like they need to say something, they need to do something to make some changes or get some changes going. So it's going to be interesting to see how the polls fare out at the end, but it looks like President Trump is doing very well right now.
Yes,
in
he
most
is.
every poll.
Yeah, and the swing states too. We're really watching
Yes.
the swing states doing well in Minnesota and Arizona, here in Wisconsin. So Pennsylvania, we're really getting good reports out of those polls. We talk about President Trump and how we need him in office, but we also need the backing of great congressional members as well. I do want to remind you, if you're at work right now watching us, hello, don't get in trouble by your boss. But when you get off work today and you live in Georgia or Virginia's 5th District, go vote, because it's a runoff primary election tonight. We are watching the Brian Jack race. Huge ally of President Trump, worked on his team, big MAGA supporter. This guy really needs to get in office, and he'll go on into, if he wins the primary tonight, we'll go on to November. We're hearing that that'll be a easy win for the Republican candidate. We don't want to discourage you in November, though, to not get out and vote, because we don't like to look at it as an easy win. No win is easy. So make sure you go out and get Brian Jack your vote today in Georgia. Also in Virginia's 5th District, we have John McGuire, who has been endorsed by President Trump. Huge MAGA conservative. So keep those names in mind. Make sure you vote before the polls close. Bring your friends. Tonight is very important because we need patriots like McGuire and Jack in office. So when Trump gets in office, he has that strong support system to vote with him.
And it's not a lame duck kind of a situation. And we want to remember, we want to keep the House. We barely have the House. And but we also want to flip the Senate. So that's another important thing. We definitely need those people in place so that President Trump can get, President Trump talks about these plans that he has, and he does have these plans, and he's going to do it. Believe him on that. But it is much easier to get things going when you have the support of Congress, because believe it or not, like some people would like to say, he's going to be a dictator. Not that he was. That's just silly. But a president can't make all the decisions. He needs that support, the backing, and so a lot of those elections are very, very important, and they're depending on the local voters. So.
Yes, absolutely. Again, make sure you go out and vote tonight if you're in Georgia for Brian Jack and McGuire in Virginia's 5th District. Another key component of what we go through, we dealt with the pandemic. We just don't know what's next. We spoke to a healthcare professional, a nurse from the Chicago area just earlier here at the rally, and he said that a lot of these illegal aliens are bringing diseases over that he treats all the time in the hospital. So with that said, this is where we say it all the time, and I just gave you a personal story, a personal experience about how important it is to have your medical emergency kits on hand. Dr. Peter McCullough, who works well with President Trump, has always preached the importance of early intervention and having the medicine you need when you need it. So don't let Big Pharma take advantage of you. Don't wait for your pharmacy to decide 2 or 3 days later that they're going to issue your prescription. Have that medical emergency kit on hand. You have ivermectin, all the great medicines that you need right there at your disposal.
Yes, and it's a great point that you bring up, speaking with that healthcare professional earlier. And it's very simple. It's science. So when you bring people who have never lived together into one community, and that is why we have our basic vaccinations, measles, TB, things of those nature, and we've eradicated a lot of those diseases, is because when immigrants come over, there's a process in order for them to kind of wean into society, just as we would have to do if we went anywhere else, right, and we were going to live in mass. It's human science, and it definitely is an issue. Measles, mumps are back, TB's back. I've heard pretty much everything is back, and it's really sad, because those things have been eradicated, and we're here dealing with them in 2024.
Yeah, and that's what the nurse was saying earlier that we spoke to, is that these illegal aliens are bringing that all back across the border. So make sure you go to makecaregreatagain.com, type in the RSBN code at checkout, and save yourself some money. Dr. Peter McCullough, again, and his team do a great job keeping America safe. These kits are only available in the USA. But again, that's makecaregreatagain.com. Type in the code RSBN for a discount, and we're going to step out of the way, let you see the crowd, as we are about 14 minutes away from President Donald J. Trump taking the stage here in Racine, Wisconsin, right here on the lake. It's a beautiful day, and the people are ready to get this MAGA party started.
It is, as you can see. And we recently had some monumental news that no one is talking about. For the first time in our history, the interest we pay on the national debt surpassed every individual budget item except Social Security. That's right, the U.S. now spends more in interest than on national defense or even Medicare. That is surprising news, and it's only getting worse as big government splurges as if they have, you know, a credit card with no limit, shopaholic with an unlimited credit card. That's why savvy investors, central banks, and concerned savers are turning to gold, something not tied to the inflated U.S. dollar, and you can too with the help of Birch Gold. For over 20 years, Birch Gold has helped tens of thousands of Americans protect the savings by converting their IRAs or 401ks into IRA in physical gold. So to learn more, you want to text Trump to 9898 and claim your free no obligation info kit on gold. Birch Gold has earned my trust with their education first approach. There are thousands of happy customers and their countless 5-star reviews. Protect your savings. Text Trump to 989898 today. You can't do it fast enough, so go ahead and text Trump to 989898, and we are going to get you back to the state.
Riverside Broadcasting Network. I'm Vanessa Broussard alongside Jessica Rivera, having a great scene, and it's just a party going on here today, right here on the water. It's a beautiful scene, and we're having a great time here in Wisconsin. Top of the hour, we're right at 3 o'clock, waiting on President Trump to arrive. We're hearing from his team that we will be right on time today, so it should be any minute before President Trump comes out on stage.
Yes, and it's such a great evening. We have a little bit of a concert going on here, which is kind of nice. Some great music, which President always has in the beginning as people wait for him to take the stage. So always very entertaining. I think people are very excited. It's the calm before the storm.
Yes.
Because as soon as he hits that stage, it is going to be wild out here. So.
Yes. And we want to thank all of our viewers over the past years, and even our new ones who have just joined in for donating and keeping us on the road. It's because of you we're out here. So if you can continue to donate, please do so. If you're a one-time donor, we'll take that too. Every little bit helps. So go to rsbnetwork.com, hit donate. RSBNetwork.com, that is, hit donate, and then continue to help us out, stay on the road here with all of these great Patriots America.
And it's so exciting today. We were just talking about it earlier. Today's RSBN's 9-year birthday. So that's what a great way to spend a 9-year birthday than at a Trump event. This campaign here in Racine, Wisconsin, where that nice lake breeze is feeling good from Lake Michigan. As we listen to some of the entertainment President Trump has before he momentarily is to hit the stage.
Yes. People have their phones out. They're ready for President Donald Trump. Hey, also, we talked about donating. Don't forget to sign up for our newsletter as well. Make sure you sign up for our newsletter on RSBN. Also, a great patriot of RSBN's. We love him. He loves us, and the people love him. That's Mike Lindell, working hard for election integrity. Make sure you give him some business for mypillow.com. Mike Lindell has spent a lot of his personal funds fighting for election integrity to make sure our 2024 elections are secure. So to put up the good fight that Mike Lindell has in front of him, we want to make sure that we are supporting him. So I do know, Jessica, that there are big deals, sales on the website right now on mypillow.com. But you can even save more if you type in the RSBN code at checkout. That's the MyPillow website with Mike Lindell, mypillow.com. All right, I'm seeing some of our notables start to take front seats, some of our representatives who are here, and some of the GOP leaders for Wisconsin. I see Forgiato Blow and Havas Levy taking their seats up front. So everyone in place right now as we wait for President Trump to come on stage.
Yeah, but he's going to be about going on 5 minutes, but we're seeing that door open where I think he's going to be coming out of. Don't know for sure, but he was slated to be out at about 3 p.m. Racine, Wisconsin time here. Just a few minutes late, but nothing that this crowd is worried about. They're here listening to this great music, and the ambiance here is just so great, nice and calm on this hot day. But the weather's starting to get a little better, so that's always nice. Cool down for us because we had a little bit of some heat early on. But everybody seems to be energized still.
Yes, absolutely. The setting is absolutely gorgeous here in Racine. We're right here on the water. We have some boats in the distance. A lot of people are taking cover, under the trees for some shade. There's some concessions for food and water, and everyone's just having a great time. Now, the weather forecast showed temperatures in the 90s today, so I got a little worried coming off the hills of Las Vegas a couple of weeks ago. It was hot there in the desert. So I thought, oh no, here we go again. But the cloud coverage saved us today, and so it's been a very nice day along with this breeze coming off the water. So we're having a great time. Again, President Trump should be coming out any minute now. He's there in the back meeting with notables and representatives and donors. and just talking about how important it is to the state of Wisconsin to be here today and also to be in Milwaukee coming up for the RNC in just a couple of weeks.
Yes, one of the major strongholds here, or battleground states, should I say, Wisconsin, which many believe might be the tipping point for whoever ends up winning the presidency, and hopefully it will be in President Trump's favor, as all of everyone. As we look across, there are still people, I believe there are still people outside that were not able to get in. I think they cut it off at some point. But there are plenty of people here, and there are still people in line that won't be able to be making it in, but they can definitely still be able to hear the president from outside. Since we are at a park, Racine Festival Park in Racine, Wisconsin, just off Lake Michigan. So beautiful out here. It's very beautiful.
It really is. And if you are watching us right now on YouTube or Rumble or any platform for that matter, just give us a shout of where you're watching from. We like to see where all of our viewers are watching. So let us know what state, even what country you're watching from. Again, thanks for watching Right Side Broadcasting Network. We are on all social media platforms. Make sure that as we head into November that you have signed up for our alerts. So when breaking news happens and if a campaign stop is announced, you will be the first to know. Make sure that you are signed up for all of our alerts and notifications. Make sure you give Jessica and I a follow on social media as well. I'm there on Truth Social at Vanessa X. I'm at Vanessa B News. I'm on Instagram a lot. Vanessa Broussard there. And TikTok. I can't forget about TikTok. Yes. I always think, okay, there's one more. My new TikToker.
Yes. Yes, and you said you've put out a few videos. I know you were asking earlier, what do you exactly call somebody who is a TikToker? But you might be becoming an influencer if you really want it.
Yeah, there you go. Well, I'm new to all of this,
yes.
So everyone bear with
President
me.
Trump definitely is on TikTok.
Yes, and that's the reason I got on. President Trump, at real Donald Trump, is on TikTok. He's a TikToker, and we also know that he's an influencer the country has to offer right now.
Absolutely.
All right, we're going to continue to let you hear the sights and sounds from Racine, Wisconsin, just outside of Milwaukee. I'm Vanessa Broussard alongside Jessica Rivera. We are just moments away from Donald Trump taking the stage. Stay with us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say
Thank you very much. Wow. Oh, and you know, I love Milwaukee. I was the one that picked Milwaukee, I have to tell you. I was the one that picked it. These lying people that they say, oh, he doesn't like Milwaukee. I love Milwaukee. I said, you got to fix the crime. We all know that. You got to make sure the election's honest. But I'm the one that picked Milwaukee, and the Democrats, or the radical left lunatics, as I call them, what they say is just so terrible. They lie, lie, lie. They have a horrible candidate. They have a candidate that has no clue, doesn't know where he is, and all they can do is lie. I love it. I'm the one that picked Milwaukee officially. So, and you had, and I think you had about 10 congressmen in a meeting that we had recently where I said how much I like Milwaukee. They all came out. They said, that's what he said. We can't help it. And they're truthful people. But I just want to begin by saying, hello, Wisconsin. Hello. Great state. We've had great success here. It's great to be back in this beautiful state with thousands and thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots. What a crowd. What a crowd. With your help, 5 months from now, we're going to win Wisconsin. We're going to defeat your radical left Democrat senator, one of the worst in the Senate. Nobody even knows she's a senator. I mean, frankly, she's not doing a good job representing. We have somebody that's going to be great. So, but we're going to defeat your Senator Tammy Baldwin. We're going to elect Eric Hovde of this area, by the way, who's a great gentleman, and spent a lot of time with him. He and his wife are incredible people. He's going to be a great representative. They're going to be great representatives of your state. But we're going to elect him to the U.S. Senate. We're going to evict weak, failed, and incompetent Joe Biden. He's an incompetent person from the White House. And quite simply, we are going to make America great again. Less than 4 years ago, our border was secure, inflation was nowhere to be seen, the world was at peace, and America was strong and respected. We were respected all over the world. None of this stuff would have been happening that's happened now with Russia and Ukraine and the attack on Israel. None of it would have been happening. We would have had and we wouldn't have had a thing called inflation. That would have been nice too. But it was a different place 4 years ago, but now we're going to make it better and bigger and stronger than ever before. But you had a president who put America first. I put America first. They put America last. Under crooked Joe Biden, the world is in flames. Our border is overrun. Inflation is raging. Europe is in total chaos. The Middle East is exploding. Iran is emboldened. China is on the march. And the worst, most incompetent, most corrupt president in history is going to drag us into World War III. Other than that, he's doing quite a good job, don't you think? Quite good. Joe Biden is humiliating our country on the world stage. He's actually humiliating us. You saw what happened this weekend. It's turning the United States into a total joke all over the world. First, he wandered off the G7 in Europe, the stage. He looked like he didn't know where the hell he was, but he didn't know where he was. He's blaming it now on AI. He's saying he doesn't know what AI is, but that's okay. Now they're saying the media is manipulating. Oh, he's saying the media is manipulating now. On that one, I have to stick up for the media, I have to tell you. He said the media is manipulating the pictures of him constantly not knowing where the hell he is. They're doing just the opposite. They're making him look better. At the G7 in Europe, and he had to be rescued by other world leaders. They had to pull him back. Then he bizarrely put his face on the Pope's forehead. What was that all about? That was weird. Vivek is here. That was weird, Vivek. I don't know. Did you see the Pope? The Pope is like, what's happening? The Pope didn't really know what was happening. He said, this is strange. Then he froze during the celebration on the White House lawn. Then Barack Hussein Obama had to grab his hand and lead him off the stage as though he were a child. I have to tell you, Obama could have handled that differently. He could have done it a little bit softer. He could have done it like, let's go. Come. He didn't have to grab him and pull him off the stage, but But he looked good, and I guess that was his primary purpose. He wanted to look good. He could have done a better job. In fact, the Biden people were very upset about that whole incident, but yet to be discussed. But Crooked Joe and his handlers are insisting he's sharper than ever, and they say the videos of Crooked Joe shuffling around are clean fakes. You know what a clean fake is? They're deceptively edited. They say they're deceptively edited. All of the mistakes that he's made every day. He can't go anywhere without a mistake. Now, if I'm perfect, they say he made a mistake. He did perfect. And I don't say clean fakes, although they do. They do that. They do that. They're the fake news. Look how many you have out there. They're all over the place. But with me, they take a good speech and they make it look as bad as possible. With him, they take the worst speech you've ever heard and they try and make him look like semi-normal. These are shameless liars who are trying to deceive you about other people, the people that represent Biden. They're shameless liars. They're the Russia people, the laptop from hell people, the 51 intelligence agent people. They're the people that said all sorts of lies about military, about our great military. They make up stories about our military. It's disgraceful what they can do, and they're so destructive to our country. They're the people that really destroy everything that they touch. That's why this November, the people of Wisconsin are going to tell Crooked Joe Biden, remember The Apprentice, you're fired. Get out. You've done a horrible job. You've done a horrible, horrible job. Worst president in history. Get out. You're fired. Get out. We can't get him out fast enough. I'm worried about the next 5 months. We could end up in World War III with this person. He's the worst president ever. The Biden administration has been nonstop catastrophe. He has been a catastrophe. It's been a nonstop catastrophe, but one of Crooked Joe's most destructive moves yet is the lawless executive action he is taking today. You've been reading, in the middle of the largest border invasion in world history. There's never been a border in the world that's like this border that we have, where probably 17, 18 million people by now have entered our country illegally. Joe Biden's granting mass, he's going to formally grant a mass amnesty to millions of illegal aliens that came into our country. And you have people that have been working for 10 years to try and come in legally, and they just keep working. Under this program, a deluge of illegals will be given immediate green cards and put on the fast track to rapid citizenship
so they can vote. I think a lot of them are going to vote for me. You want to know the truth? Because if you look at the Hispanic population, if you look at the black population, they're voting for Trump. They're voting for Trump. You, look at you. You. Thank you. I like that person right there. But they give them they give them welfare, they give them free health care, food stamps. Chain migration, one of the catastrophic things, one of the many catastrophic things that we're confronted with when they come in. Crooked Joe is sending a message to the world that he rewards illegal entry, and that's what's happening. They hear about all of the things that are coming in, and don't kid yourself, the ones that are hurt the most, the black population, the Hispanic population, and you know what else? Who else is hurt badly? Unions, because unions are not able to compete with this. This is a mass entry into our country, and the unions are getting absolutely killed by it. All an illegal alien has to do is sign up for his new program. It's a sham marriage or college degree. Think of this. And they can expect amnesty and taxpayer support. They want to get taxpayer support. We are supporting people that come in illegally, but our soldiers, our veterans, are dying on the streets of these horribly run Democrat cities. Our country is under invasion. We should not be talking amnesty. We should be talking about stopping the invasion instead. This is an invasion of our country. We have to seal the border. We have to let people come into our country, but they have to come in legally. We have to send Joe Biden's illegal aliens back home where they belong. We have no choice. We have no choice. Don't forget, all over the world, the prisons, the jails, the mental institutions, the insane asylums, they're all being emptied out. And I don't blame them. I know the leaders. I know so many of the leaders. I had to deal with them. I dealt with them very nicely. I said, you don't behave, we're not going to give you any of the money. We pay them so much money, and they do nothing. Get stolen all over the place. But I had a lot of things. We wanted to bring them back. They wouldn't let them come back. I was told that for years Obama couldn't get anybody out. We suffered with MS-13 by the thousands and thousands that killed people, that cut up. 2 young girls cut up in Long Island, cut up to pieces and died by MS-13 monsters, and we couldn't get them out of our country. And I came back, and I said, why? They said they won't take them back. Honduras, you take a look at Honduras, and any one of the Mexico, to a certain extent, Mexico a little bit less, but we have countries all over South America, countries all over the world that wouldn't take them back. But in the case of the 4 countries, I said, here's what we do. El Salvador is an example, very tough, smart, good leader. But I would have been more advanced than him. I would have had the jails completely empty instead of almost empty. You know, if you take a look at Venezuela, you see what's happening there. 72% down in crime because they've taken their gangs, their drug dealers, also their prisoners. And where have they brought them? To the United States of America. Thank you very much. No. Who can believe that they allow this to happen to our country? Now, who can believe that they would do this to our country? Now, Joe Biden doesn't have a clue. Now, we're going to watch. Is anybody going to watch the debate? He's going to be so pumped up. He's going to be pumped up. You know all that stuff that was missing about a month ago from the White House? What happened? Who left it? Somebody left it there. I wonder, let's see, somebody left a laptop in an office of a gentleman who was supposed to fix the laptop from hell. He never picked it up, and somebody didn't pick up hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of cocaine. I wonder who that could have been. I don't know. Actually, I think it was Joe. You're one of those. But Crooked Joe's action today is an illegal, unconstitutional amnesty without approval from Congress, no approval from the courts or the American people, but he never does that. He did that with the tuition, and that didn't work out too well. He got rebuked, and then he did it again. It's going to get rebuked again, even more so. It's an even more vile attack. But he did that with tuition just to get the publicity for the election. He doesn't care about that. He just wants to see if he can get it by the election. Like with all my stuff, they get these people from all over, go after Trump. They never did this before. This is like third world country stuff. Go after Trump. But he did nothing wrong. That doesn't matter. Just go after him. Go after him. And we don't care what happens after the election. Just do it. Mess it up. No country has ever done this outside of a few third world horrible banana republics. Very rarely done. This Biden amnesty is a direct attack on American democracy, and yet another example is how Biden and his communists are demolishing our constitutional system and replacing it with a corrupt and fascist regime. These are fascists. These are bad people. And I don't think he's calling the shots. I'll be honest. I think he's not. I'm talking to you like a small little gathering of, 20,000 people. But I don't think he's calling the shots. I really don't. I almost sound when I talk about, Alphonse Capone was indicted less than Trump. I never heard the word indictment, and then all of a sudden that's coming from all different angles at me, all caused by Biden and his thugs. But it's not going to happen. It's interesting because we're doing better now than we've ever done because people know it's a scam. It's a big scam. And the Biden betrayal is not going to stand. When I'm reelected, Joe Biden's illegal amnesty plan will be ripped up and thrown out on the very first day that we're back in office. Because he's just using that group. But he's going to let everybody come in because you know what they're trying to do? They're trying to sign these people up and register them. They're not citizens. They're not allowed to do it. It's illegal as hell. We're filing court cases all over the place, including here, but we're filing court. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to use all of these people that are pouring into our country to vote. What other reason? Look, it's either they're stupid, they're not stupid. He is, but they're not stupid. The people that surround him, his leaders, his leaders aren't stupid. You can't cheat that well at an election and be stupid, okay? But, so you say they're either stupid or they hate our country, or the third thing is they want to sign people up to vote. And that's what they're doing right now. They're signing people up to vote. The people don't even know where they are. And they're getting them cards to vote. They're trying to register them to vote. And we're in courts all over the place, and we're going to get it stopped, and we're not going to let what they did 4 years ago happen again. Our country is being destroyed. Joe Biden wants to be the president for illegal aliens, but I will be the president for law-abiding Americans, every background, every walk of life, every race, religion, color, and creed. I'll be the president. Thank you very much. Crooked Joe's mass amnesty comes in the wake of a series of horrific murders by, I call them the Biden illegals. They come in here so illegally. They just walk across, not vetted, not checked. All over the world they're coming from. The Congo and Africa, 22 people coming out of jails recently. And where are you from? The Congo. Where did you live? In a jail. What did you do? We don't want to say. But they come from Africa, from Asia. They come from the Middle East. They come from South America, but they come from all over the world. And they're really in many cases, very, very bad people. The only good thing is they make our gang members look like nice people by comparison. You know the good thing about Biden's administration, right? He makes Jimmy Carter look like a genius by comparison. Jimmy Carter's administration looked brilliant by comparison. In all fairness, he wasn't doing things like this. He wasn't allowing 17, 18 million people to walk into our country unchecked, unvetted. We have no idea who the hell they are. Day after day, week after week, more Americans are raped, kidnapped, and brutally killed at the hands of criminals. And Joe Biden released them into our country. He released them all. We had, by the way, 4 years ago, I wish they could put it up on the screen, we had the strongest border in the history of our country. Now we have the weakest border in the history of the world. In the history of the world. Oh, there it is. Take a look. That cost a little money to bring that sucker up here. You know, But take a look at that. You see the red arrow on the bottom? That was the week I left office. What a sad day that was for the country. But that was the week I left office. See the red arrow on the bottom? That's the only one you have to even look at. That was the last week in office for Trump. Look at the number. That was the lowest number in the history of our country of illegals coming in. But you can also add drugs and other things, okay? But look at that number. And that was done by Border Patrol. Look at that number. And then look what happens as soon as I leave. Look at the numbers on the right. That's the largest influx of people ever to come to any country. There's never been anything like this. And we don't know where they come from, who they are. We don't have any records. There's no way to check it. You know, they come from some country that nobody ever heard of. They don't keep records, and we don't get their records, and we don't know what we're taking in. But you know one thing. You remember the snake. It's not going to be good, right? It's not going to be good. When you let in a snake, when you let in people that come out of prisons for murder, it's not going to end well. We're going to have a lot of problems, and we're going to get them out. We're going to get them out as fast as we can. We're going to have the largest deportation. We have no choice. Just last week, another Biden migrant was arrested for the savage murder of an innocent American woman. You probably all read about it. In Maryland, Rachel Morin, 37 years old, mother of 5, beautiful woman, nice woman, everybody loved her. Police believe that this animal was responsible for Rachel's killing, first murdered another young woman in El Salvador, came from El Salvador, murdered a woman, at least one, then fled across this Joe Biden open border. Just come on in, everybody. We won't even check your name. And came into the United States, after which he savagely attacked a 9-year-old girl and her mother in a home invasion in Los Angeles in an area that was supposed to be safe. And finally, he's charged with raping and murdering Rachel when she was out for a run. She was running, wanted to keep herself in shape before dumping her body into a drainage ditch. That's how they found her, into a drainage ditch. This monster should never have been allowed into our country, and if I was president, he would never have been able to come in. He would have never been able to come in. You see those numbers. Thank you very much. Just like the killer, and you've read about this too, Laken Riley, beautiful Laken Riley, would have never been in our country. Laken was the topper of her class. She wanted to be a nurse. She was the top student, the top everything. She was admired by everybody that knew her. And she was murdered by the same kind of a person that came in here under Biden's there is no policy. They just come in. They just came in. And, you know, I listened to Tom Homan the other day. Tom Homan's great, real pro. He said there's never been an administration so good on the border and so good generally, but he's a border guy. He's a pure, powerful border guy. He said there's never been an administration like Trump. It's the greatest border, the safest border we've ever had. All these murders that are taking place and all the murders that will take place, you're just seeing the beginning. They're just getting comfortable, you know? They're here for a little while. They're not going to start up. They want to find out. They're just getting comfortable. Now they're having fistfights with cops in the middle of the street. Think of that. In the middle of New York City, they have a guy fistfighting with a cop. I've seen cops shot. I've seen a lot of things. But a fistfight, that's really like crazy. And they're duking it out in the middle of a street. And if that happened to him in his country, they would have had him killed immediately. He would have been killed immediately. But here we're very nice. We're politically correct. Also recently in New York, an illegal alien with mutual and multiple prior arrests approached 2 13-year-old children with a machete in broad daylight, forced them into the woods, tied them together by the wrists, and raped the girl at a park in Queens. I grew up in Queens. When I'm reelected, we will begin removing these criminals, these horrible people from our midst, and we'll end up doing it immediately. We're going to do it immediately. It's not like we have a choice, right? Do we have a choice? We're not going to live like this. You know, that area in Queens, I said, that's where I grew up. I grew up right near that area. It was unthinkable. My parents, I'd go to the park. It was like 20 blocks away, I'd take a bicycle ride that nobody thought anything was going to happen. I did that for years. Played baseball and different things in the park, and you'd ride and you'd come back home. Mother would say, "Hi, darling, would you like something to eat?" Today, if you let your kid out of the house for 5 minutes, the kid is gone. You never see the. It's horrible what's going on. We're not living the proper life. This is not appropriate. What's happening? Our country is so badly run. And by the way, Kenosha, I saved Kenosha. Do you know that? When I was president, right? I saved it. Kenosha was about ready to go down the tubes, and the governor wouldn't move. He just wouldn't move, and I moved. I'm not supposed to. It's supposed to be the governor supposed to do it, the mayor and the governor. But we did a great job, and we saved a lot of different places, and some here. We saved a lot of places. Joe Biden's amnesty is also a cold-blooded betrayal of American seniors. By the way, did you see Nancy Pelosi? Her daughter did a documentary, Crazy Nancy. No, this happened just a couple of days. They found the documentary. Her daughter, who's a, quote, documentary maker, has a documentary where Nancy Pelosi is saying it's my fault, meaning her fault, not my fault, her fault, that she takes full responsibility for what's happening. That's as the event is happening. You know why? Because she was being honest for the first couple of hours, and I offered them 10,000 soldiers because I knew the crowd was going to be big. But I offered them 10,000 soldiers, and she turned it down. She said, "Oh, I don't like the look." She turned it down. And the mayor of Washington, D.C., which we're going to redevelop and make beautiful again, because right now it's a crime-ridden capital. But they turned it down. They turned down the stuff. And now the J6 committee, I call it the unselect committee. They're unselect. They're the most unselect. We should have people like you. We should have put Vivek on the committee, right? And our congressman on the committee, right? But the unselect committee of political thugs, the evidence was so bad and so compelling against the Democrats and against the people that are supposed to be doing that job that they destroyed and deleted all of the everything is deleted. Remember, they said I attacked Secret Service agents while I was in the back of a car. And I have friends that say, "Don't change that story." Man, you sound tough as hell. That's good. These guys are like 30 years old. One is a weightlifter. The other one's a karate top guy or something. I went for the one who was rebuffed, but my hands wrapped around the other one's neck. I would have been in trouble if I did that, I think. But what happened is when Secret Service went in, they totally told the proper story, which was nothing happened. Absolutely nothing happened. Then she supposedly changed her, so something went on there. But that's just one of many things. The Pelosi thing is something that is totally on the record, and they've deleted and destroyed all of the records. And they are really disgraceful people. Remember, I said peacefully and patriotically, right? Peacefully. They didn't have that in my speech. They put my speech up, but they took phrases out like peacefully and patriotically. And these are very dishonest people. I say we have problems from the outside and problems from within, and I really believe that you have a smart president. I had no problem with China. I had no problem with Russia. I stopped Russia. Russia would have never gone into Ukraine. I stopped their pipeline going into Germany, which Biden immediately approved. The first week that he was there, he approved it. And Putin actually said, they say that you and I are friends. I'd hate to see you as an enemy. You stopped my pipeline. It was stopped. Going to Germany, going all over Europe, and Biden immediately approved it. But he killed our pipeline, the Keystone. He stopped our pipeline, the Keystone XL, 48,000 jobs. He stopped our pipeline. Biden and his party are hell-bent on legalizing every single Biden migrant who has violated our borders, dumping millions of people onto Medicare and Social Security and even Obamacare. By the way, all of these people going on to Social Security, Medicare, Obamacare, whatever you want to call it, it's going to destroy all of them. It's not going to be able, it's not sustainable. They're going to ruin your Social Security. This guy's killing your Social Security. Biden and the Democrats are wheeling Granny off the cliff to give benefits to illegal aliens. They're giving the benefits to the illegals. And a stat that came out the other day is that almost all of the new jobs in this country are going to illegals. They're not going to our people. They're going to illegals. And that's why The black population, Hispanic population, is voting for me at levels that nobody's ever seen before in this country. Because they're not getting the jobs. In fact, they're losing their jobs. As president, I will fight for American seniors like nobody has ever fought before, and we will not be fighting for the Biden illegals, as I call them. I will fight for American workers, not for human traffickers. I will fight for the American dreamers, not the child smugglers and woman smugglers. And I will restore the sovereign borders of the United States of America. So help me God. Thank you very much. Thank you. You know, they actually have the best location. People think it's them, but it's not, because nobody sees you on camera. They're on camera for an hour and a half, depending on. And in numerous cases, perhaps they become Hollywood stars. You know, they'll say, who's that person with great star appeal behind Trump? Let's see. Got a few of them. You never know. Hey, you never know. What is a star, after all? What is a star? I will also take immediate action to save our economy. Our economy is doing terribly. Inflation has killed our economy. It's a nation buster. On the last day in office, inflation was at less than 1.4%, and as you know, it's now 10. If you take a look at our inflation, our real inflation, they said it was 10 for the last couple of years cumulatively. You take a look at inflation, and if you add different categories, which they don't, I think our inflation is between 40 and 50%. They say it's at 22%. 22%'s a lot. That's record setting. But I think you could double it. Let them add the cost of interest. Let them add the cost of trying to buy a house. Nobody can buy a house anymore. The American dream is dead. The money they can't get, the interest rates through the roof. During my term, we had gasoline down to $1.87 a gallon. And by the end, the 30-year mortgage rate was 2.7%. Think of that. And now it's 10%, 11%, 12%, and you can't get the money, so it doesn't make any difference. They can tell you what the rate is, but you can't get the money. Joe Biden inherited the fastest and strongest economic recovery in history. I gave him the greatest economic recovery in history. It's called bounce back. We were all set. We were set. I hated. We had the greatest economy ever in the history of the world. COVID came in, and we did an unbelievable job. And by the time we ended, we gave him the greatest bounce back that anybody's ever had. And guess what? He blew it to shreds. And that's where we are right now. Biden's inflation, price hikes, and energy destruction have cost the average American family an astonishing $28,000. Think of that, $28,000. And on day one of my new administration, we will throw out Bidenomics and replace it with Maganomics. Maganomics. And it was just announced, you probably heard it, just came as I'm walking up, I say, let me say that. I'm walking up here. It was just announced that the budget deficit is now expected to be almost $2 trillion in 2024. Think of it, $2 trillion. Let's see, 2024, that might not be so good because I take over. They're going to say I have a $2 trillion deficit. I say I didn't do anything. But we'll get it down. $400 billion more than estimated just a few months ago because he's throwing money out the window on the Green New scam and other things because this student loan program, which it's not even legal. I mean, it's not even legal. And the students aren't buying it, by the way. His polls are down. I'm leading in young people by numbers that nobody's ever seen before. And remember, with Trump, no tax on tips. So for all of you people, a couple of people that get tips, right? Tips? No tax on tips. That's right. No, I think it's good. You know, you work, and they come out and they harass you. They really harass you. A lot of people have told me that. He's just passed new regulations that make it very, very hard on people that earn tips really for a living. For the most part, they live on tips. I will stop Biden's wasteful spending and rapidly terminate the Green New Scam, which is a total scam. We're spending money like drunken sailors. You know the expression, drunken sailors? They love that expression. I will end the Biden inflation nightmare, and we will end it quickly. And I will repeal crooked Joe Biden's insane electric vehicle mandate, and we will drill, baby, drill. We will drill, baby, drill. Right? Thank you. Thank you. Energy costs will come down very quickly. In many cases, we'll be cutting your energy costs in half, and we're going to be doing it very fast. I will also stop inflation by stopping the invasion, rapidly reducing housing costs. You know, they're taking over our hotels. Think of it. You have people that come in illegally that don't speak the language. We don't even know the country. These are countries where we have nobody in our country that even understands the language. And they're living in luxury hotels in many cases. And as I said, as our wonderful warriors they're wounded. In many cases, they are literally wounded. They're wounded from what's taken place, from the trauma, but they're wounded. And they're laying in the streets of San Francisco and Los Angeles and New York and Chicago and Oakland and all over the place. And you have other people living in luxury hotels. You tell me, is this country screwed up or what? Is this country... We will cut every unnecessary Biden regulation. You know, I cut regulations more than any president in history. That's how we got all the jobs. And I cut your taxes, the biggest tax cut in the history of our country. And we will make the Trump tax cuts permanent and reduce taxes even more for working families and small businesses. They want to let the Trump tax cuts expire. If you do that, you will pay 4 times the amount of tax that you're paying right now. Somehow, you know, all my life I've watched politicians, and they've always said, I'm going to reduce your taxes. This is the only group I've ever seen. We're going to raise your taxes by 4 times. Oh, let's vote for them. There's something crazy going on. There's something crazy in the water. But, you know, I produce the cleanest water and the cleanest air. That's what I want. I want clean water, clean, crystal clean air. Unlike me, Joe Biden isn't fighting for the working people. He's fighting for all of the corrupt interests that get rich off the suffering of the middle class. And he's fighting for China. And he's fighting for lots of other countries. He puts America last. Crooked Joe backed NAFTA, China's entry into the World Trade Organization, and the horrible Trans-Pacific Partnership, and also the ripoff called the Paris Climate Accord. Sounds so nice. Except we were paying the whole brunt of it. China wasn't paying, Russia wasn't paying, India wasn't paying. We were paying $1 trillion for the Paris Climate Accord. Sounds so nice. I said, you know, when I terminate this deal, I'm going to get killed on this one. I terminated it. Everybody thanked me. It was like, because they all know the people are really smart. They get it. They get it. What we are doing for other countries, and we're destroying ourselves, and we owe $35 trillion. You know, it's not like, gee, we have nothing but cash. He sent our blood and treasure to back regime change in Iraq, regime change in Libya, regime change in Syria, and every other globalist disaster for half a century. It's been going on the same. I took our soldiers out. You know, I'm the only president that didn't start a war. I'm the only president... I finished the war. I finished it. I finished the war with ISIS, the ISIS Caliphate. I finished it. But I didn't start a war. I got our soldiers out of Syria. I read this morning that, oh, gee, it was a shame. We had 5,000 soldiers on the border, Syria and Turkey, right on the border. So you have Syria, Turkey, and in the middle we have 5,000. In between, a 250,000 person army and 150,000. I went to a general. I say, how do our 5,000 soldiers do in that case? You got two warring nations. And they say, not good, sir. I say, I think it's time to get them out, right? I got them out. Then we had 54 soldiers. And I say, this one I don't have to ask a general. Get them the hell out of there. You know what? Essentially, nothing happened. They've had that border for 2,000 years, different names. But they've had that border for 2,000 years. They've been fighting for 2,000 years. Why do we have soldiers here? I took them out. And we didn't have people killed. We had nobody killed. And they still fight over the border a little bit, but not much. It's, you know, they fight for a little while, then they stop. This goes on for thousands. This goes on for thousands of years. No, you know, we are now, we call ourselves, because, you know, I'm conservative. What difference? I'm the party of common sense. We're the party of common sense. It's not a conservative thing. It's not a liberal thing or a Democrat or Republican thing. After years of crooked Joe building up foreign nations under my leadership, we will once again build up our nation, if that's okay. Let's build up our nation. I think it's time, right? It looks like a good soldier there. I will revoke China's most favored nation's trade status. They have a most favored nation. They're favored. I said, why do you have that presidency? Well, we are a developing nation. You got nothing but cash. You're killing us. We paid them $500 billion a year. They built their military because of stupid people. And one thing, you know, somebody said it, you don't even think about it. I read it 2 nights ago. Donald Trump was the one that brought up China and the tremendous threat that China is and the amount of money that China takes out of our country every year. You never heard that until I came along. And, you know, it's one thing to talk about it, but I did talk about it. But I was doing something. We took out hundreds of billions of dollars out of China. Not one president took out 10 cents. In fact, Biden wants to revoke the tariffs, but he can't because it's so much money. He can't do it. He just can't do it. I also will pass the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act. That's if China or any other country makes us pay 100 or 200% tariff or tax, we will make them pay a reciprocal tariff or tax of 100 or 200% right back. We don't do that. We have countries, and it's not only China, it's many countries. We have countries that charge us tremendous taxes and tariffs, and we don't charge them anything. And I was changing that and got a lot of it changed with South Korea, with Japan, made a new deal with Japan. Oh, Japan was really, you know, Prime Minister Abe, he was great, of Japan. He was assassinated. He was a great friend of mine. He was a great gentleman. He loved his people. He loved his country. I went to him. I said, you know, the trade deal between Japan and the United States is the most unfair thing I think I've ever seen. They sell cars to us. We can't sell cars to them. They sell food to us. We can't sell food to them. And it's that way with the European Union, too. And I said to Abe, I love that guy. He was great. He was going to run again. He was getting well, and he was going to run again. Very popular guy. He would have won easily. But I said, we can't do this. He said, I was waiting for you to ask. He said, nobody's ever asked. Nobody from your country has ever asked, you know? He said, I'm shocked it took you so long. And I renegotiated it. I mean, I liked him so much. I could have made probably a tougher deal, but we made a tough deal. I liked him. He was a great guy, and we renegotiated that deal. We renegotiated a lot of deals. One of the best deals I made was with China, but because of COVID, I don't even talk about that deal. China had to buy $50 billion worth of our product, our agricultural product mostly. And, you know, it was interesting during the negotiation. I said, what are we asking for? $15 million, 15. So I thought they meant 50, right? I heard it as 50. So when they came to me, they said, we have the deal done with China. It's $15 million. I said, what do you mean 15? It's 50, you told me. They said, no, it's 15. I said, go back and ask for 50. And we got it. Can you believe it? We got it. I thought they said 50. But the Reciprocal Trade Act is basically a terrible expression, but it's, you know, as accurate as I could make it. You know, I have a man I have a lot of respect for. He said, please, you speak so beautifully. Don't hurt your speech by using foul language. But sometimes foul language is a little bit necessary. More necessary here than on television, I have to say. On television, it doesn't sound good. Although it sounds okay, actually, but it doesn't sound good. Here, you don't make your point. But I don't think this is too bad, because reciprocal trade, that's You screw us, we screw you. And then what happens, you charge us 100%, we charge you. I don't know how else I can say it so briefly, right? That's about as good as we can do. There's just no word that can cover that. So, and you know who that was? Does anybody know? You know who that was that told me? A great man, actually. Franklin Graham, you're right. It was Franklin Graham. He wrote me a beautiful letter, and he said, your speech was so good, and I loved it and everything else, but you don't have to use foul language. And I very rarely do. And it's not really, it's just, like little words, like that word that starts with a B and ends with a T, right? It's just such a descriptive word. I don't know how you replace some of these words. But I think of him when I'm about to do, and usually last speech I said I'm going to behave, and I did. I totally behaved. This one I did use those two words, the same word twice. Biden would say I used 3 words 4 times. Remember that? He'd have 4 words, and he'd say in the famous words those 2 words, and then he'd issue 4 words. This guy. This is what we have negotiating. This is what we have negotiating with Putin, with President Xi of China, with Kim Jong-un, who's loaded up with nuclear weapons. This is what we have negotiating. When France came out and wanted to tax our nation, I told them you can't do it, and if you do it, you're going to pay 100% tax on all of your wine and all of your champagne that you send in. And all my people said you couldn't do it. You'll never be able to change it. They're going to tax our companies 25%. And I said, we're going to do it. And I did that, and it was a miracle. They said, Macron, you know Macron, good man. He loves France. He doesn't love us. He loves France, right?
I'm excited to announce we're having a huge My Pillow spring sale. And here's a few examples.
Disappears. Everybody told me it couldn't be done. My own people told me it couldn't be done.
Another My Pillow 2.0
and I said, nope,
absolutely
100%
free.
starting on Monday. This was Friday. He called me back 5 minutes later. He said that we would be delighted to drop that tax. We would be delighted to drop that 25% tax on your companies, Vivek. But if I gave it to Vivek to do, I think he'd pull it off, right?
That's as low as $24.98. And for the first time this year, I'm bringing you my slippers and sandals for as low as $25.
It's no wonder Joe Biden and his thugs are so desperate to stop us. They know that we are the only ones who can stop them, and they know that. All of their persecutions and prosecutions is happening because I'm running for president and leading very big in the polls, including in this great state. Now, do you remember in 2016 we won, and then we did much better here in 2020, but lots of things happened. And then in the end we won, but by that time it was a little late. But in 2016 we won, and I got a poll from ABC Washington Post, Washington Post is down 50% in readers, which is a good thing because people don't like fake news. And ABC, they have George Stopalopoulos. I call him Slopadopoulos. George Stopalopoulos. I said, George, I've had you up to here. You got to start telling the truth. You got to start telling the truth. They're doing one of the debates, I understand. See, I agreed to this stuff. I agreed to the debates. They came up to me, and they said, we're going to do a debate. We'd like to challenge you to a debate. But they didn't want me to accept, so they gave me something that I couldn't accept. CNN, fake tapper, right? Fake tapper. Sit down at tables, no audience. I don't know, this thing sounds pretty unacceptable. No audience. I said, well, I think we should at least stand up. Don't you think it would be respectful? But I said, we'll do it. They didn't think I was going to do it. They thought I would say, no, I don't want to do it because CNN is so, it's fake news. But I think maybe they'll be honest. I think fake tapper would really help himself if we're honest. But you'll see immediately if it is or not. I'll probably be... Dana Bash is the other. I'll probably be negotiating with 3 people, but that's okay. I've done that before. I'll be debating 3 people instead of one half of a person. The outrageous charges in New York were a corrupt creation of crooked Joe Biden and his group, and they really weaponized. What they did is they weaponized the Department of Justice. They weaponized all the White House. What they did is disgraceful. It was all planned and carried out by his thugs in Washington, giving orders to New York. All these people went to Washington. It was all one big thing, including civil cases, by the way. The case was completely devoid of facts, merit, or even any crimes. Every legal analyst, all great people. I don't have to go over their names. I go over them all the time. But all of the great legal analysts said there is no case here. There is no crime. He shouldn't charge, etc. But every single one of them said that. This wasn't a legitimate indictment. This was a Joe Biden indictment to try and hurt your political opponent. And it's really reverberated because the numbers we've never had numbers better than this. And they've really gone up a lot since that fake deal was started. But since the rigged trial in New York, and think of this, the poll numbers have increased very substantially, and the fundraising has, I think, set all-time records. I mean, I think it's set all-time. And you know what? If you understand this stuff, if it hadn't, it would have gone the opposite way. If this was real stuff, it would have been the opposite. Most of the time it would be. But I have a nice platform. I was able to explain what it is. It was fake. I also got Dershowitz. You take a look at Dershowitz and Mark Levin, all great people. Andrew McCarthy, Greg Jarrett, all great people. Jonathan Turley, all fantastic. Do you think Biden could remember 5, 6, 7 names? I don't think so. I don't think so. And honestly, many others. And they all came out and they said, this is a terrible thing that's happening to our country, et cetera, et cetera. And people read, and that's when the numbers quadrupled. Everything quadrupled. The poll numbers were great. The fundraising numbers went up at levels that nobody's ever seen before because they know it's all fake stuff. It's a Biden indictment. These aren't indictments. These are Biden indictments. He did it to hurt his political opponent because he's a lowlife who's the dumbest president we've ever had in addition to everything else. The radical left Democrats rigged the presidential election in 2020, and we're not going to let them rig the presidential election in 2024. And every time, we're not going to let them do it. By the way, if we win Wisconsin, now, you know Biden, you know what Biden would say? He'd say, if we win Iowa, oh, sir, you're in Wisconsin. Oh. But I have to be careful because when I do that stuff, they'll sometimes put it on like I was saying it. So when I imitate him, because he can't find his way off a stage ever. There's only 4 or 5 stairs on this one. Sometimes I have like 7 stairs. Anything built by the government, we have a lot of stairs because they have unlimited money. But you know what? When I imitate him, and you've heard this a little bit, I say it every once in a while, I said to my wife, how good was that speech? Was that great? It was the greatest. I had 107,000 people show up in New Jersey 3 weeks ago. 25,000 people in the South Bronx. People weren't sure about that one. It was love. That was a love fest, South Bronx. But I called up my wife. I said, how good. Now, I had just imitated him trying to get off a stage. And, you know, there's walls around, and I walk into walls. Kidding. It's sarcasm. It's like, it's truth. I mean, he walks into stages, he falls down. I better not ever fall down because they'll say, he said. We just don't want to fall down. You have to keep yourself from falling down. You just have to be careful. But he'd walk into walls and everything. So I said to my wife, how great was it, New Jersey? 107,000 people, nobody could have ever in history, nobody could have gotten 107,000 people. There's never been a politician, Vivek. You're just peanuts by comparison, Vivek. You don't know it. He hasn't learned his lesson yet. He has not learned his lesson yet. But he's a good man. He's going to be with us in some form. He hasn't learned. But I said to my wife, Vivek, I said, our great First Lady, she's our great, people like our First Lady. So I said, honey, I'll tell you, it was unbelievable. How good was it? It was unbelievable. The crowd, nobody's ever seen a crowd. That broke every record in New Jersey history. Nobody's ever seen 100, and I don't have a guitar. Don't forget, Elvis had a guitar. I don't have a guitar. I have nothing. I stand up here by myself. Terrible. But all these people, I said, how great? Tell me how great. She said, well, it was okay. I said, what do you mean okay? It was phenomenal. No, but your hair didn't look good. And then she said, the killer of all killers. She said, and what happened? You couldn't find your way off the stage. They showed you walking into walls. So the fake news had me walking into walls when I was just imitating Biden because he walks into walls. I don't know. You got to live with it. You got to live with it. That's why we call them the fake. That's why we call them the fake news. Every time the radical left Democrats, Marxists, communists, and fascists indict me, I consider it a great badge of honor. Remember, I got indicted more than Alphonse Capone. Al Capone was the meanest. Scarface. He was the meanest ever, the worst. Oh, he was right down the road, actually, Chicago. He controlled Chicago with an iron fist. If he went out to dinner with a person, didn't like him, they were gone by the next morning, never found again. You know, they're usually a part of the foundation of a building going up, right? I got indicted more than Al Capone, all because I ran for office. If I didn't run for office, I'd be enjoying life. But you know what? I enjoy this better because we're going to make America great again. That's what I like. That's what I like. Very simple. And I'm being indicted for you. Never forget, our enemies want to take away my freedom because I will never, ever let them take away your freedom. That's why I'm here. They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you. And in the end, they're not after me. Quite simply put, I am just standing in their way. I'm standing in their way, and they're not. I'm not moving. I'm not moving. My life could have been so simple. I could have had 200 lawyers less. My life could have been so simple. I would have had a beautiful life, but this is a beautiful life. This is far more beautiful. I mean, what's better? Being with you right now. Look at that beautiful lake. That beautiful lake. Beautiful, right? What's better, this or sitting on the Pacific or the Atlantic, which has sharks? You don't have sharks. See, that's a big advantage. I'll take the one without the sharks. We're pleased to be joined today by many incredible patriots, including the man who is going to help Wisconsin reverse every single Biden disaster, your next U.S. Senator, and this guy is central casting, Eric Hovde. Eric, stand up, Eric. Come on up, Eric. Eric has had an outstanding career in business, a real success, and now he's going to get things done. Eric will vote to crack down on illegal immigration, end Joe Biden's border disaster, support our police, and turn back the wave of violent crime. He will help us rapidly halt Biden inflation and unleash energy, the likes of which you have never seen. But most importantly, Eric will defeat your radical left senator, the worst senator in the U.S. Senate, they say. She's the worst senator. She's rated, I think, the lowest, the worst. Is a bad one. You got a bad one in Ohio, too. I think he's going to be defeated, Brown. But Tammy Baldwin voted for every single inflation-causing Biden spending bill. 100% voted with Biden. And Biden doesn't represent you. $11 trillion worth of votes that have caused massive inflation. She wants to help Biden impose the largest tax hike in American history. For 4 straight years, she's cast a vote. And remember, every single time she voted for crooked Joe Biden. She voted in favor of sanctuary cities. She voted to cancel my emergency declaration on the border to stop people from coming in. Thank you very much, Tammy. I appreciate it. And she opposed a little thing called Remain in Mexico that I did anyway. She opposed it. I did it anyway. And Baldwin supports Joe Biden's effort to undermine our police officers in the middle of the worst crime wave in modern history. She wants to not take care of our police. Tammy Baldwin is a radical left Democrat extremist. She's a horrible, horrible senator. And this gentleman, I mean, is this central casting, this guy? And his wife looks even better than he does. That's pretty good. But he's going to secure our borders and stop inflation. He's going to help me. We're going to win. You know, again, we win Wisconsin and we win the whole thing. We win the whole thing. So we got to win. Eric, say hello.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. And we do have a gorgeous state. Look at how beautiful Wisconsin is. Now, the president and I are both business guys. In fact, I'm in the development business. That development project over there I'm developing right now, 220 units, revitalizing Racine. But you know, in the world of business, results matter. And in business, you either get it done or you don't get it done. So let's take a quick look. President Trump, inflation averaged about 1.7%, almost nothing. Joe Biden, 6%, and I agree with President Trump, the prices have gone up more than 20%. Are you kidding me? They're fudging the numbers. How about your incomes? Do you know your incomes grew under President Trump at a faster rate than any time in American history? 7.7%. Under Joe Biden, sadly, your wages have declined by 2.9%. We've never had that in 3 years. They're crushing the middle class. They're crushing the working class. And how about the border? President Trump showed you the numbers. The numbers are clear. He had the border completely under control. Joe Biden, first year, over 3 million. Second year, over 3 million. Third year, they don't even know. I mean, we may have 16 million illegal immigrants. Our streets are being flooded with fentanyl. And by the way, Mr. President, I know you're going to take care of this. They can't account for 100,000 children. And sadly, too many of those kids have probably ended up in the sex trade. So the results are clear. This president, no wars. Joe Biden, the world's awash in conflict. So the results speak for themselves. And Tammy Baldwin has voted with Joe Biden 95.5% of the time. Now I got to ask you, Mr. President, you have a lovely, gorgeous wife. I got married. I'm lucky with a beautiful wife. We've been great relationship, but I can tell you, I don't agree with her 95.5% of the time, and I sure the heck know she doesn't agree with me 95.5% of the time. So how could Tammy Baldwin agree with Joe Biden 95.5% of the time? She's been a disaster. She's talking about fentanyl. She's done nothing on fentanyl. She has voted for open borders. She has voted for all the debt. Everything she has done wrong. So I'm going to get off the stage now turn it back to President Trump. But President Trump raised the apprentice. And this time around, Mr. President, you and I are going to work hard to take back this country, because this country is going to be saved right here in Wisconsin. And it's all of you and you that are going to fire Joe Biden and Tammy Baldwin. Let's take back America, make America great, and restore the American dream. Thank you.
Beautiful, Joe. Thank you. Thank you, Eric. Thank you very much, Eric. Great job. Go out and vote. You're getting a dynamo. You need that. That's what you need. You need that in Washington. We're also pleased to be joined by former Governor Scott Walker. Scott, great governor, a great governor. You're coming with us, Scott. You're coming with us. Thank you very much. And a friend of mine for a long time, another great one. This was a great one. I don't know. I've heard he's like the most popular person in your whole state. Although Scott's right there, too. Tommy Thompson. Tommy Thompson. Tommy, thank you. And Tommy, I hear you're heading up the Trump campaign in Wisconsin, right? Right? All right, we're all done with that, Tommy. I like that. Tommy's heading it up. How the hell, can I do better? I don't think so, right? Thank you, Tommy. We appreciate it very much. Scott, thank you very much. House Republican leader, Steve Scalise. Very brave guy. Steve. Thank you, Steve. Thank you very much. And members of Congress, a real warrior, Derek Van Orden. He cannot take no for an answer. Thank you very much. Thank you, Eric. Thanks, Derek. That's great. Brian Steil took the place of somebody that wasn't nearly as good as him. Doing a much better job than his predecessor. Thank you very much. That's great. And he's working on all sorts of J6 scams and hustles and what's happened. And he's in charge of the committee. And I hear you're doing a fantastic job. And you're going to make sure that we have an honest election in the great state of Wisconsin, right? This area. Thank you very much. Great job. Appreciate it. Another friend of mine, Glenn Grothman. Glenn, thank you very much. And we all know he's here because I heard he made a great speech before and people really like him. He came sort of, nobody knew him too much. All of a sudden they say, he's a smart guy, and he's a very smart guy. Vivek Ramaswamy. Thank you, Vivek. He's done a great job, actually. Wisconsin GOP Chairman Brian Schemming. Thank you, Brian. Very important guy. We're gonna win it. We're gonna win it. We gotta win it. Thank you, Brian. And the next candidate from Wisconsin's 8th Congressional District, Tony Weed. Tony, thank you. Great. Oh, another central casting guy. Wow. They have good-looking people in this state, don't they, huh? Wow. That's great. Good. Thank you, Tony, very much. You're going to do great. From the very first day that we take back the White House from crooked Joe Biden, I believe we are going to have the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. Before I even arrive at the Oval Office, shortly after we win, it's about us. After we win the presidency, I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled. I get along with both of them very well. Should have never happened. All those people dead, all those cities destroyed. You can never rebuild them. Never rebuild them like they were. Beautiful 1,000-year-old buildings with the gold domes. You can never rebuild that, but what a shame. And one thing I'll do that nobody else can say, they can not even talk. I know all the players. I will prevent a thing called World War III. And you are closer to it. You are closer to it than you have any idea. Biden's weakness has put us in grave danger. I will restore peace through strength. You know, again, Russia didn't take any land while Trump was president, but they did take land under Bush. They did take land under Obama. Looks like they're taking the whole country from Biden with all the money that we spend. You could have settled that deal over a couple of phone calls, frankly, and you wouldn't have anybody dead, and you'd have the country would be intact. It would be intact, but he couldn't do that. And the way he talked, I used to say, boy, he's saying the exact opposite thing that you have to say to get that thing ended. What a horrible, horrible president he's been. In my next term, we will build a great iron dome over our country, a dome like has never seen before, a state-of-the-art missile defense shield that will be entirely built in America, and we will create, on top of everything else, jobs, jobs, jobs. And we need protection, too. We're going to build the greatest dome of them all. You see what happened in Israel. They shot 3,000 missiles, and they knocked down almost all of them. And we're entitled to that also, you know, and it was our idea, by the way. And Ronald Reagan wanted to do it many years ago, but unfortunately then it sounded like Star Wars. He was ahead of his time, actually. But we didn't have the technology that you have now. Now we have the greatest technology there is. And we're going to build a dome, a safety shield over the top of us so that if we see something coming in 5 years from now, I'll be talking a little bit differently, maybe. We'll see something coming. I say, don't worry, the dome's going to take care of it. The dome, don't worry about it. The dome will take care of it. But we should have that. You know, we should be entitled to that, don't you think, with all the hostility out there? I think so. All made in the USA, including right here. To further secure America's future and create opportunity for young people, I will end Joe Biden's war on crypto. We will ensure that the future of crypto and the future of Bitcoin will be made in America. Otherwise, other countries are going to have it. The other countries are going to have it. We're going to rebuild our cities, become beacons of hope, safety, and beauty, better than they have ever been before. Right now, they're death and squalor, and they're falling apart. We're going to rebuild our cities. We will take over the horribly run capital of our nation in Washington, D.C., and clean up, renovate, and rebuild our capital city so that it no longer is a nightmare of murder and crime. People go there from Wisconsin. I want to see the Washington Monument, and they end up getting shot. They end up getting killed. It's a horrible thing taking place in the Capitol. We're going to take it over. It's going to be run properly. It's going to be beautified. It's going to be cleaned. I went there the other day for one of these trials, these trials that keep me busy so much. I'm only allowed to campaign about 20% of the time because I have all these Biden trials. But so far, it's not working. We can never let that work. We can't let them get away with it. But I went there, and the roads were so badly damaged. There were potholes all over the place. There was trash all over the main highways, trash, garbage. You're driving over garbage. The medians in the middle, the metal medians were all broken and rusted and disgusting. That's no way to have a capital. Can you imagine these foreign leaders come in, and generally their capitals are in good shape. They're dictators. They say that we don't want broken medians. We don't want potholes in our roads. We want to have them nice. I went to China. You never saw anything like that. A road 10 cars wide times 2. Medians that were impeccable. They're probably 100 years old. They were made out of steel. They were painted. They were impeccable. All this stuff. We got to have the same thing. We got to have it. We have to have it done properly. Our nation's capital is the murder capital of the world. Our nation's capital is falling apart. Graffiti all over the beautiful marbles and granites. Graffiti all over the place. We're going to clean up our capital. We're going to be proud of our capital. We're going to take care of our capital. On day one, I will sign a new executive order to cut federal funding of any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content onto the lives of our children. And I will not give one penny to any school that has a vaccine mandate or a mask mandate. And I will keep, who even thinks you have to say this stuff, like open borders? Who wants an open border? Nobody wants to know. Who has open borders? But some of these things, it's embarrassing to say. I will keep men out of women's sports. It's embarrassing. Why would you have to say that? You go back 10, 15 years ago, somebody would say, did he just say he was going to keep, what's that all about? The women are big. It's so disrespectful for women. The other day, a woman playing volleyball got hit by a ball, hit by somebody who transitioned, a large person, very large, and the ball came at her at a level that at a speed at which she's never seen before. It hit her, and it had bad impact. Bad things happened. Bad things. And that's happened before. The swimming is ridiculous. The weightlifting is probably the most ridiculous. Weightlifting records that stood for 18 years are being obliterated by hundreds of pounds by people that transitioned. I don't think it's, we're going to get rid of that immediately. I will fully uphold the Second Amendment. We will protect innocent life, and we will restore free speech. And I will secure our elections with a goal to have one-day voting, paper ballots, proof of citizenship, and voter ID. But until then, Republicans must win. We want a landslide, and the expression I use, where you just can't lose, is we got to make it too big to rig. Too big to rig. Because they're dishonest people. If you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States and added them up, they would not have done near the destruction to our country as Joe Biden and the Biden administration of thugs has done. What they've done to our country is incredible. What they've done, and you haven't even seen it yet. You haven't seen the terrorists yet. You haven't seen the killing yet that's starting to take place. Again, it takes them a little time. They want to get accustomed to the country. They're not going to start from day one because they don't know. Then they see our laws, which are so weakened and so pathetic, and they probably can't believe them. But you're going to see things that will be horrible unless you elect me president, in which case we're going to get them the hell out of here. We're going to get them out fast. So if you want to save America, I'm asking everybody to go out to the website, swampthevoteusa.com. Swamp the vote, right? The swamp. This is a different kind of swamp than we usually use. Swamp. We got rid of a lot of the swamp, Comey and all those guys. We got rid of them. Swampthevoteusa.com to make a plan to vote either by mail, early in person, or to vote on Election Day. You have to vote. And watch your vote. Watch your vote. Because they tend to disappear. Watch your vote. Make sure it's counted. And you can do that. Make sure it's counted. You have great people. Again, Tommy is going to be totally involved. And you have two great governors that are going to be involved. And we appreciate it very much. Two great governors. We got to win it. We win it. We win the whole thing. Then we see you guys in Washington. We'll see you in Washington. And if you want to volunteer to help us turn out the voters in your neighborhood, sign up and get trained at TrumpForce47.com. TrumpForce47.com. Go out because we want to watch it. You want to watch for the cheating. I say guard the vote. I say guarding the vote is far more important. We have all the votes we need. We have to guard the vote. We have to stop the steal. If we stop the steal, we win. I don't have to campaign anymore. Just stop the steal. So Scott and Tommy, do a job out there, okay? You'll do it. In conclusion, from Madison to Milwaukee, from La Crosse to Kenosha, I love Kenosha, and from Green Bay to right here in Racine, we inherit the legacy of Wisconsin patriots who braved the incredible dangers to carve out a life in a vast and wild frontier. We stand on the shoulders of the American giants who crossed the oceans, explored the continent, settled the Great Plains, won the Wild West, laid down the railroads, raised up those great, big, beautiful skyscrapers. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Conquered the skies, fought 2 world wars and won, and we didn't have to change the name of the forts, by the way. Does anybody know what I mean by that? Fort Bragg is no longer Fort Bragg. We won 2 world wars. So many of the forts are changed. The names of the forts have changed. We won freedom from those forts, and they changed the name. So horrible. Defeated fascism and communism, mastered space flight, created Space Force. That was mine. First time in 78 years. And made America into the single greatest nation in the history of the world. But now we are a nation in serious decline. We are a failing nation. We are a nation that has lost its confidence, lost its willpower, and lost its strength. We are a nation that has lost, quite simply, its way. But we are not going to allow this horror to continue. Less than 4 years ago, we were a great nation. We were a respected nation, respected all over the world by China, by Russia, by everybody. And we will soon be a great nation again. With the right leadership, every disaster Joe Biden has created can be fixed, and it can be fixed quickly. Every problem can be solved, and every wrong can be rectified. By this time next year, America's borders will be strong and sealed and secure. Inflation will be in full retreat. Our economy will be roaring back. Optimism and spirit will be surging. The American dream will be thriving again for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. Law and justice will reign all throughout our land. Freedom will be restored. The flame of liberty will be burning bright. Joe Biden, this guy is just the worst. Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country, will be a fading nightmare. He'll be a fading, I have fading memory, but I think, do you mind if I change it? He will be a fading nightmare. He's been a nightmare for this country. He is destroying our country. He's the worst we've ever had. He's destroying our country. And our great silent majority, including the once forgotten men and women of our country, will be the one shaping America's magnificent future when I am the 47th President of the United States of America. Because we are all Americans, and together we will show November 5th to be the most important day in the history of America. We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. And together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. We will make America free again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, Wisconsin. Thank you. God bless you, Wisconsin. God bless you, Wisconsin. Thank you. Get out and vote. Get out and vote, everybody. God bless you all. Thank you.
Great time, about 1 hour and 20 minutes of President Trump talking to the energized crowd here in Racine, Wisconsin.
Yes, and he did not disappoint, does he ever? He had energy coming out. He really livened up the crowd, and they are alive now, and some of them are kind of sad to see him go. He did speak for about a little over an hour or so, which seems like a long time, but President Trump has gone for quite a bit longer. But I think everybody here was really happy listening to him and hearing him and his plans for Wisconsin specifically, and really securing that vote.
Absolutely, and you know, to hear him talk about Milwaukee and that how he loves Milwaukee, and not to listen to the fake news who took his words out of context here recently. He's saying that he's a reason that the RNC will be held in Milwaukee come next month. So really loves Wisconsin. Wisconsin's in play, and he's looking for a big win here in November. So yes, great day here today in Racine. Thanks to all the people who welcomed us with open arms. Everyone's been great to us. And we also want to remind you of a couple of things. First, the Birch Gold Group, a wonderful company, conservative company. If you're looking to invest in the future, start saving small. If you don't have much, that's okay. If you have a lot to offer, that's okay too. So no matter if you have a little bit of money or a lot of money, let them do that investing for you and start saving for the future. That's the Birch Gold Group. Text the word Trump to 989898. Again, text the word Trump to 989898. Representatives waiting by they're standing by to talk to you. They want to help you get on the right track. Financial freedom for your future. Again, that's the Birch Gold Group. Text the word Trump to 989898.
And then there's the Wellness Company. We don't have a healthcare system, as many of you know, here in the U.S. We have a sick care system. Pharmaceutical companies make billions, that's billions with a B, every single year off of sick Americans, which means that Big Pharma needs you to be sick, and they need you to rely on them. And just like Big Pharma, Big Government wants you to feel powerless, like they're in control of you, but you need them, you need them to protect you. So be ready for the next thing with the Wellness Company's Medical Emergency Kit containing 8 life-saving medications. Listen to this, including ivermectin, amoxicillin, and Z-Pak, plus a guidebook to aid in the safe use of life-saving medications. This kit is prescription only, and you can't find anything like it in a store or a pharmacy. And every American should have at least one of these kits in your home. Ordering your kit, it takes less than 2 minutes, and it couldn't really be simpler. Just simply go to makecaregreatagain.com and use our code RSBN to purchase your kit with $45 off and free shipping, whether it's the bird flu, monkeypox, COVID, cyber attacks, or drugstore shortages, which some of us experienced during COVID and the pandemic. You'll have what you need no matter what. Safeguard your health today by going to makecaregreatagain.com and use RSBN at checkout to save. Kits are only available here in the U.S.
Yep, all that information's on your screen. Also, it's that time of year. A lot of people have filed for a late return and an extension, that is, on their taxes. That's okay. And if you're wondering, okay, what do I do next? This is where the experts at Tax Network USA come in. Don't let the IRS take advantage of you. Don't lose sleep at night wondering how you're going to file your taxes this year. That's what the experts are there for, and they're licensed in every state. That's Tax Network USA. Whether it's back taxes or if you're filing a late return, let them handle it for you. They are the experts, and they are licensed, again, in every state. So no matter where you live, they can help you. Contact that number on your screen, 1-800-357-1415 or tnusa.com/RSBN.
And then there's the free Trump book. The best-selling kids guide to President Trump is available for free. Trump's vision for the future of America to kids, including his policies on immigration. It's not surprising to learn that crime and drugs are getting worse in America, and it's under siege by illegal immigrants pouring in from the southern border. Thanks to Biden's immigration policies that are overwhelming our cities and endangering Americans. Just look at what happened not too long ago at UGA with Laken Riley. She was murdered by Jose Antonio Ibarra, an illegal immigrant from Venezuela. As a result, more and more Americans are agreeing with Trump's policies on immigration as future voters. Our kids need to understand the ramifications of loose immigration policies. The Kids Guide to President Trump helps them understand this, along with his vision for America following his re-election. Go to freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com today. I think I'm going to have to get on there and order that for my son.
There you go. Absolutely. Transform.
today that hates you. That's right. Your woke bank most likely has canceled the account of people who think just like you, people who exercise their constitutional right to own a gun or were critical of COVID policies or voting system. That won't happen to you if you move to Old Glory Bank. The woke banks also have been voluntarily sharing private transaction data with federal agencies. Zero need for a subpoena to That's Old Glory Bank. It stands with you no matter where you stand. So go to oldglorybank.com/RSBN. That is oldglorybank.com/RSBN, and they are a member of the FDIC.
Yes, I like the name. This is the name, Old Glory. It makes you happy and want to do business with them.
Yes.
Again, we want to remind you about Angel Paste. Feel naturally beautiful. This is a way for a cream that you use that transform your skin healthy. It's very healthy. Not only is it made in Texas, but it's also sourced in the U.S. Angel Paste also sticks to America first by hiring veterans. They love the veterans. Another reason number 101 that I love Angel Paste, because they love our veterans. It's unlike any cream on the market. It contains 0 chemicals and hydrates your skin without feeling greasy. So give them a shout. Go to angelpaste.com. Use the code RSBN for 10% off.
That's great to hear. We're going to have to thank all of our sponsors.
Yes.
I know I'm going to have to give that Angel Paste a try. Like I said,
Angel Paste,
so
Free
dry.
Trump Book, let's
Yes.
see, Old Glory Bank, the list goes on. They're all great companies. Thanks so much for being here. Again, you can go to rsbnetwork.com, donate if you can, sign up for our newsletter, subscribe to all of our social media accounts. Look for me on social media as well. I'm always there. In fact, as soon as we sign off here, I'll be posting some behind-the-scenes videos, so make sure you look.
Right, and I'm at Jessica Rivera on all my social media, so I'm pretty easy to find. You can follow me there, and like she said, RSBN. So thank you so much for joining us today here in Racine, Wisconsin, just off the shore of Lake Michigan. It's been a beautiful day, a long day,
yes,
but a beautiful day, and thank you so much for spending it with us here at RSBN.
Have a great day, everyone.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I'm the host of the Let It Be Heard show here on RSBN channel. I would love for you guys to check me out. I'm on Spotify, Apple Music, Apple Podcasts, Rumble, YouTube. We release episodes every single week regarding culture, Bible, social issues, politics, current events, anything. So if you're into any of that stuff, I highly recommend you check me out. God bless you guys, and stay safe out there.
I'm excited to announce we're having a huge MyPillow spring sale. And here's a few examples. Buy one of our MyPillow 2.0s, you get another MyPillow 2.0 absolutely free. Made with cooling technology, the best pillow ever just got even better. And this just in, 9 brand new colors and styles of our Percale bed sheets. They're made with the finest long staple cotton, and now you can save 50% or more. That's as low as $24.98. And for the first time this year, I'm bringing you our My Slippers and Sandals for as low as $25 a pair. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your MyPillow 2.0s. Buy one, get one free. Percale sheets as low as $24.98. My Slippers and Sandals as low as $25 a pair. And for a limited time, when you order $75 or more, your entire order ships absolutely free.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.